The autumn air at Hogwarts was crisp, the scent of dew-covered leaves drifting in through the high windows of the castle. Classes had just resumed for the third year, and Hermione Granger had buried herself in books as usual. Time-turner or not, she was determined to master every subject. But something unexpected had been tugging at her attention, something she never would have anticipated: Draco Malfoy. It began with tension, of course. He'd insulted her in care of magical creatures again, something about her being a know-it-all mudblood. She had tried to ignore him, but there was something different this time. His voice hadn't carried the usual venom. Instead, there had been hesitation in his words, a flicker of something unspoken in his eyes before he looked away. Later that week, during a study period in the library, she caught him watching her from behind a shelf. She didn't confront him, just noted it quietly. And when he slipped away, she noticed something else. He'd left behind a book, Advanced Transfiguration, Theory and Application. It had his name etched on the inside cover, and she knew it wasn't accidental. She returned it the next day. "You left this behind," she said stiffly, holding it out to him outside the potions classroom. Draco blinked, taken aback. "You touched my book?" Hermione frowned. "Well, you left it behind. What was I supposed to do, burn it?" He opened his mouth, probably to throw out another insult, but then shut it. He took the book slowly. "Thanks." Hermione tilted her head. "Is this your way of asking for help with Transfiguration?" "Because I could." "I don't need your help," he snapped quickly, but then added quieter. "But maybe, I wouldn't mind comparing notes." And so it started. At first, it was just notes. Then quiet study sessions in tucked-away corners of the library where no one would see them. They spoke in low voices, trading ideas, debating spells, even reluctantly laughing. It was strange and secret, and it made Hermione feel a little dizzy. She told herself it was because of the danger of it all, the forbidden nature of even talking to him. But when she saw him smile at something she said, a real smile, not cruel, not smug, it felt like something else entirely. Draco, for his part, was just as confused. He hadn't meant to get close to her. It started as curiosity, how someone like her could be so clever, so unapologetically brilliant. Then it turned into obsession. Not in a creepy way, but in the way his heart would race when she looked up at him, or how he found himself sketching little curls on parchment during History of Magic, subconsciously mimicking her hair. One evening, as they packed up their books in the library, Draco looked at her and said, "I think you're brave." Hermione glanced up, blinking in surprise. "Brave? That's not something I expected from you." "Well, you are. You don't care what anyone thinks. You stand up to everyone, even Snape." She gave a small smile. "Well, someone has to." He looked down at the table, his fingers tapping nervously on a page. "I used to think I hated you. But I don't. Not even a little." Hermione froze. Her breath caught in her throat. She should have said something sharp, shut him down, reminded him of all the awful things he'd said in the past. But she didn't. Instead, she stepped closer and whispered, "I don't hate you either." It was dangerous. And it only grew more dangerous the more they saw each other. They were careful, never seen together in the halls, always parting ways before anyone noticed. But someone did notice. Ron. He first suspected something during a group assignment in Charms, when Hermione seemed distracted, sneaking glances across the room. Not at Harry or the spell they were practicing, but at Draco Malfoy. Ron followed her with his eyes, growing increasingly uneasy. That night in the common room, he asked, "You've been acting weird lately. Is something going on?" Hermione looked up from her arithmancy charts. "No, just tired." Ron sat down across from her, his eyes narrowing. "You weren't at dinner." "I was in the library." "With who?" Hermione stiffened. "Why does it matter?" Ron leaned forward. "Because I care about you. And I know when you're hiding something." She closed her book. "I don't have to report every detail of my day to you, Ronald. You've been different. And I swear to Merlin, if you're talking to that slimy git Malfoy." Hermione stood, voice rising. "And what if I was?" The common room went quiet. Ron's face turned red, part shock, part fury. Harry looked up from across the room, but stayed silent. "You're joking," Ron said. She didn't answer. She just turned and walked upstairs, heart pounding. Ron stood frozen, rage bubbling inside him. He didn't understand. How could she, Hermione Granger, brilliant, kind, loyal, be falling for him? The boy who'd insulted her blood, her friends, her very existence? And so his mission began. He wasn't going to let Draco Malfoy steal her. He'd find a way to end whatever twisted thing was growing between them, even if it meant breaking their friendship. Down in the Slytherin common room, Draco stood in front of the fire, staring into the flames. His hands were shaking. He hadn't told her everything. His father would murder him if he found out. And yet, he didn't care. He wanted to see her again. Tomorrow. And the day after. He was falling fast. But outside the warmth of the firelight, plans were already being formed to tear them apart. The next morning at breakfast, Hermione felt the weight of 100 unspoken words pressing down on her. She sat across from Ron and Harry, carefully buttering her toast, pretending not to notice Ron's narrowed eyes, or how he was gripping his pumpkin juice like it had personally offended him. "You didn't sleep in our dorm last night," Ron said, far too loudly. Hermione looked up slowly. "I was in the library until late. I stayed in the girls' study lounge." Harry shifted awkwardly between them, clearly sensing the storm. "Come on, Ron. She's allowed to study." Ron leaned closer. "She's hiding something." "I know it. I'm right here, you know," Hermione snapped. "You don't need to whisper like I'm not." Ron gave a short, bitter laugh. "Fine. Then I'll just ask you directly. Are you seeing Malfoy?" There it was. A loud clatter of cutlery hit the floor 2 tables down, but Hermione barely flinched. Her stomach twisted, her face pale. "That's none of your business." "So you are." Harry raised his hands. "Guys, seriously, this is not the place. I thought you were smarter than this, Hermione." Ron stood up, his voice sharp. "You're defending him now? He's Malfoy. His family hates everything we stand for." She stood too, face flushed but voice level. "You don't understand, Ron. It's not that simple." "Oh, it's simple all right," Ron spat. "You're being used. And when he's done with you, he'll throw you aside like everyone else." Hermione's lip trembled, but she said nothing. She turned and walked out of the Great Hall. From the Slytherin table, Draco had seen it all. His fingers clenched around his fork, the usual smugness gone from his features. Later that day, he found her behind the library shelves, right where they usually met. "I heard," he said quietly. Hermione looked up from the book in her lap. Her eyes were red, but she wasn't crying now. So did half the school. Draco sat down beside her. "Granger, Hermione, I'm sorry." She shook her head. "It's not your fault. I just didn't think Ron would turn on me like that. We've been through everything together. And now, just because I care about you, he's treating me like I betrayed him." Draco's chest tightened. No one had ever cared about him like that before. Not without expecting something in return. "I never meant for this to happen," he murmured. Hermione looked at him, her hand resting near his. "But it did." They sat in silence, her pinky brushing his. The quiet hum of magic in the air felt like a heartbeat. A secret between them. But secrets don't stay hidden for long at Hogwarts. By the end of the week, whispers followed Hermione wherever she walked. In the corridors, students turned their heads. Some Ravenclaws looked surprised, a few Gryffindors disgusted. The Hufflepuffs just stared like she'd grown a second head. The Slytherins were the worst, jeering, mocking, laughing behind Draco's back. "Going soft, are you, Malfoy?" Blaise Zabini drawled during lunch. "Thought you were better than blood traitor bait." Draco said nothing, but his jaw clenched so tightly it hurt. Pansy Parkinson wasn't nearly as subtle. "Are you cursed or just stupid?" she asked, trailing after him down the hall. "Because the way you're looking at her, it's like you forgot you're a Malfoy." Draco stopped in his tracks and turned. "Say that again, Parkinson." "I dare you." She blinked, startled. He'd never snapped at her like that before. Without another word, he stalked away. That night, Hermione sat in the astronomy tower, knees pulled up to her chest, staring at the stars. She'd come here to think, away from everyone's eyes, from Ron's betrayal and the creeping doubts. Was she wrong? Was this just a phase? Was she endangering Draco's reputation, or her own? She didn't hear the footsteps until he was already beside her. "You look like you're about to leave the castle forever," Draco said, settling beside her. "I thought about it," she muttered. "You always were dramatic." She elbowed him, half laughing. "I'm not the dramatic one, you are." "Fair," he admitted. Then more seriously, "I know this is hard. Everyone's turning on you. Not everyone. Harry's trying. But it's like I've lost my place here. You haven't, he said firmly. If anyone should be questioning where they belong, it's me. Hermione looked at him in the dim starlight, his silver blonde hair glowing faintly. For the first time, she didn't see the boy who called her names in first year. She saw the one who had given her books, shared quiet thoughts, and now held her gaze like she was the only person in the world that mattered. Draco reached for her hand. I don't want to hide anymore, he said. She hesitated, heart pounding. Are you sure? If your father finds out. I don't care. Let them say what they want. Let my father disown me if he wants. I'm tired of pretending to be someone I'm not. Hermione squeezed his hand. Me too. Far below them, in a corner of the castle shadows, a boy stood watching. Ron Weasley's eyes burned with resentment as he gripped the corner of the stone wall, listening to every word. He had followed her again, just to be sure. And now it was worse than he thought. It wasn't a passing thing. She was falling for him. And Ron would be damned if he let it go on. The next morning, Hermione woke with a sense of resolve. She wasn't going to hide anymore. If she and Draco were going to risk everything, then they would at least do it honestly. That didn't mean shouting their feelings from the astronomy tower, but it meant she wouldn't lie to herself, or to her friends, any longer. She walked into the great hall with her head held high. The whispers resumed instantly. Is it true? Someone murmured behind her. Granger and Malfoy? No way. Hermione didn't flinch. She kept her eyes straight ahead and sat next to Harry at the Gryffindor table. Ron was already there, sulking, pushing his food around with a spoon. Morning, she said calmly. Harry gave her a quiet nod. Ron didn't respond. Hermione began spooning porridge into her bowl. Look, I know what you both heard yesterday. So I'm just going to say it. Yes, I'm seeing Draco Malfoy. Harry looked up from his toast, brows raised. You're not joking? No, she said firmly. I'm not. It started with study sessions. We talked, and I realized he's not the person I thought he was. He's still a Malfoy, Ron muttered. Nothing changes that. Hermione set her spoon down gently. He's trying to be different. Maybe that's worth something. It's worth nothing if you can't trust him, Ron said through clenched teeth. He's not one of us, Hermione. He never will be. Funny, she said, standing. I thought friendship meant support, not ultimatums. She left the table without another word. Ron slammed his fist down on the bench. She's lost it, he growled. He's poisoned her. Harry hesitated. I don't know, mate. Maybe he's not the same anymore. Oh, not you too, Ron snapped. You saw what he did to us for years. This is some twisted game he's playing, and I won't let her fall for it. Harry didn't reply, but his eyes followed Hermione as she disappeared out of the hall. He didn't like Malfoy either, but something about Ron's anger felt personal. Meanwhile, in the Slytherin common room, things weren't going much better for Draco. He'd barely sat down before Blaise leaned across the table with a smirk. You in the mudblood now? Never pegged you for a traitor. Draco didn't flinch. Say that word again, and I'll hex your eyebrows off. Blaise laughed like it was a joke, but his eyes stayed cold. Pansy joined in, her voice syrupy and cruel. She's only using you, Draco. Trying to feel superior by dragging you down with her. You don't know her, Draco snapped. I know enough, Pansy said, flipping her hair. You think she'll stick around when your father finds out? When the Dark Lord does. Draco stood, his voice low and dangerous. You don't know anything. He left the common room and didn't look back. Later that day, he found Hermione in an empty classroom. She was pacing, flipping through a charms textbook with an expression that could curdle milk. Rough morning, he asked, closing the door behind him. She looked up, exasperated. It's like everyone suddenly lost their minds. They just don't understand. He walked over to her, taking her hand gently. They don't see what I see. Hermione gave him a tired smile. It's hard not to let it get to me. Then don't let it. Let's prove them wrong. She stepped closer, resting her head against his chest. It won't be easy. Nothing worth it ever is. But not everyone was content to just whisper behind their backs. That evening, while Hermione was studying in the library alone, Ron appeared across the table, his face set in stone. We need to talk. Hermione looked up cautiously. Ron, if you're going to yell again, I'm not interested. I'm not yelling, he said tightly. Just listen. Please. She nodded slowly. Ron sat down. You really care about him? Hermione folded her arms. Yes. Even after everything he's said? About Muggleborns? About your family? He's changed. Ron scoffed. People don't just change, Hermione. Don't they? She challenged. Didn't you forgive Harry after every time he messed up or lied to you? Didn't you forgive me when I got angry with you over the Yule Ball? That's different. No, it's not. You're just afraid of him being more than what you've always known. Ron's voice dropped. I'm afraid of you getting hurt. There it was. Underneath all the bitterness was fear. Fear of losing her. Hermione softened. Ron, I know you care, but I'm not yours to protect. I have to make my own choices. His jaw clenched. I still think it's a mistake, and I think it's mine to make. He stood without another word, fists in his pockets, and walked away. Hermione sat back, heart heavy. She knew things wouldn't be the same between them now. But what she didn't know, what none of them knew, was that Ron wasn't just going to let it go. Later that night, under the cover of darkness, Ron crept through the castle with the Marauder's map in one hand. He wasn't looking for Draco. He already knew where Malfoy would be, patrolling the corridor near the old divination tower. Prefect duty. Instead, Ron made his way to the potions classroom. Snape's office was locked, of course. But Fred and George had taught him a few tricks. It took 3 tries, but he got in. He searched through the drawers, avoiding anything too risky, until he found what he was looking for. A small vial labeled Veritaserum. Just a drop, Ron muttered. Just enough to make her see the truth. He tucked it into his robes and slipped away into the night. If Hermione wouldn't open her eyes on her own, he'd force them open for her. The next day began like any other, with morning light creeping through the castle's ancient windows and the clamor of hundreds of students descending upon the great hall for breakfast. But Hermione's mind was elsewhere. She couldn't stop replaying her conversation with Ron from the night before. It had ended without a fight, but the air between them had changed permanently. She had lost something and gained something else entirely. Across the hall, Draco watched her with a guarded expression. He could sense the tension radiating from the Gryffindor table and felt the pressure mounting from his own house as well. If the stares weren't hostile, they were suspicious. It was like everyone was waiting for their relationship to explode. As Hermione stirred her tea absently, she noticed a small folded note tucked beneath her plate. Frowning, she opened it. Come to the empty classroom on the 3rd floor. I need to talk. Ron. She stared at the parchment, debating. Part of her didn't want to give him any more of her time. But another part of her, perhaps the Gryffindor in her, knew Ron wouldn't have written unless it was serious. Besides, maybe this was his way of apologizing. She slipped the note into her pocket and stood. Back in a bit, she said to Harry. Harry glanced at her and then at Ron, who was pretending not to watch. You sure? I'll be fine. She made her way through the quiet corridors, her footsteps echoing. When she reached the classroom, the door was slightly ajar. She pushed it open. Ron stood by the window, hands behind his back. You came, he said quietly. Obviously, she replied. What is it? He turned, forcing a smile. I just wanted to talk, without the yelling. Hermione relaxed a little. That's a start. I brought something. Ron reached into his pocket and held up a small flask. Pumpkin juice. Thought we could talk like friends again. Hermione raised an eyebrow. Pumpkin juice. Just like old times, he said, smiling. No magic, no tension. Just us. She took it, hesitating briefly. All right. She raised it to her lips, took a sip, and handed it back. Still warm. Ron watched her closely. I want to ask you something. And I want the truth. Hermione's brow furrowed. What's going on? Do you really love Malfoy? She opened her mouth, but something shifted inside her, like her tongue was no longer hers. Her thoughts buzzed, cloudy and sharp at the same time. Yes, she said. I love him. Ron's face fell. It was like the ground had been pulled from beneath him. He hadn't expected her to say it. Not like that. Not so easily. And now he couldn't pretend anymore. She meant it. Hermione blinked. What did you? Her eyes widened. What did you do? Ron stepped back. I needed to know. I had to be sure. Her hands trembled. You gave me Veritaserum. Are you mad? That's illegal without ministry approval. I just wanted to help you see what's happening. No, she said, backing away from him. You didn't want the truth. You wanted your version of it. You wanted to control me. Hermione. She was already out the door, robes whipping behind her. Draco found her outside the greenhouses, sitting on the stone wall, pale and shaking. Hermione. She looked up. He gave me Veritasrum. To make me confess how I felt about you. Draco's fists clenched. He drugged you. She nodded, her voice low. Just a few drops in pumpkin juice. Said he needed to know the truth. He sat beside her, trying to keep calm, but his blood was boiling. You should go to McGonagall. I should, she agreed. But that would destroy him. He's already lost everything he thought was true. I don't want revenge. Draco looked at her, stunned. You're the only person I know who could be betrayed and still want to protect the one who did it. Hermione gave a small, bitter laugh. I don't want to become like them. Like the people who think hurting someone makes them right. Draco exhaled slowly and reached for her hand. You don't have to protect me. Or him. But you do deserve peace. I know. And I want to find it with you. But it's getting harder every day. The fallout came fast. Rumors spread about the Veritasrum. Hermione didn't speak a word about it, but someone else must have seen her storm out. Maybe Peeves. Maybe a ghost. Regardless, the story twisted through the corridors by lunch. Ron wouldn't speak to anyone. Harry tried once, pulling him aside after Transfiguration. You crossed a line, mate, Harry said quietly. You can't force people to love who you want them to. Ron didn't answer. He just walked away, shoulders heavy. In the following days, something shifted again. Hermione didn't shrink from the whispers anymore. She walked next to Draco in the corridors. Not flaunting it, but no longer hiding either. A few teachers raised eyebrows. Snape snarled. McGonagall said nothing, but Hermione noticed she watched them closely. And slowly, something else began to happen. The whispers softened. The stares lingered less. A few Ravenclaws even began greeting her like normal. Some Hufflepuffs nodded at Draco in the corridors, unsure but not hostile. It wasn't approval, but it wasn't rejection either. Then came the note. Hermione found it in her bag after charms. Neatly folded. No name. Stop this. Before you regret it. You have no idea what you're getting into. A friend. She showed it to Draco. He read it silently, then folded it once more. Someone scared. Should we be? He looked at her with a glint of steel in his eyes. Let them come. The threat lingered in Hermione's mind all day. She kept reading and rereading the note, even though she'd already memorized the words. There was nothing magical about it. No charm, no hex, not even a trace of who might have written it. Just ink on parchment. But something about the way it was worded. It wasn't a jealous Gryffindor or some bitter Slytherin. It was colder than that. Calculated. She glanced around suspiciously in every hallway, her wand always within easy reach. Even in the library, she found herself checking the shadows between bookshelves before settling down. Draco tried to reassure her, but she could see the strain in his shoulders too. He was used to threats, veiled ones from his father, quiet ones from the other Slytherins. But this was different. This was directed at them. That evening, the two of them met under the large oak tree near the Black Lake. The sunset painted the sky in soft gold and violet, but neither of them was in the mood to admire it. This isn't just about us anymore, Hermione said, clutching the note. Someone's watching, and they don't just want us to break up. They want to scare us. Draco's eyes narrowed. Let them. They don't know what we're capable of. Hermione gave a tired smile. You sound like me now. Maybe I'm learning. They sat in silence for a while, the gentle lap of the lake water soothing, but not enough to wash away the tension. A light breeze rustled the tree above them. The castle loomed in the distance, beautiful and indifferent. I used to think Hogwarts was the safest place in the world, Hermione said quietly. Draco looked out at the water. And now it feels like a chessboard. His gaze slid over to her. Then let's play smarter than everyone else. Meanwhile, Ron sat alone in the Gryffindor common room, hunched over his chessboard. The pieces didn't move. He hadn't spoken much since the Veritasrum incident, and his housemates had begun avoiding him entirely. Even Lavender and Seamus gave him a wide berth. Harry had stopped trying to reason with him. He didn't agree with what Ron had done, but he knew the anger ran deep, deeper than even Ron understood. But Ron didn't care. He was focused now. Hermione was still in danger. Even if she couldn't see it. Malfoy had changed her, twisted her into someone else. And someone else out there, someone darker, was closing in too. He could feel it. He didn't know who had written that note to her, but he knew this wasn't over. Not by a long shot. Later that week, as Draco walked alone back to the dungeons after prefect duty, he noticed something strange. A cold breeze curled around a corridor that should have been sealed. A tapestry fluttered as if someone had just passed. He paused. Who's there? Silence. His wand was out in a flash. Lumos. Nothing. Just the soft glow illuminating dust and stone. Then a whisper, barely audible, so faint he thought it might be his imagination. She's making you weak. Draco whipped around. Show yourself. But no one answered. The corridor was empty. He stood for a moment longer, heart hammering, before extinguishing his wand and moving swiftly through the dark. The voice hadn't sounded like anyone he knew. Not Pansy. Not Blaze. Not even Ron. No, this was something worse. Something colder. The next morning, the whispers around the school had taken a new tone. Hermione walked into the great hall and instantly felt it. People weren't just curious anymore, they were amused. Some were smirking, others snickering behind their hands. What now? She muttered to herself as she sat next to Harry. He didn't say anything. He just handed her a piece of parchment. She unfolded it. It was a crudely enchanted photo, passed hand to hand around the school, showing her and Draco from behind the greenhouse the day before, kissing. There was no caption. None was needed. Her heart dropped. Her hands shook. Who took this? She whispered. Harry looked furious. No idea. Someone's spreading it like wildfire. It's in every common room. Draco entered the hall just then, and the room exploded with quiet laughter. Pansy was practically howling with glee. Even the Ravenclaws were whispering among themselves. He walked straight to Hermione and sat beside her. I saw it, he said. Don't let them win. But her expression wasn't hurt. It was focused. They're not going to win, she said softly. They want to embarrass us, to push us apart. Draco leaned in. So what do we do? She folded the parchment neatly and slid it into her bag. We fight back. That night, Hermione snuck into the restricted section of the library. She wasn't looking for spells or curses, but history. She needed to know who at Hogwarts could pull strings like this without being caught. She searched for records of student surveillance, magical blackmail, and ancient enchantments tied to secrecy. Draco joined her half an hour later, slipping in through the back with his father's old invisibility ward charm. This isn't exactly subtle, he said, glancing at the scattered books. We don't need subtle, she replied. We need the truth. But truth was a slippery thing at Hogwarts, especially when someone was willing to hide it with shadows and silence. Outside the library, hidden behind a shifting tapestry, a hooded figure watched the door with expressionless eyes. The game had begun, and neither Hermione Granger nor Draco Malfoy had any idea just how dangerous their love story was about to become. The air in the restricted section was colder than usual, and Hermione could feel it biting at her skin as she turned pages by wand light. Ancient texts lined the shelves, dusty, cracked, bound in materials no one spoke of out loud. This wasn't the sort of research she'd ever imagined doing with Draco Malfoy. But here they were, sitting shoulder to shoulder, silent except for the rustle of parchment. We need to find a pattern, Hermione said, dragging her finger across the edge of an old ledger. Someone is orchestrating this with precision. The photo charm was cast from a distance, probably embedded in the greenhouse wall, disguised. That's not a student prank. Draco nodded, scanning through a volume of Hogwarts, scandals and secrets unspoken. And the note, the voice I heard in the corridor. Whoever this is, they're watching us, and they're careful. Too careful. Hermione closed her book with a soft thump. So either they're using advanced concealment magic, or they're someone we'd never suspect, Draco finished. Hermione stared at him for a moment. You think it's a professor? Draco shrugged. It's possible. Or someone working with one. The idea was chilling. They had considered enemies among students. Jealous peers. Bitter friends. But a teacher? That was something darker. Something far more dangerous. Just then, a faint tapping echoed from the far wall. Both of them froze. Hermione extinguished her wand light in an instant. Draco did the same. They listened. Another tap. Then silence. Then a whisper carried on a current of magic. "You don't belong together." Hermione stood slowly, wand at the ready. Draco stepped in front of her. But the whisper was gone. "Come on," she said quietly. "We need to leave. Now." They slipped from the library, hearts pounding, paranoia growing with every step. They didn't speak again until they were back in the courtyard under the moonlight, near the fountain. Hermione leaned against the stone edge. "It's like we're being haunted." "We are," Draco said. "Only this ghost's still alive." The next few days blurred into a mess of classes, whispers, and hidden glares. No new notes appeared. No new photographs. But the silence itself was unnerving. It was Ron who broke it. He cornered Harry near the Quidditch locker room, his voice low and urgent. "I think something's happening. Something bigger than just Malfoy and Hermione." Harry narrowed his eyes. "What do you mean?" "There's someone else involved. Someone who wants them apart, yeah. But more than that. Someone who's using this to test them." "Test them?" Ron hesitated. "I found a torn letter in the trash near Snape's office. It had Hermione's name on it. Said something about sustaining the illusion and protecting the bloodlines. It wasn't Snape's writing. I think it was forged." Harry's face darkened. "Who else saw it?" "No one," Ron said. "But I'm telling you, something's not right. And I don't think this ends with Hermione and Malfoy." Meanwhile, back in the Slytherin common room, Draco received a summons. Not a howler. Not a note. A silver serpent, coiled in magic, slithered across the stone floor and curled itself around his wrist. Its mouth opened, and a voice spoke in cold, careful tones. "Come to the room of hidden things." Midnight. No wand. He recognized the spellwork immediately. It was his father's magic. At the same time, Hermione sat in her dormitory, books stacked around her, parchment sprawled across her bed. But she wasn't studying. She was cross-referencing family trees. Specifically Draco's. She traced the names with her quill, Malfoy, Rosier, Black, and then drew a line to a family she hadn't thought of in years. Selwyn. That name had appeared in the same text she'd found near the restricted section last night. The book had been marked, too. A hex carved into its spine. One Hermione knew only a few dark families used. One associated with blood rituals. Selwyn. A lesser-known Death Eater line. Old. Quiet. But very much still around. And then she saw it, barely legible in the family tree scribble. Ariana Selwyn, unknown child, status, lost at birth. Hermione sat back, stunned. Lost or hidden? She didn't know what it meant yet. But she would find out. At midnight, Draco slipped through the castle alone, his wand left behind just as instructed. The room of requirement opened for him like a breath, twisting into the vast junk-laden space that had once hidden the room of hidden things. A cloaked figure stood in the center, hood pulled low. Draco stepped forward, slow, calculating. "I know that spell. My father used it when calling his allies." The figure didn't move. "And you came. Just like you would have." Draco clenched his fists. "Who are you?" The voice was sharp. Someone who remembers what it meant to be a Malfoy. "I'm not him," Draco said through gritted teeth. "I'm not my father." "No," the figure said. "You're worse. You've fallen in love with Granger. You disgrace your line with her." Draco took a step forward. "Say her name again. She is the weakness that will destroy you." "I'd rather be destroyed than become you," Draco hissed. The figure raised their hand. A wand appeared from the sleeve. But before any spell could be cast, a second door burst open on the far end of the room. Hermione stood there, wand drawn, eyes blazing. "You'll have to get through me first." The room of hidden things crackled with tension, every piece of junk around them humming faintly as if sensing the magic hanging in the air. Hermione's wand was steady, her voice low but clear. "Step away from him." The cloaked figure didn't flinch. They remained between Draco and Hermione, back straight, wand now glowing a sickly green. "I see the mudblood has fangs," they sneered. "Fitting for a snake's pet." "Call me that again," Hermione warned, "and I swear you'll find out just how dangerous a mudblood can be." The figure turned slightly, shifting to keep both of them in view. Draco moved to Hermione's side slowly, hands clenched. "She's not alone," Draco said. And if you hurt her? The figure interrupted, voice sharper than before. You've been blinded, Draco. You think this is love, but it's corruption. The bloodlines were built to protect something. You spit on everything we are. I'm not you, Draco snarled. And I never will be. You will be, the figure replied coldly. You just don't remember what was taken from you. Hermione's eyes narrowed. What are you talking about? But the figure didn't answer. Instead, they turned sharply, raised their wand, and vanished in a crack of shadowy magic, disapparating with a trace of silver smoke. The sudden silence was deafening. Hermione lowered her wand, still scanning the room. You can't apparate in Hogwarts. Draco stared at the spot where the figure had vanished. Unless they weren't truly here to begin with. A projection. A cursed echo. Or something darker. They stood together in the flickering light of the room, breathing heavily, adrenaline still high. We need to tell someone, Hermione finally said. Draco looked at her. And say what? That someone impersonated a Death Eater, knew my father's spells, and tried to intimidate us out of being together? Snape won't care. Dumbledore might, but if this person's inside the school... We don't know who to trust, she finished. He nodded grimly. Back in Gryffindor Tower, Ron sat at the window, watching the stars. His fingers drummed against the stone, restless, unsure. He didn't know what Hermione was doing tonight. He didn't know what Malfoy was planning. But what he did know was that something was shifting in the castle. And it wasn't just them. Earlier that evening, he'd found another note, tucked in his Transfiguration book. You were right to doubt him. But you're not ready yet. No signature. No sign of where it had come from. Only now did Ron realize he wasn't the only one watching. The next morning, Hermione didn't attend breakfast. Draco didn't either. Instead, they sat together in an abandoned charms classroom, books spread across the table. Hermione had ink smudged across her sleeve, parchment filled with scribbles and diagrams. She was tracing names again, family lines, magical bloodlines, ancient records. But now there was a new connection. Draco, she said suddenly, tapping the page. Do you know who Ariana Selwyn was? He frowned. The name sounds familiar. She was related to the Rosiers, I think. Very old family. Dark affiliations. She disappeared after childbirth, Hermione said, pointing. But no record of a child. No death certificate. Just vanished. What are you thinking? Hermione hesitated, then met his eyes. I'm thinking this might be connected to you. He blinked. Me? You said the cloaked figure knew your father's spells. They knew about us. They knew what was taken from you. She paused. What if it wasn't a metaphor? What if you have a connection to the Selwyn family, something your father hid from you? Draco's expression shifted, doubt, confusion, a hint of fear. Like what? A sister? A cousin? I don't know yet, Hermione admitted. But this goes deeper than just someone angry about us. It's personal. Whoever they are, they're using old magic. Blood magic. Draco looked down at the parchment, then slowly leaned back in his chair. Then we find out who they are. And we end this. Hermione nodded. Together. That night, they met Harry in the library. He had been waiting for them, already flipping through a defense book. I've been thinking, he said without looking up. If someone's trying to scare you off, it means you're close to something. Or someone. Hermione sat beside him. You believe us? Harry gave her a small, tired smile. I never stopped. Draco folded his arms. So what now? We hide? Wait for them to strike again. Harry shook his head. No. We bait them. We set a trap. Hermione's eyebrows rose. And how exactly do you suggest we do that? We give them what they want, Harry said. We act like you've split up. Publicly. Big fight. Shouting match in the courtyard. Maybe even throw a hex or two. Let them think they've won. And then? Draco asked. Harry closed the book with a soft thud. Then we watch who comes out of the shadows. Hermione looked at Draco. Are you up for it? He smirked faintly. I've been waiting for a reason to scream at you in public. She elbowed him, and Harry rolled his eyes. But behind their smiles, all three of them knew. This wasn't a prank. This was war. And the real enemy hadn't even shown their face yet. Word spread like fiendfire. By breakfast the next morning, the entire castle was buzzing with rumors. Hermione Granger and Draco Malfoy had broken up, and not quietly. Some claimed Draco had hexed a bench in the courtyard in a fit of rage. Others swore Hermione had slapped him across the face and screamed about betrayal. None of it was true, of course. The scene had been staged perfectly by Harry. At precisely 7:46 a.m., under the watchful eyes of students from 4 houses, Hermione and Draco had marched into the courtyard, wands drawn and tempers flaring. Their voices rang out. "You're just like your father," Hermione had shouted. "And you're as blind as Dumbledore," Draco had countered. The acting had been convincing. A flash of spell light between them, smoke curling from the stone tiles. Professor Flitwick had arrived just as Draco stormed off, robes billowing. Hermione had turned away with a shake in her shoulders, tears in her eyes, or at least that's how it looked. The crowd had swallowed every second. Now, just hours later, Hermione walked the corridors alone again, her head down, her pace brisk. It was like third year all over, only this time, the pitying stares burned worse than the mocking ones. But it was working, because someone took the bait. That night, as Hermione returned to the common room, she found a second note on her pillow. This one was folded more neatly, sealed with a drop of wax. No name. No signature. He was never going to choose you in the end. Come to the Undercroft if you want to know the truth. Midnight. She showed it to Harry immediately. He didn't hesitate. We set the trap there. At 5 minutes to midnight, Hermione stood alone outside the Undercroft, the ancient and used chamber beneath the Transfiguration wing that hadn't been officially opened since the 1800s. Draco and Harry were watching from the shadows under Harry's cloak, disillusionment charms layered for extra security. "Don't engage unless I call for you," Hermione had warned. "I need them to think I'm vulnerable." Draco hadn't liked it. At all. But he trusted her. Now she stepped inside, torchlight from her wand flickering off the old stone walls. The Undercroft smelled of mildew and secrets. Dust swirled in the air like ash. A voice echoed from the far end. "So predictable. You Gryffindors always are." Hermione turned slowly. The figure that stepped into the light was not cloaked this time. It was Theodore Nott. Her heart stumbled. "Theo," she asked. "You." He tilted his head, eyes calm, expression unreadable. "I warned you. I told you to end it. You sent the notes. You took the photo." "I did more than that," Theo said softly. "I've been watching you since the beginning. Since the library. Since the first time he looked at you like you meant something." Hermione's hand tightened around her wand. "Why?" "Because Draco doesn't see the war coming," Theo said. "He thinks he's free to make choices. That love is enough. But it's not. The old families are waking up. The ones that never bent the knee. Your relationship threatens everything we're rebuilding." "There is no rebuilding," Hermione said. "The Dark Lord is gone. The war is over." Theo stepped closer. "You really believe that? Then you're more naive than I thought." Behind the old bookshelves, Harry nudged Draco. "Now," he whispered. Draco's hand was already on his wand. "Not yet." Theo raised his wand, but not at Hermione. "I'm giving you a chance," he said. "Walk away now. Leave Hogwarts. Disappear. And he lives." Hermione's blood went cold. "What?" Theo's voice dropped. "We're watching him. If you stay, if you fight us, we'll kill him." That was the moment Draco stepped forward. "No," he said, voice like steel. "You won't." Theo spun, eyes wide as Draco and Harry revealed themselves, wands raised and aimed. "You always were dramatic, Nott," Draco said. "But threatening me? That was your mistake." Theo's face twisted. "You don't understand, Draco. You can't. You're meant for more than this. You're a Malfoy." "I'm not my father," Draco growled. "And if I have to prove that by standing against you, I will." Hermione stepped beside him. Together. Theo stared at them for a long moment. His wand lowered slightly, but his eyes were haunted. "Then you've chosen your side," he said coldly. "And you'll burn with it." With a sharp twist, he vanished in a shimmer of shadow. They were left standing in the dark, breathing hard, the scent of old stone thick around them. Harry finally spoke. He was bluffing. He couldn't attack you. "Not yet." "He was serious," Draco said, voice hollow. "But he was scared, too." Hermione turned to him. "What did he mean?" "About you being meant for more." Draco didn't answer right away. He stared into the flickering torchlight. "I think there's something about my family I haven't been told." Hermione touched his hand gently. "Then we find out. Together." But deep inside her chest, Hermione felt the first sting of true fear. Because if Theodore not had gone this far, who else was involved? And what if this was only the beginning? The confrontation with Theodore not had left them all shaken, but there was no time to dwell on fear. By the next morning, Hermione, Draco, and Harry were already working in secret, poring over every shred of history they could dig up. They met beneath the library in a forgotten alcove once used by Ravenclaws for dueling practice. Enclosed, enchanted, and nearly invisible to anyone not keyed into its protective charms. Hermione had brought the Selwyn family tree again, the faded parchment rolled carefully in her bag. Draco had brought something too, an old journal with a green serpent on the cover, retrieved from the back of his family's library over the last holiday. A journal that once belonged to Abraxas Malfoy, his grandfather. "You're sure this is safe to read?" Harry asked as Draco placed the book on the table. "Nothing in the magic reacts to dark enchantments," Draco replied. "I had it scanned by Madame Pants under the guise of a historical essay." Hermione opened it delicately, revealing sharp, slanted handwriting. "Here," she said after a few pages. "Listen to this. We made the pact with Selwyn after the second child failed. Ariana's blood was pure enough. The child would be protected. Hidden. The Malfoy name could not endure another scandal." Draco's brows knitted. Second child. Hermione looked up slowly. There was another Malfoy child. One who wasn't registered publicly. Hidden through blood magic. Concealed by the family to avoid suspicion or shame. Harry leaned closer. "And you think that child might still be alive?" "I think," Hermione said carefully, "that child is alive. And may have been trained, by the Selwyn line to carry on the pureblood ideals in secret." Draco stared down at the ink. It could be the one behind all this. The voice in the shadows. The one who sent Theo. Hermione nodded. "It would explain everything. They're not just angry at us. They see your choices as a betrayal of something ancient." Harry crossed his arms. "So this isn't just about you two. It's about stopping a legacy that should have died in the war." Hermione said nothing. Her eyes had drifted to a strange passage scratched into the margin of one of the pages. "Only the air can open the vault. Only the blood can reveal what was buried." Draco followed her gaze. "The vault? I've heard of it," Hermione murmured. "A mythical place mentioned in wizarding folklore. Said to be where certain families, ancient ones, stored knowledge too dangerous to destroy. Some say it contains spells older than Hogwarts. And this journal claims the Malfoys were tied to it," Harry said grimly. Draco met Hermione's eyes. "Then it's time we found it." That evening, as a thunderstorm rolled in over the Forbidden Forest, Hermione sat in the Gryffindor common room pretending to study. But her focus was shot. Every creak of the floorboards made her heart jump. Every flicker in the fireplace made her think of Theo's warning. And then she noticed Ron staring at her from the other end of the room. She tried to ignore him, but he stood and crossed the space in seconds. "Hermione," he said quietly, "can we talk?" She closed her book slowly. "I'm not sure that's a good idea. He hesitated. "I know what I did was wrong. With the Veritaserum. And I know I said things I didn't mean." She didn't respond. "I only did it because I was scared. I thought I was losing you to someone dangerous. Someone I couldn't trust." "You did lose me, Ron," she said softly. "But not to Draco. To your own fear." He swallowed. "Is it really him? After everything?" "It is," she said without hesitation. "And I don't need you to approve. I just need you to let me live my life." Ron looked like he wanted to argue, but he stopped himself. "Just be careful, okay? There's more going on than you think." "I know," Hermione said, standing. "Believe me, I know." Meanwhile, in the dungeons, Draco returned to the Slytherin common room to find a letter on his bed. No envelope. No wax seal. Just his name, written in dark, elegant ink. He unfolded it. "You are being watched. The vault is real. But it was not meant for you. Turn back. Or be destroyed." There was no signature. But below the warning, a symbol was drawn in fine, delicate strokes, a serpent coiled around a dagger. Draco recognized it instantly. It was the mark of the old blood pact, a forgotten alliance between the Malfoy, Selwyn, Rosier, and Caro families. It had been buried after the First Wizarding War, considered too extremist even for many Death Eaters. The pact had not died. It had merely gone underground. He tucked the letter into his robe and left the dorms without a word. Hermione was waiting for him near the greenhouses, shielded by vines and shadows. "I found something," he said, holding out the letter. She read it silently. "They're not just watching us," she said. "They're testing us. Seeing how far we'll go. How much we'll risk." Draco's jaw tensed. "Then we give them an answer." She looked up at him. "Are you ready for this?" "No," he said honestly. "But I'd rather face it with you than hide like a coward." Hermione took his hand. And beneath the boiling sky, thunder crashing in the distance, the two of them began planning the next move. One that would take them deeper into the past than either had ever imagined. The storm had passed by morning, but the air still carried that sharp, magical charge. The kind that clung to robes and made every spell spark brighter than it should. Hermione and Draco met Harry outside the room of requirement just after dawn, each of them pale from sleepless hours, eyes shadowed but determined. Hermione carried Abraxas Malfoy's journal. Draco held the letter bearing the serpent and dagger sigil. Harry, ever the strategist now, had drawn a map of Hogwarts with notations in the margins, coordinates cross-checked with spells from the Founder's era. "This symbol," Harry said, tapping the parchment Draco had given him. "It keeps coming up in Old Order of the Phoenix records. Dumbledore once called it the Blood's Final Vow. Said it was magic older than any ministry registration. Possibly even older than Hogwarts." Hermione nodded. "I think the vault we're looking for isn't just a room or a tomb. It's an anchor. A magical vault bound to family magic, tied to identity and blood. That's why only a true heir can open it." "And you think I'm the key?" Draco asked quietly. Hermione looked at him. "I know you are." Draco said nothing for a moment. Then he placed his palm on the open journal. "Then let's find out what I'm supposed to be." The trio began with the dungeons, old foundations long forgotten by most of the school. There were sealed doorways, rusted gates, collapsed tunnels, and enchanted dead ends. Hours passed. Spells failed. Dust filled their lungs. But then, in a chamber behind a crumbled corridor marked with warding glyphs, they found it. An old stone crest embedded in the floor. It bore the same serpent and dagger symbol, but this one shimmered faintly with blood-red magic. Around it, 4 words carved in Latin: Sanguis, Pactum, Silentium, Aperire, Blood, Pact, Silence, Open. Hermione translated aloud. "It's a binding ritual. You must swear silence before it lets you in." Draco stepped forward, knelt beside the crest, and removed his glove. "Then I swear." "Wait." Hermione reached for him, but it was too late. He pressed his palm to the stone. It flared red, then gold, then turned black and vanished, revealing a staircase spiraling downward into pitch darkness. Hermione's heart thundered. Draco stood, pale but unflinching. "It recognized me." "Then we're going in," Harry said, drawing his wand. "But no more surprises. We stick together." Hermione nodded, and the 3 of them descended. The vault was not what any of them expected. It was warm, lit by soft, golden fire floating in suspended spheres. The walls were lined with obsidian shelves filled with scrolls, grimoires, heirlooms, and vials. Dozens of them, some glowing faintly, others completely dark. Hermione moved forward, awestruck. This is a memory archive." Harry examined one of the vials. "These aren't like Dumbledore's pensive memories. They're older, preserved with blood magic." Then Draco stopped. In the center of the vault stood a single pedestal. Upon it was a black box wrapped in silver chains, humming with enchantments. Hermione stepped up beside him. "What is it?" "I don't know," Draco said, reaching out slowly. "But I think I'm meant to open it." "No, wait." Hermione tried to stop him again, but as his fingers touched the lid, the chains unraveled on their own. The box creaked open. Inside lay a single piece of parchment, aged but untouched by time. Hermione read it aloud. "To the heir of the pact, the child was taken, bloodbound and oath silenced, to fulfill the line when the firstborn failed. The secret shall remain, unless chosen to be broken by the rightful heir." Draco looked up slowly. "I'm not the only one." Harry's jaw tightened. "Then who is?" Hermione was already turning back to the archive shelves. She scanned the names on the vials, eyes moving rapidly until... Here. She held one up. It was labeled only with an initial. S. The magic on the vial pulsed when she held it near Draco. "It's connected to you," she whispered. Draco took the vial in shaking hands and looked at the swirling red inside. "It's a memory. A hidden one. Do you want to see it?" Harry asked. He hesitated, then nodded. Hermione conjured a shallow, pensive bowl from the air, her fingers weaving the spell carefully. She poured the vial in. The liquid memory shimmered and began to spin. Draco leaned over the edge and fell in. He stood in a nursery. Dark curtains. Cold stone walls. A baby crying in the distance. Two figures stood over a cradle. One was his grandfather, Abraxas Malfoy. The other, a pale woman in dark green robes, was Ariana Selwyn. "She'll never know who she truly is," Ariana said bitterly. "You've stolen her legacy." Abraxas replied coldly. "She is of no use to us now. She will be raised with the pact. She belongs to it now, not to me." "You think this will fix your bloodline?" Ariana hissed. "You cannot erase her existence." "We don't need to," Abraxas said. "We only need to hide it. Her brother will never know." The memory froze on the baby's face. A girl, with pale gray eyes, and a strange birthmark on her wrist, a curling serpent. Draco stumbled out of the memory, gasping. Hermione caught him. "What did you see?" He looked at her, wide-eyed. "I have a sister." Hermione blinked. "What?" "She was taken. Given to the Selwyns. Raised under their control. The pact was using her this whole time." Harry looked between them. "Then she could be the one behind all of this." "No," Draco said darkly. "She is." Hermione's voice was barely a whisper. "And if she's been raised to hate you." Draco's expression hardened. "Then she's coming for us next." The air in the vault had shifted. Even the floating lights above them dimmed, as if reacting to the weight of the truth Draco had uncovered. He had a sister. Not a metaphor. Not a lie. A real sister, taken at birth, erased from records, hidden through ancient blood magic. A child born of Ariana Selwyn and Abraxas Malfoy's pact, bred to restore a crumbling line and keep secrets buried in shadows. And now Hermione, Harry, and Draco were standing at the heart of that secret. "She was raised in silence," Draco whispered. "Taught to believe she was part of something greater. Something darker." Harry crossed his arms. "If she's the one behind Theo and these threats, she's been watching from the start." Hermione turned to Draco, voice quiet but firm. "You said the memory called her your sister. But did it say her name?" Draco shook his head. "No, just the child." Hermione looked at the empty cradle in her mind's eye, the gray-eyed baby, and the mark on her wrist. That mark, the serpent, it wasn't just a symbol. It's magical branding. We might be able to track her using it. Harry nodded. "If we can find someone with that mark." "We'll find her," Draco finished. But even as he spoke the words, something unsettled brewed behind his eyes. A question that wouldn't leave him. What if she doesn't want to be found? Back on the castle's upper floors, Ron stood in the astronomy tower, hands gripping the stone railing, watching the sky shift from blue to bruised purple. The stars hadn't come out yet. He didn't know what had changed in the last few days, but he could feel it. Harry was hiding something. Hermione was avoiding him again. And Draco, well, he was barely seen at all. Something big was happening. And Ron wasn't part of it. Not anymore. Behind him, someone stepped into the tower. "Strange view for someone who used to love Quidditch," said a calm, cool voice. Ron turned. Theonot stood at the entrance, arms folded, posture deceptively casual. Ron tensed. "What do you want?" Theo shrugged. "Thought I'd let you in on a secret. Since your friends aren't bothering to." "I know something's going on," Ron muttered. "I'm not an idiot." "No," Theo said with a faint smirk. "You're not. Which is exactly why you should be asking what they're keeping from you." Ron frowned. "What are you saying?" "I'm saying," Theo replied, stepping forward, "that Hermione Granger is helping Draco Malfoy uncover the secrets of his bloodline. And that you're not just being left out. You're being protected. Or worse, used." Ron's fists clenched. "You're lying." Theo tilted his head. "Am I? Then ask them yourself. Ask about the vault. Ask about the girl. Ask about the serpent's mark." And with that, he turned and left, robes sweeping like a ghost behind him. Ron stood frozen, the wind rushing around him. The girl. The vault. The mark. What had Hermione gotten herself into? 2 floors below, Hermione and Draco walked the edge of the black lake under cover of night. The water shimmered beneath the moon, the quiet broken only by the occasional croak of a toad or splash of something unseen. I keep wondering what she's like, Draco murmured. If she's like me. If she looks like me. She has your eyes, Hermione said softly. In the memory. Same gray. But colder. Draco's lips curled bitterly. Probably raised to hate the name Malfoy. Or worse, to worship it. They stopped near the willow tree. Hermione turned to him. If she's working with the pact, she won't stop until you're out of her way. I know. She might try to kill you. Draco looked at her. Then she'll have to try hard. There was silence between them for a moment. The tension of truth. Of blood and betrayal. Of a sibling neither asked for. Then Hermione reached up and touched his cheek. I won't let her hurt you. Draco leaned into her hand. And I won't let anyone tear you away from me. Not my blood. Not my past. Not even her. They kissed under the stars, quiet, brief, but filled with fire. They were in this together. All the way to the end. Later that night, back in the hidden alcove, Harry arrived with news. I cross-referenced the birthmark. There are only a few magical registries that track that serpent's sigil. It's rare, but known. Hermione leaned in. And she's here. Draco's head snapped up. What? Harry pulled out a thin file. She was registered under a different name, Celine Avery. House Slytherin. Transferred in from Durmstrang 2 years ago. Quiet. Kept to herself. Perfect cover. Hermione went pale. I've seen her. In the back row of potions. She never speaks. Draco stood abruptly. Then she's been close to us this whole time. Harry's face was grim. And if she's who we think she is, she's not watching anymore. Hermione's voice dropped. She's waiting to strike. And far beneath the castle, in the catacombs where no student had set foot for centuries, a figure stood before a black altar, candles flickering around her. Celine Avery pulled back her sleeve. The serpent on her wrist shimmered, glowing faintly in the dark. She stared into the flame and whispered, Soon, brother. Very soon. The next day passed like a ticking time bomb. Draco sat through defense against the dark arts with his wand in his lap, not hearing a single word Professor Lupin said. Hermione kept scanning the classroom for Celine Avery, her gaze drifting past her again and again, each glance sharper than the last. She was there, quiet, reserved, always at the edge of the room. A pale girl with silver-flecked eyes and hair as dark as midnight, her presence so muted it was almost magical in itself. Like she didn't want to be noticed. Until now. Halfway through the lesson, Celine raised her hand. Lupin blinked. Yes, Miss Avery? I think Draco Malfoy is hiding something dangerous, she said flatly, loud enough for the whole class to hear. The room froze. Hermione's heart stopped. Draco stood up slowly, his chair scraping the stone. Excuse me? Celine's voice was calm, collected. I said I think you're hiding something. Something cursed. You've been acting strangely. Whispering with Potter and Granger. Disappearing for hours. You leave the dungeons at night. Lupin frowned, trying to maintain control. Miss Avery, unless you have proof. I'll find it, Celine said, eyes locked on Draco. You can count on that. Draco's voice was cold. You can try. Lupin quickly ended the class, dismissing everyone early with a tight smile and a warning not to stir trouble. But the damage was done. As students shuffled out, whispering, Hermione grabbed Draco's arm. She's making her move. Draco stared straight ahead. Then let's make ours. An hour later, they met Harry in the same secret alcove. This time Ron followed. He'd insisted. I know I've been left out, he said as soon as the door shut behind them. But I'm not walking away. I want the truth. Now. Harry looked to Hermione, who nodded. So they told him everything. About the pact. About the vault. About Celine. About Draco's sister. Ron sat through it all, jaw clenched, face unreadable. When it was over, he stared at Draco. So she's your sister. Draco met his eyes. Apparently. And she's trying to kill you. Not yet, Draco said. But soon. Ron turned to Hermione. And you're really in the middle of all this? She didn't flinch. Yes. He let out a breath. All right. Then I'm in. Hermione blinked. You are. Ron nodded. Look, I still hate that it's him. But I trust you. And if this girl's what you say she is, then we can't fight her alone. Draco said nothing. But for the first time, he didn't scowl at Ron. Hermione gave him a small smile. Thank you. Ron gave her a stiff nod. I'm not doing it for Malfoy. Draco smirked. Of course not. That night they set their trap. Again. This time it would be different. They wouldn't wait for Celine to strike. They'd draw her out. Using Draco. The plan was simple. Draco would walk alone into the forest's edge, carrying a fake grimoire and a charmed relic. Something rare enough to tempt anyone watching. The others would follow under disillusionment charms, waiting to ambush whoever appeared. But the moment Draco crossed the forest threshold, something went wrong. A wall of fire erupted behind him. The others were blocked, separated by enchanted flames so hot it bent the air. Draco! Hermione screamed, banging against the invisible barrier. But he was gone, swallowed by shadow. Inside the forest, Draco moved slowly now, wand drawn, the relic still glowing faintly in his satchel. He knew she was here. He could feel her. Celine, he called out. You don't have to hide anymore. A voice answered, cold and sharp like frost. You never even looked for me. Draco turned slowly. She stepped from between the trees, robes flowing, eyes like his own, only harder. More cruel. There was no kindness in them. No mercy. You knew nothing of me, she said. Because they wanted it that way. You, the heir. The golden sun. Me, the secret kept underground. You were taken, Draco said carefully. I didn't know. I would've. She laughed bitterly. You would've what? Saved me? Given up your inheritance. I would have tried. Her face twisted. Too late. She raised her wand. Draco moved just in time, dodging a jet of violet light that scorched the tree beside him. I don't want to fight you, he shouted. But I do, she snarled. Because if I kill you, I become the heir. I gain the key. I open the second vault. Draco's blood froze. There's another vault? Celine stepped forward, wand aimed at his chest. Yes. And only one of us can live to unlock it. Back at the edge of the forest, Hermione fought against the barrier with every spell she knew. Nothing worked. Even Harry's strongest hexes rebounded off the flames. Ron grabbed her arm. Stop. You're going to hurt yourself. We have to get through, she cried, eyes wild with fear. He's alone with her. I know, Ron said, pulling her back. But we can't help him if we're unconscious. Think, how would she set this trap? Hermione's mind raced. Fire barrier. Precision timing. No death spells yet. Celine was toying with them. But she'd made one mistake. She underestimated how far Hermione would go. Hermione turned to Harry. The dark vault was sealed with pact magic, right? He nodded. Yeah, why? Then we can break this the same way. With its opposite. Harry frowned. Meaning? Hermione took a breath. Love. Ron blinked. Seriously? She was branded with blood magic. Draco wasn't. That means I might be the counterbalance. She's fueled by hate. But if I use a powerful enough Patronus, one fueled by love for Draco, it might weaken the seal. Harry's eyes widened. It's worth a shot. Hermione turned to the fire and raised her wand. She closed her eyes. And thought of him. Draco's smirk when he teased her in the library. His hand brushing hers in the dark. His voice whispering, I'd rather face it with you. Expecto Patronum. A blinding silver otter burst from her wand, slamming into the fire. And the wall shattered. Inside the forest, Draco fell to one knee, blood dripping from a cut across his shoulder. Celine raised her wand again. But this time, Hermione's voice rang through the trees. Expelliarmus. Celine's wand flew from her hand. She spun around, face contorted in disbelief. You. But Hermione didn't stop. She ran to Draco, pulled him to his feet. And together they faced Celine. End this, Hermione said. But Celine only stared at them, eyes cold. Then, without another word, she disapparated into black mist. Gone. But not for long. Celine Avery had vanished, but her magic still clung to the forbidden forest like smoke after a fire. Every branch seemed sharper, every shadow more sinister. Draco stood leaning against a tree, blood still oozing from the shallow cut on his shoulder, wand shaking faintly in his fingers. Hermione held onto his other hand tightly, her own breathing ragged from the force it took to summon the Patronus that shattered the fire barrier. Beside them, Harry and Ron had finally caught up, both pale and tense. "She just disappeared?" Ron asked, eyes scanning the space where Celine had stood moments ago. "She didn't run," Draco muttered. "She retreated." Hermione turned to him. "She mentioned something, didn't she?" "Before I got through." Draco nodded slowly. "She said there's a second vault. One that only the heir can open. But only one of us can live to do it." Harry's brow furrowed. That explains her motive. She's not just trying to protect some dark family tradition. She thinks there's more power to gain. Maybe even control. Ron muttered. "What is it with Slytherins and hidden chambers?" Hermione ignored him. "We need to find that vault. Before she does." They didn't go back to their dormitories that night. Instead, they gathered once more in the alcove beneath the library, this time with Madame Pance's grudging permission after Hermione spun a convincing tale about advanced magical history research. The real work began in silence, scrolls, journals, maps, and magical blueprints of Hogwarts laid out across the floor. Harry ran a hand through his hair. "We need a starting point. Some reference to a second vault, something the Order or even the Death Eaters might have missed." Draco flipped through Abraxas Malfoy's journal again, until a half-ripped page fell loose. He caught it midair and stared. "What is it?" Hermione asked, peering over his shoulder. "A map," Draco breathed. "No, a schematic. Of the foundations beneath the castle. This shows a sealed chamber off the old crypts." Hermione's finger pointed to an area marked only with one word, Umbra. "That's Latin for shadow," she said quietly. "It's not a name. It's a warning." Ron frowned. The Chamber of Secrets was under the school. "Are you telling me there's another secret vault?" "This isn't a chamber," Draco said. "It's a prison. Or a lockbox." Harry leaned in. "That's where she's going. It's the only place that makes sense." Draco clenched the paper. "Then we beat her there." The crypts beneath Hogwarts were a labyrinth even the professors rarely entered. Once used to bury fallen founders and protect ancient relics, they'd long since been sealed and repurposed for forgotten magical waste and dangerous artifacts no one dared destroy. By nightfall, Hermione led the group down the eastern stairwell, her wand tip glowing a pale white. The walls around them narrowed. Dust and webs coated everything. A sharp chill crept into their robes. Then Ron stopped. "There," he whispered. "The wall's different." Indeed, one stretch of stone looked newer, less weathered. Hermione stepped forward, cast Revelio, and watched as glowing runes flared to life across the bricks. "A blood seal," she murmured. "Same as before. It needs you, Draco." He didn't hesitate this time. He pressed his palm against the runes. They hissed, then melted away like wax. The wall groaned and slid open. Inside lay a descending staircase, carved from obsidian and bone-white marble. The air was thick with magic and the scent of something ancient. The second vault waited. The chamber was circular, massive, its ceiling lost in darkness above them. At the center stood a stone pedestal wrapped in black iron thorns. Around it, for plinths bore carved serpents, Malfoy, Selwyn, Rosier, Caro. Draco stepped forward first. The iron thorns retracted at his presence, curling back like vines recognizing a master. Hermione gasped. "It's keyed to your bloodline. This vault wasn't just protected by your ancestors. It was meant for you." But just as Draco reached the pedestal, a voice echoed from the far end. "You're half right." They spun around. Celine stood at the threshold, wand at her side, eyes glinting. She stepped inside slowly, confidently, her presence commanding. "This vault was made for both of us," she said. "The final test of the pact. 2 heirs. 1 vault. 1 legacy." "You don't have to do this," Draco said. "We can find another way. Share the truth. End this together." But Celine shook her head, almost mournfully. "You still don't get it. This isn't about blood anymore. It's about power. The vault holds the root of the pact's magic. The truth behind our ancestors' greatest spells. I will not let that fall into hands corrupted by weakness." She raised her wand. Draco raised his. But before a spell was cast, Hermione stepped between them. "No," she shouted. "Enough of this. You're siblings, family. You don't have to keep destroying each other to live up to the ghosts of the past. Celine's voice cracked. Family? They buried me. They erased me like I was a curse. You survived, Hermione said gently. You became powerful, smart, feared. But none of that means anything if all you leave behind is hate. Celine's wand trembled. Hermione took a step forward. You can choose something different. Right now. This doesn't have to end in blood. The room fell silent. Then Celine whispered, You think he'd ever choose me over you? Hermione blinked. What? But Celine wasn't looking at her anymore. She was looking at Draco. Tell me, she said, voice raw. If you had to choose me or her, who would it be? Draco stared at her for a long moment. Then, quietly, I'd choose what's right. Celine's expression shattered, and with a scream of rage and heartbreak, she unleashed her spell. Confringo! The explosion lit up the vault in a brilliant inferno of red and gold. Stone cracked. Iron groaned. The plinths around the chamber split like kindling, shards of ancient serpents raining down as the vault trembled under the force of Celine's rage. Hermione barely had time to raise a shield. Protego Maxima, she screamed, pushing the spell out wide enough to protect Harry, Ron, and Draco as the blast washed over them. When the dust cleared, the air reeked of burning magic. Celine stood panting, her wand still raised, her face pale with fury, and something far more dangerous, pain. You should have chosen me, she said through clenched teeth, eyes locked on Draco. Draco stepped out from behind the shield, wand steady, gaze unwavering. You gave me nothing to choose. You threatened the people I care about. You destroyed everything that might have brought us together. You were born with everything, she shouted. The name, the power, the life I was denied. I didn't ask for it. Draco roared back. But I'm trying to be something better than the monsters who built this place. The pedestal between them shuddered. The vault was reacting. Hermione's eyes widened. The magic, it's responding to the heirs. To their intent. The vault isn't just a lock. It's a judge. Harry looked toward the shattered floor. Then this whole place is going to collapse if it senses violence. It's testing them, Hermione whispered. It wants to know if they're worthy. Ron muttered. Then maybe don't scream murder at each other while standing on a magical bomb. Draco lowered his wand, but Celine did not. She moved toward the pedestal, speaking in the old tongue. Sanguis. Pactum. Umbra. Vox. The thorns coiled tighter, resisting her call. Hermione pulled out the journal of Abraxas Malfoy, flipping frantically through its crumbling pages. Then her voice rang out. Stop. That's the wrong phrase. You're activating the failsafe. Celine hesitated. Hermione looked up, meeting her eyes. The second vault wasn't made to give power. It was made to contain it. A final prison for the Pack's darkest creation. What creation? Celine demanded. Hermione's voice trembled. The root curse. The spell that bound all four families through blood, through hate. It was sealed here to prevent it from being used again. Celine blinked, faltering for the first time. Lies. No, Draco said, stepping toward her. The vault doesn't want a ruler. It wants someone willing to end it. The pedestal responded, glowing faintly now, the thorns softening. Celine stared at it. At him. Then whispered, So I'm nothing? No, Hermione said gently. You're not nothing. But you have a choice. Be more than what they made you. For a moment, silence. Celine's eyes fluttered. Her wand lowered. Then the pedestal cracked. From within, a pulse of dark red magic erupted. Ancient, corrupted, screaming through the air like a banshee. The chamber howled. A voice echoed from nowhere and everywhere. The pact must be fulfilled. Only one shall remain. Draco gasped. It's a curse built into the vault. It wants us to fight. Celine's face twisted in realization and horror. It's not testing us. It's manipulating us. Hermione's grip tightened on her wand. We have to destroy it. Ron pulled a glowing orb from his satchel, a containment relic from the Room of Requirement, swiped weeks ago during another secret mission. Will this help? Hermione nodded quickly. If we bind the root curse inside and seal it, it'll collapse the magic around the vault, but we'll have seconds to escape. Harry stepped forward. Then let's do it fast. Celine hesitated. Draco looked at her. Help us. Her wand flicked up. For a heartbeat, Hermione feared the worst. But Celine moved to Draco's side. Together, they began the incantation. Claudera sanguinum. Claudera tenebris. Seal the blood. Seal the darkness. Hermione, Harry, and Ron joined the chant, voices uniting, magic vibrating through the chamber. The red curse twisted violently, resisting. The vault began to collapse. The pedestal exploded in a flash of gold. The orb trembled. Then silence. The vault's energy winked out. The root curse sealed. The light faded. And the chamber was still. Cracks split through the walls. Hermione shouted, "We have to go!" They ran, up the spiral staircase, across the crypts, through falling debris and crumbling stone. Just as the final archway collapsed behind them, they burst into the corridor outside the dungeons, coughing, scraped alive. And together. Later, in the hospital wing, Madame Pomfrey fussed over burns and bruises while Dumbledore stood at the window, gazing at the moonlit grounds below. His face unreadable, but his eyes carried the weight of someone who'd suspected the truth and dreaded it. "I had always hoped the second vault would remain sealed," he said softly. "But you did more than survive it. You ended something dark." Hermione glanced at Celine, who sat on the far bed in silence, no longer bound, but watched carefully by McGonagall. "What will happen to her?" Hermione asked. "She will face the truth. Not punishment, but healing," Dumbledore said. "If she chooses it." Celine turned to them then. Her eyes still held shadows, but there was no hatred in them now. "Thank you," she said to Draco, "for not becoming what they wanted you to be." Draco nodded once. "You still have time." Hermione reached over and took his hand. He squeezed back. Outside, the first snowfall of the year blanketed the castle. And for the first time since the curse had awakened, the stones of Hogwarts felt warm again. Winter descended over Hogwarts in full force, blanketing the castle in frost and silence. The lake had frozen over. Hagrid's pumpkins were buried in snow. Even Peeves seemed quieter, content to skate across the icy floors rather than toss dung bombs at first years. But the quiet didn't last. Not for long. Inside the library, tucked away behind the arithmancy section, Hermione sat across from Draco at their usual hidden table, the snow dusting the windows in soft patterns behind them. They had returned to classes, to routine, but nothing felt normal. Not after the vault. Not after Celine. Hermione was reading, but she hadn't turned a page in 15 minutes. Draco wasn't reading at all. "She's been transferred," he finally said, voice low. Hermione looked up. "Celine." He nodded. "St. Mungo's long-term ward. Specialized magical trauma unit. They said she didn't resist." Hermione bit her lip. "That's good." She said something before she left. He hesitated. "She told me she didn't hate me anymore. Just herself." Hermione reached across the table and took his hand. "She'll need time. But she will heal. You helped her take the first step." Draco looked down at their joined hands. "It's strange. All my life I thought I understood who I was. What my family was. And then she shattered it all." Hermione smiled faintly. "Sometimes it takes everything breaking to find what's real." He looked at her, his voice barely a whisper. "And you? What's real for you?" She didn't answer with words. Instead, she leaned across the table and kissed him. Soft, sure, and unafraid. When she pulled away, she whispered, "You are." The reaction in the school wasn't immediate, but it came. By the time word of the kiss had passed through Ravenclaw Tower and reached the Slytherin common room, whispers had grown sharp and judgmental. Some students looked at Hermione like she was insane. Others looked at Draco like he was a traitor again. Pansy Parkinson caught up with him near the grand staircase. "Tell me this is just a phase." Draco didn't stop walking. "It's not. She's a mudblood," Pansy hissed. Draco stopped, turned, and for the first time in his life in the open, in front of a crowd, he said, "Don't ever call her that again." Pansy blinked. So did 2 sixth years behind her. Draco walked away, and he didn't look back. Ron, on the other hand, was still struggling. He wasn't cruel. He didn't lash out. But he was distant. Quiet at meals. Stiff during group work. Short with his words. And one evening, in the common room, he finally said it. "I don't hate him anymore," Ron muttered. "But I still don't like seeing you with him." Hermione set her quill down gently. "Why?" He didn't look at her. "Because you were supposed to end up with someone like me." Hermione's heart ached, but her voice was steady. I didn't fall in love with who I was supposed to. I fell in love with who I needed. Ron said nothing for a while. Then he stood. Just don't forget your friends, yeah? I won't. He walked away, hands in his pockets, but not angry. Just letting go. As Christmas approached, decorations appeared overnight. Snow charms filled the great hall with drifting flakes. The house elves outdid themselves with glowing pudding, ice sculptures, and fireplaces crackling with green and blue flames. Hermione found herself smiling more. Laughing again. Holding Draco's hand in public now, even when they passed the Slytherin table. Some of the looks were harsh. Most were confused. But a few, especially from younger students, were curious. Hopeful. Like maybe they were watching something change. On the final day before holidays, Harry pulled Hermione aside near the Ollery. "You've been quiet lately," he said. Hermione smiled. "That's rich coming from you. I mean quiet about you and Draco." Hermione's face softened. "We're figuring it out. But for the first time, I think we actually can." Harry looked thoughtful. "You're brave, you know." "Not really." "No," he said. "You are. Braver than anyone." She looked at him for a long moment. "Thank you." And then with a grin, "But I'm still smarter." Harry chuckled. "Well, some things never change." That night, Hermione met Draco at the astronomy tower. The snow had stopped falling, and the stars were sharp and clear. He handed her a small wrapped package, untidy, clearly not done with magic. She opened it carefully. It was a worn piece of parchment. At first, she didn't understand. Then she saw it. A sketch. Of her. Sitting by the fire, reading a book, a look of deep focus on her face. The corner of her mouth slightly curled. The light from the flames catching in her curls. Her throat tightened. "You drew this?" He nodded. "The first night I ever saw you for real." She looked at him. "And what did you see?" He stepped closer, brushing her cheek with the back of his fingers. "I saw the girl who was going to save me." Hermione leaned in, forehead resting against his. "And I saw the boy who would make me brave." Above them, stars whispered across the sky. And for the first time, neither of them looked back. The holidays arrived in a hush of snow and soft candlelight. With most of the students gone home, Hogwarts felt quieter than ever. Less like a school and more like a breathing, ancient thing resting under a winter enchantment. Hermione stayed. So did Draco. And Harry. Ron had left for the burrow with a barely concealed sadness in his eyes, but he'd hugged Hermione before leaving and even gave Draco a tight nod. Progress Hermione didn't take for granted. On Christmas Eve, the castle felt suspended in magic. The corridors glowed with floating candles and holly garlands, and the great hall, emptied of its usual crowd, was filled instead with the quiet laughter of the few who remained. Draco surprised Hermione by joining her at dinner, right at the Gryffindor table, beside Harry. Not out of defiance. Just comfort. No one told him to move. Even Professor McGonagall looked mildly pleased behind her spectacles. Afterwards, they walked alone through the gardens where the snow glowed silver in the moonlight. There was no rush in their steps, just the kind of stillness that only came when the past had stopped chasing and the future hadn't yet arrived. Hermione leaned against his shoulder. "I never thought Hogwarts could feel peaceful." Draco slid an arm around her waist. "It's only peaceful because we survived everything that wasn't." She smiled faintly. "I keep thinking it's over, but you feel it too," he said. "Like something's still out there. Watching." She didn't answer. She didn't have to. Later that night, Hermione couldn't sleep. She stood by the window of the Gryffindor common room, watching the snow fall, the flames in the fireplace dancing low behind her. The root curse was sealed. Celine was in St. Mungo's. The vaults were closed. But something was missing. Something subtle. Off. She grabbed her notebook and quill, flipping through pages of diagrams, symbols, notes on the pact, dates, until one corner of a page snagged her attention. Abraxas Malfoy. She'd underlined it 3 times. In every record, he'd been called the final architect of the pact. But one passage she found earlier that week, buried in a crumbling book in the restricted section, had called him something else. The first hollow. Hermione stared at the phrase. What did it mean? She turned the page, and there it was. A half-translated passage she hadn't looked at properly before. The first hollow will return in form unseen, bound to the bloodline yet severed by time. When the vaults are broken and the heirs stand judged, the hollow will awaken to claim what was promised. Her blood turned to ice. She grabbed the nearest book on magical resurrection and flipped through it wildly. Necromancy. Forbidden pacts. Possession through ancestral bloodlines. Her eyes landed on one phrase. The hollow is not a person, but a soul fragment, tethered by design. Waiting. Hermione slammed the book shut. Draco wasn't just the heir. He was the anchor, and something was still inside him. She ran to the astronomy tower, the only place she thought he might be alone. Draco was already there, leaning on the railing, pale beneath the moonlight. He turned as she approached, brow furrowed. Granger. Her breath caught. Something's wrong. Draco's eyes darkened. I know. Then slowly he held up his hand. His fingers were trembling, burned red at the tips, and a mark had begun to form on his wrist, spiraling, ancient, glowing faintly gold. I felt it when the vault collapsed, he whispered. But I didn't want to believe it. I thought maybe it was just residue. Leftover magic. Hermione stepped closer, her voice shaking. It's not. It's him. Abraxas. Draco's voice was hollow. He's inside me. She reached for his hand, squeezing it tightly. We'll find a way to get him out. Whatever magic bound him to you, we'll undo it. Draco shook his head. It's not just about removing him. If he wakes fully, he'll use me. Everything Celine started, it was leading to this. Hermione's eyes filled with horror. The vault was never the end. Draco looked out across the snowy grounds. It was the beginning. And deep in the shadows of the forbidden forest, beneath frozen roots and ancient stone, something stirred. A flicker of light. A pulse of breathless magic. The eyes of a statue, long cracked, long dead, glowed gold for the first time in 100 years. And in a voice that only the wind could hear, it whispered. My heir has awakened. Snow still clung to the windows of the astronomy tower as Draco stared at the faint golden spiral burning into his wrist. It pulsed like a second heartbeat, slow, steady, insistent. Hermione gripped his hand harder, her other holding her wand at the ready, as if she could hex the mark out of existence. Abraxas isn't dead, she said quietly, not as a question. Not completely. Draco's jaw clenched. He split himself, the way Voldemort did. Not through Horcruxes, through bloodline rituals. Old magic. Forgotten magic. Magic that sleeps until it's called. Hermione shook her head. You're not him. You don't have to carry this. But I am carrying it, Draco snapped, more bitter than angry. It's inside me. He's inside me. I can feel him pressing at the edge of my thoughts. Waiting. Hermione steadied her breath. Then we find the magic that sealed him, and we unmake it. Like we did with the root curse. It won't be that simple, Draco said. He made sure of it. From the stairwell behind them, footsteps echoed. Harry emerged, wand drawn, his expression grim. I saw the light from below. Is it true? Hermione looked at Draco. He didn't hesitate. It's true. Abraxas left a piece of himself in me. And now he's trying to come back. Harry didn't flinch. Then we stop him before he can. Draco raised an eyebrow. And what if stopping him means killing me? Hermione spun toward him. Don't you dare say that. But Harry didn't blink. Then we find a way that doesn't. There's always a choice. Draco's voice dropped. Not in my family. Harry met his eyes evenly. You're not your family anymore. The next morning, the three of them gathered in the room of requirement, summoned by Hermione, who had transformed the space into a replica of the old black library. Floor-to-ceiling shelves, enchanted scrolls, and glass cases filled with forbidden books. A roaring fire crackled in the corner. Most blood-anchored spirits can't fully return unless one of three conditions is met, she explained, pacing in front of a blackboard full of runes. 1. The heir willingly submits to the spirit. 2. The heir dies. Or 3. Someone performs a blood ritual to summon the fragment into physical form. Harry frowned. Then we need to prevent all 3. Draco sat at the long table, studying the runes on his wrist. Celine knew about this. She had to. That's why she kept pushing me, forcing me into darker choices. She was preparing me to be his vessel. Hermione nodded. That vault was never meant to be the end. It was a trigger. A test to see if you were strong or desperate enough. Ron burst through the door, panting. Tell me I'm not too late. Hermione blinked. Ron. He held up a rolled parchment, slightly singed and dripping wet with snowmelt. Found this in the attic of Grimmauld Place. Thought it might be junk. Then I saw his name. He unfurled it across the table. An ancient ritual map. At the center, the hollow binding. In the corner, scrawled in red ink, one name. Abraxas Malfoy. Hermione gasped. This is it. The original ritual. The one that sealed him to the bloodline. Draco leaned over the page. If we reverse it, we might sever the connection, Hermione said. Not destroy him, but force him out of you. Harry looked up. But we'd still have to contain him once he's free. Hermione's eyes narrowed. Then we trap him. Not in a vault. Not in a relic. She looked at Draco. We trap him in us. Draco froze. Absolutely not. Hermione stepped forward. Just listen. If we each hold a fragment like a human barrier, the spell won't have enough unity to keep him whole. He'll be scattered, powerless. You're not carrying a piece of him, Draco growled. I won't allow it. Hermione's eyes flashed. You don't get to decide what I'll risk for you. Harry looked between them. There might be another way. Ron grunted. There's always another way. But we've got one shot to get this right. That night, they performed the ritual in the Forbidden Forest, at the stone circle where ancient magic had once been born. The snow glowed silver under moonlight as the four of them stood inside the ring. Draco at the center, Hermione, Harry, and Ron forming the triangle around him. Hermione's voice trembled as she began the incantation. Sanguis Vitus. Lux Nova. Vinculum Fractum. The wind howled. The runes on Draco's wrist burst into golden flame. He screamed, dropping to his knees. Hermione shouted louder, pushing magic into the circle. Harry and Ron followed, their voices rising above the storm. Ex Umbra. Ex Fatum. Ex Abraxas. The light exploded outward. A golden figure ripped from Draco's chest, a twisted, distorted echo of Abraxas Malfoy, screaming in rage and pain. You dare cast me aside? I am your blood. Hermione's eyes glowed. You are nothing but a shadow. She raised her wand. The golden tether between them split, and the spirit of Abraxas was torn into 3 shards, slammed into Hermione, Harry, and Ron. The wind died instantly. Draco collapsed in the center. Hermione rushed to his side, wrapping her arms around him. His eyes fluttered open. Clear. No gold. Just gray. I'm here, she whispered. He gave a faint smile. You always are. Far away, inside the walls of the castle, something ancient cracked. A statue in the Hall of the Founders shifted slightly. Its eyes no longer glowed. And deep beneath the dungeons, the last traces of the pack's magic bled away into silence. But the story was far from over. Because as peace returned to Hogwarts, a letter arrived, sealed in black wax, marked with the sigil of the Ministry of Magic, and addressed to Draco Malfoy and Hermione Granger. You are hereby summoned to a confidential inquiry regarding magical bloodline interference, unauthorized vault access, and the use of cursed ancestral magic. The parchment was cold in Hermione's hands. She read it twice, then a third time, each word heavy and unyielding. Draco stood beside her, unreadable, his gray eyes fixed on the ministry's seal as though it might catch fire and burn itself to ash. The words were simple. You are hereby summoned to a confidential inquiry regarding magical bloodline interference, unauthorized vault access, and the use of cursed ancestral magic. Attendance is compulsory. Signed, Head of the Department of Magical Integrity. Below the signature was a name none of them expected. Dolores Jane Umbridge. Hermione stared at the name. Her hands shook. This can't be real, she whispered. She was dismissed from the ministry after the war. She was banned from holding power. People like her don't stay gone, Draco muttered. They just wait for the dust to settle. Harry stormed in from the corridor outside the library, Ron right behind him. You got one too, didn't you? Hermione nodded. When? Tomorrow, Harry said. They've summoned all 4 of us to a private hearing. Ron slammed a hand against the stone wall. And who decided Umbridge of all people gets to run this? Hermione whispered. It's not just about the vault. They're afraid. Of the bloodline magic, of the curse, of everything we uncovered. They want to contain it. Draco's voice was low. Or bury it. The Ministry of Magic felt colder than usual when they arrived the next morning. The corridors, once vibrant with enchanted signs and bustling witches and wizards, now felt sterile and clinical, clean to the point of lifeless. The elevator took them deep into the lower levels, past the Department of Mysteries, past the abandoned courtrooms, to a door Hermione had never seen before. A brass plaque read, DMI Department of Magical Integrity. Blood preserves law. Harry gave her a look. That's a terrifying slogan. They were led inside by two silent hit wizards. The chamber was small, circular, lined with smooth black stone. No windows. Only a single table surrounded by 4 chairs on one side, and a tall, throne-like seat on the other. Dolores Umbridge sat in it. She hadn't changed much. Still squat and pink, still smiling with that syrupy, venomous sweetness. But her eyes, cold, watchful, predatory, had sharpened with age. Miss Granger, she cooed. Mr. Malfoy. Potter. Weasley. So good to see you all again. I do hope you've enjoyed your time meddling in things far above your authority. Hermione spoke first. We uncovered a centuries-old curse, buried and hidden by your predecessors. And we stopped it. Unsupervised, Umbridge interrupted, clicking her pen. Using illegal ritual magic, releasing cursed bloodlines, and most concerning of all, tampering with vaults that predate even Hogwarts. That, I'm afraid, demands consequences. Draco folded his arms. Funny, you never seemed concerned with justice before. Umbridge's smile didn't waver. Oh, Mr. Malfoy, your family practically wrote the rules I'm now required to enforce. Don't be surprised when those rules come back to bite. Ron leaned forward. What do you want from us? Umbridge opened a pink folder. Inside were photographs, moving images of Draco in the Forbidden Forest, of the root curse, even a blurry shot of Abraxas's golden echo tearing from his body. How did you get these? Harry demanded. We have eyes, she said pleasantly. Even where we're not invited. Hermione stiffened. You were watching, even during the ritual. We needed to see what you would become, Umbridge said. And now we know. She turned to Draco. You're dangerous. Hermione stood abruptly. He's a victim. He's a vessel, Umbridge snapped, her smile vanishing. For a line of magic that nearly destroyed our world. And you? You're the witch who willingly bonded yourself to that bloodline. The Ministry doesn't forget such things. Draco's voice was a low growl. So what now? You throw us in Azkaban. Hardly, she said, regaining her composure. No, Mr. Malfoy. The Ministry has a far more elegant plan. She slid a second piece of parchment across the table. Harry read it aloud. A magical observation writ? What's that? A binding agreement, Umbridge said sweetly. You will remain at Hogwarts, under full surveillance, with limited access to magical materials. If any one of you engages in unapproved spellcasting, you'll be arrested for treason. Hermione scoffed. So we're prisoners. That's what this is. No, Umbridge purred. Your symbols. Proof that the Ministry still controls magic. That no family, Malfoy or otherwise, can act above the law. Draco rose to his feet, voice like ice. You don't want to control us. You want to use us. She smiled. Semantics. Back at Hogwarts that night, the castle felt colder than the forest had. McGonagall was livid when she heard. This is nothing short of political punishment, she muttered, pacing her office. And yet I'm legally bound to comply with their conditions. Harry folded his arms. So what do we do? Hermione said nothing for a long time. Then quietly, we give them what they want. Draco stared at her. What? We play their game, she said. Let them think they're in control. But we start digging. We find out what the DMI really wants, and what else they're hiding. Draco slowly nodded. Like another vault? Or worse, Hermione said. Ron looked from one to the other. If they think they've already seemed dangerous. Harry finished the thought. They're not ready for what comes next. And from the shadows behind McGonagall's fireplace, a magical quill scribbled silently in the darkness. Reporting. Watching. Waiting. The DMI didn't just leave eyes on them, they left shadows. Within days of returning to classes under the Ministry's new restrictions, Hermione, Draco, Harry, and Ron felt it. A weight in the corridors. A silence in conversations that should have felt normal. Slytherins whispered when Draco passed. Ravenclaws watched Hermione with cautious curiosity. Professors paused too long when handing them assignments, and McGonagall, despite her fierce disapproval, grew guarded in public. The surveillance wasn't obvious. That was what made it dangerous. No one wore badges. No one followed them outright. But conversations ended too quickly. Quills paused mid-sentence when they walked into a room. And a black owl with no crest began delivering blank and signed scrolls to Draco's desk at breakfast, each one disappearing in smoke the moment it was opened. Hermione had taken to casting privacy wards every night in the library. She barely trusted her own bed. One such night, as the four of them huddled in the deepest part of the restricted section, Hermione laid out everything she'd uncovered. "The DMI isn't just a regulatory body," she whispered. "It was formed less than a year after Voldemort's fall, on paper to protect magical stability. But almost all its founders were former sympathizers. They claim to regulate dark magic, but every major move they've made has been about controlling bloodlines." Draco frowned. "Not eliminating them. Preserving them." "Exactly," Hermione said. "They don't want to destroy ancient power. They want to hoard it. Shape it. The vaults weren't locked away because they were too dangerous. They were sealed to be saved for a time when the Ministry could use them." Harry leaned in. "What about the hollow binding?" Hermione pulled out the scroll Ron had found in Grimmauld Place. "There's more. Look, this symbol here? It's not just part of the ritual. It's a sigil of the First Circle." Ron blinked. "What's that?" "A secret order of magical purists, old bloodline loyalists. Supposedly wiped out in the early 1800s. Harry narrowed his eyes. "You're saying the DMI is a front?" "Not all of them. But someone high up is reviving their work. Slowly. Quietly." Draco spoke up. "And they want me alive not because I'm dangerous, but because I'm the key." Hermione nodded grimly. Abraxas was never their enemy. He was their blueprint. Days turned to weeks. The restrictions tightened. Hermione was banned from the restricted section without escort. Ron and Harry had their wands temporarily downgraded. Strix-level enforcement wands, which glowed blue whenever they cast unauthorized spells. Draco's mail was screened. Even Hogsmeade weekends were revoked. But it only made them work harder. The four of them built a secret network, starting with those they trusted most. Neville brought encoded messages from the greenhouses. Luna, back from her travels with magical historians, offered maps of Hogwarts' oldest catacombs. Even Ginny managed to swipe several DMI dispatch scrolls from a contact inside the Department of Magical Archives. Encoded notes, they called it the Whisper Network. Every whisper was a crack in the Ministry's hold. One night, Draco found Hermione in the astronomy tower, snow falling lightly outside the windows, parchments spread around her like feathers. He walked up behind her, silent. She didn't turn. "You should sleep," he said gently. "So should you," she murmured. "But you're here." He smirked faintly. "Touché." They stood in silence for a while, snowflakes drifting in through the open slits in the wall. Hermione finally asked, "Do you think we'll win?" Draco didn't hesitate. "I think we already are." She turned to look at him, eyes questioning. "They thought we'd shatter under pressure," he said. "That we'd tear each other apart. But we didn't. You brought me back. And we're stronger now. Together." She took his hand, warm in hers. "I'm scared," she admitted. "I'm not," he said. "Not anymore. Because I know you'll never let me fall." She smiled. "Not even if you try." He kissed her then, soft, steady, sure. And when they pulled apart, the stars blinked above them, brighter than before. The next morning, Hermione woke to a shock. On the bulletin board in the Great Hall, a new proclamation had been posted. Effective immediately, all students under magical observation writs are prohibited from romantic fraternization. This includes public or private displays of affection, partnerships, or alliances deemed emotionally compromising. At the bottom was Umbridge's seal. Hermione stared at the parchment, heart hammering. Then she turned and saw Draco across the hall, reading the same decree. Their eyes met. Neither looked away. And for the first time, Hermione realized. This wasn't just control. It was war. The proclamation hung in the Great Hall like a silent threat. Students walked past it without comment, but their eyes lingered. Some glanced between Hermione and Draco. Others looked away entirely. The intent was clear. Divide them. Shame them. Cut the connection that made them dangerous. But Hermione Granger had never been one to bow to unjust rules. And neither had Draco Malfoy, not anymore. That night, in the room of requirement, the Whisper Network met for the first time in full. Neville, Luna, Ginny, and even Seamus gathered around a long conjured table. Fred and George had sent a charmed parchment that hovered in the air, their faces flickering in and out of the ink. "We've all seen what they're doing," Hermione began, her voice sharp and clear. "They're not just watching us. They're controlling the narrative, silencing truth." Harry stepped forward. "We don't just need resistance. We need proof. If we can show the DMIs manipulating magical law for their own ends, reviving bloodline power, hiding the vaults, we can break their grip." Luna raised a hand dreamily. "I've already started." They turned. She placed a scroll on the table. "This is a map of the Mirror Vault." Hermione blinked. "The what?" "It's one of the original 4, Luna said. "Long before Abraxas Vault. It was built to hold magical reflections, echoes of what could have been. The Ministry sealed it and erased all mention of it after the First War." Neville added, "Luna and I found references to it in a ruined section of the Hogwarts library. And there's something else. We think the DMI is trying to access it." Quietly, Draco leaned forward. "Why?" "Because the Mirror Vault doesn't just show alternate paths," Hermione whispered. "It rewrites perception. If they use it, they could manipulate what people remember. Change the truth." Harry slammed his hand on the table. "That's why they're tightening control. They don't just want power, they want reality." Seamus grinned. "Then we hit first." The first strike came not with a curse, but a whisper. At breakfast the next morning, enchanted notes began appearing at every table, floating down like snowflakes. Students caught them, read them, and froze. "What do you know of your magic? What has been kept from you? What lies beneath the Ministry's robes?" Each note ended with a symbol, a broken wand over a phoenix feather. Hermione's eyes gleamed. "It's begun." By midday, whispers filled the corridors. Students speculated about vaults, about bloodlines, about cover-ups. The DMI's silent control began to waver. And then came the second strike. Luna, using a distraction from Fred and George's enchanted ink, broke into the back of the Ollery, releasing a message through every school owl. A single enchanted page containing a hidden memory. Footage of Umbridge watching the ritual in the forest, hidden behind a concealment charm. Her eyes glowing gold. Her lips moving in tandem with Abraxas's final scream. Harry stared at it. She wasn't just watching. Hermione said she was guiding it. By nightfall, the Ministry was in full damage control. New decrees were posted. All unauthorized magical recordings will be confiscated. All magical gatherings of more than 3 students are forbidden. But the cracks had spread too far. And the Whisper Network wasn't done. That same night, Hermione, Draco, Harry, and Ron descended into the old catacombs below the castle, guided by Luna's map, in search of the Mirror Vault. The path was ancient. Dust choked the air. Runes glowed faintly on the walls, shifting as they passed. Draco held his wand high. "We're close." Hermione stopped in front of a stone door with no handle, no hinges. Only a line of mirrored silver running through its center. She pressed her palm to it. It hissed open. The vault was unlike anything they'd seen. A circular room of glass and stone, with a single massive mirror in the center. Its surface fluid, shimmering with images that flickered between realities. One showed Draco in Azkaban. Another showed Harry wearing Slytherin robes. One showed Hermione and Ron, together happy but with hollow eyes. And then, one showed Umbridge standing in front of a crowd. Hogwarts behind her, transformed. Darker. Submissive. Hermione whispered, she's seen this. And she wants it. Draco's voice was cold. Then we break the mirror. No, Hermione said suddenly. We don't destroy it. We use it. They all turned to her. If this mirror can reflect false futures, she said, we show them a true one. Harry nodded slowly. Let everyone see what the Ministry's hiding. Hermione stepped forward, wand raised. Veritas Revela. The mirror glowed bright and began to record. The next morning, every mirror in Hogwarts reflected not students, but truth. Umbridge's face, lit by golden magic. Her voice, casting protective wards not around them, but around herself. Her signature authorizing vault excavations. The memory of Abraxas's curse. Her vision of Hogwarts under control. Gasps echoed from dormitories to classrooms. The truth was no longer whispered. It was shouted. And as the last image flickered away, a new proclamation appeared on the Great Hall's wall. DMI operations at Hogwarts are suspended pending immediate review. Dolores Umbridge is hereby recalled to the Ministry for inquiry. Students stood. Cheered. Some cried. Hermione turned to Draco, her heart racing. He looked at her like she was made of fire. "You did it," he said softly. She shook her head. "We all did." And far above them, in the Owl Tower, a raven took flight, carrying word of the rebellion farther than they could imagine. Because this was no longer just a school's battle. It was the beginning of a movement. The Great Hall had never felt so alive. Even with the air still sharp from winter, warmth pulsed through the castle like a heartbeat. Students flooded the corridors, whispering not out of fear, but in excitement. For once, whispers were weapons for the right side. Dolores Umbridge had been dragged, pink cloak and all, out of Hogwarts by official ministry investigators less than an hour after the Mirror Vault's truth spread. The sight of her protesting, red-faced and sputtering beneath the hovering eye of a floating Wisengamot seal, had become legend already. By breakfast, Peeves had composed a song about it. By lunch, Fred and George had printed t-shirts. But for Hermione and Draco, the victory felt fragile. They stood at the edge of the astronomy tower again, watching the world beneath them shift. "She's gone," Hermione murmured. "But the DMI isn't dead. Just shaken." Draco didn't smile. "We embarrassed them. That makes them dangerous." He wasn't wrong. Inside the Mirror Vault, they'd found more than exposure. They'd found plans. Blueprints for vault reactivations across the country. Maps with magical resonance points. Correspondences with unnamed higher-ups in the ministry. All part of something larger, something unfinished. The truth was, Umbridge wasn't the architect. She was a pawn, and someone else had been playing for far longer. In the days that followed, McGonagall privately invited Hermione, Draco, Harry, and Ron to her office. On her desk was a sealed envelope, enchanted with ministry wards so dense even Hermione's stomach twisted looking at them. "This," McGonagall said carefully, "was found in Umbridge's personal archive. She had no clearance for it. The seal belongs to a now-defunct wing of the Department of Mysteries." Hermione took a step forward. "What is it?" McGonagall tapped her wand to the seal. The parchment unfurled. There was no text, only a sigil. An ancient one. A serpent swallowing its own tail, surrounded by runes that shimmered in a circle. Draco paled. "I've seen that before." Hermione turned to him. "In my family's vault," he said. "It was etched on the inside of an old heirloom. I never knew what it meant." Harry frowned. "What does it mean?" Hermione took a shaky breath. "It's the mark of the Eidolon Circle." Ron blinked. "The what?" "Not much is known," Hermione said. "But I've come across fragments in ancient magical texts. The Eidolon Circle was rumored to be older than Hogwarts itself. A society of magical purists, founders of the oldest vaults. Some say they were the ones who created the bloodline rituals that birthed people like Abraxas." McGonagall folded her hands. "If that's true, Miss Granger, then we are not simply dealing with remnants of corruption in the ministry." "No," Hermione said. "We're dealing with the origin of it." Later that evening, Hermione, Draco, Harry, and Ron returned to the Mirror Vault, this time alone. The mirror was dormant now, its surface calm. But they hadn't come to use it. They'd come to learn from it. Hermione traced her fingers along the edge. "What if this isn't the only one still functioning?" "There are 3 more, right?" Ron asked. "You said for originals?" Draco nodded. "Mirror, Echo, Flame, and Hollow." Harry's brow furrowed. "We've seen the Hollow. That was Abraxas. The mirror is here. So that leaves Echo and Flame," Hermione said. "One preserves lost voices, memories that never reached history. The other captures magical origin. Blood, power, ancestry. The root." Harry's voice was quiet. "If the Eidolon Circle is looking for those, then this was never just about you, Draco. Or the curse. Or the DMI." Hermione finished the thought. "This is about rewriting magic itself." She turned to Draco. If they find the flame vault, they'll be able to reshape what makes magic magical, he said, voice hollow. Bloodlines, inheritances, spellcasting affinity. They could erase entire magical histories. Or worse, forge new ones. Ron looked grim. We've got to get there first. Hermione didn't smile. Then we move faster. That night, after the others had gone, Draco lingered in the vault. He stared into the now empty mirror, waiting. Listening. A flicker. A shadow. Then a voice. You think you've severed me. Draco froze. But you carry more than blood. You carry purpose. It wasn't Abraxas. It was something colder. Older. The voice didn't echo in his ears. It echoed in his bones. Draco clenched his jaw. You don't scare me. A low chuckle. Then you're not listening. The mirror shimmered once, and then went still. Draco stumbled back, heart racing. Whatever he had heard, it wasn't gone. The Eidolon Circle wasn't in the past. It was awake, watching, and coming. In the weeks that followed the exposure of the Mirror Vault and Umbridge's recall, Hogwarts stood in a strange twilight. The DMI's formal control had ended, but its absence created an invisible vacuum. Rumors still swirled like wind through the corridors, about vaults, about Draco, about Hermione. And most of all, about the Eidolon Circle. Hermione spent nearly every free moment buried in ancient texts, forbidden scrolls, and the most obscure corners of the Black Library. She had Luna scouring international magical archives and Neville cross-referencing magical ley lines through the herbology department's enchanted topography maps. The goal was clear: find the flame vault before the circle did. But time was no longer on their side, because something was stirring beneath the wards of the world. It began with a burn. Draco woke one night in the Slytherin dormitory to find the mark on his wrist glowing again. Brighter than before, but colder, like embers pressed to skin. He rose from bed, breath sharp, and staggered to the mirror above his dresser. There was no reflection. Only flame. Then a voice, not from the hollow, not from Abraxas, but deeper. Older. The blood awakens. The mirror cracked straight down the middle. By morning, he was at the room of requirement, flanked by Hermione and Harry, Ron close behind. You're sure it was the flame vault? Hermione asked, pacing wand in hand. Draco nodded. It didn't feel like the hollow. It wasn't memory or curse. It was weight. Pressure in my chest. Like magic itself was stretching too far. Harry looked grim. So now they're trying to activate the next vault. Hermione conjured a floating map of Britain, then expanded it with a flick of her wand to show magical pressure zones. Based on the readings from the Mirror Vault and the Hollow Vault, there are only 3 places the Flame Vault could be. All sit directly on top of ancient magical ley intersections. She pointed to 3 flickering points. Lindisfarne, Tintagel, and one deep beneath the Lake District, inside an extinct volcano. Ron frowned. Of course it's the volcano. Can't ever be something simple like a garden. Draco smirked. Flame Vault. Wouldn't make sense otherwise. Hermione studied the 3rd point closely. The ancient name for that site was Caldera Igneous. Latin for fire of the firstborn. It predates Hogwarts. Some believe Merlin himself tried to seal the magic there when it became unstable. Harry's voice was tense. Then we go there. She nodded. But not just us. If this is the Eidolon Circle's endgame, they won't leave it unguarded. Under the cover of night, Hermione, Draco, Harry, and Ron set out with Luna and Neville, slipping through the Floo network via a disused Ministry access chamber. One Hermione had unlocked with a spell so ancient it hadn't been cast in over 4 centuries. They arrived in the Lake District near the base of the mountain, just as the moon reached its zenith. Cold winds sliced through the trees. The land was quiet. Too quiet. This doesn't feel right, Luna whispered. Hermione adjusted her cloak. Because it isn't. They made their way to the mouth of the cave, its entrance nearly buried by stone and snow. Inside, it sloped downward into heat. The deeper they went, the warmer it grew, unnaturally warm, not fire, but magic. Then they saw it. A door. Not made of wood or stone, but hardened flame, held in place by a lattice of runes that pulsed like breathing embers. Hermione stepped forward. This is it. Draco placed his palm on the edge. It didn't burn. Instead, it welcomed him. Harry raised his wand. If they've already started the ritual, They haven't, Hermione whispered. But they're close. She traced the runes. They were written in blood. And they were alive. The door opened without a sound. The chamber beyond was vast, an underground cathedral of basalt and lava glass. At the center stood a single column of fire, rising up through a rift in the stone, pulsing in time with something ancient. And around it stood 5 figures, each cloaked, hooded, masked with bone-white visors. One stepped forward. "Children," the figure said, voice distorted and hollow. "You've come far. But the fire does not belong to you." Hermione raised her wand. "Neither does it belong to those who wish to control bloodlines and rewrite the world." Another figure spoke, female, cruel. "The world is broken. Magic bleeds into undeserving hands. We would fix that." Draco stepped forward. "By choosing who gets to wield it?" "No," the first voice said calmly. "By restoring what was lost." A third figure waved a hand, and fire from the column coiled toward them. The heat was immense, but it didn't burn. It measured. Hermione whispered, "The flame vault isn't just a store of power. It's a judge." Ron swore. "Great. A magical trial by lava." But the vault wasn't interested in Ron. It focused on Draco and Hermione. The flames wrapped around them both, and then entered them. Draco staggered. Hermione cried out. Visions exploded in their minds, of worlds where Slytherins ruled openly, of pure-blood supremacy carved into magical law, of Hermione erased from history, her blood deemed unworthy. The circle began chanting, "Blood to fire, fire to fate. Let the vault decide the future." Hermione's voice broke through the pressure. "No." She raised her wand and cast Veritas Incendia. Truth fire. It collided with the vault's flames, and suddenly the chamber was filled with light. Not judgment, not destruction, but truth. The circle staggered. Draco stepped forward, eyes glowing gold and silver. "You think magic belongs to you," he said coldly. "It belongs to everyone who's fought for it." The flame bent around him, not consuming, accepting. The fire quieted. The vault was listening, and the circle retreated, vanished into smoke. For now, as they emerged from the cavern hours later, sunlight rising over the icy peak, Hermione held Draco's hand tightly. "We didn't defeat them," she said. "No," he agreed. "But we made them run." And in the distance, on a ridge just beyond sight, a 6th figure watched them. Hooded, unmasked, his eyes glowed with the exact same pattern that once lived in Abraxas. And his voice, though silent, echoed with a chilling promise. "You've inherited a war, and it has only just begun." The figure on the ridge didn't move as the sun crowned the distant hills, bathing the volcanic mountain in gold. His cloak hung motionless despite the morning wind, and the eyes beneath the hood glowed with an unsettling mixture of familiarity and malice. Hermione felt him before she saw him. She turned sharply, hand tightening around her wand. "We're being watched." Draco looked toward the ridgeline, just as the figure vanished in a swirl of shadow. Harry raised his wand. "Who the hell was that?" Hermione's voice was hollow. "Someone who doesn't need to hide anymore." Back at Hogwarts, their return was met with silence from the professors, tension from the students, and a parchment from the ministry. Not a reprimand. A request. "The Department of Magical Integrity formally requests your report on the activation event at Site Caldera Igneous. Submissions must be presented within 72 hours under magical oath." Hermione crumpled it before the owl had even flown away. "They're stalling," she muttered. "Trying to see what we'll say before they admit they knew." Draco sat beside her in the library, his expression unreadable. "They won't stop. You know that." "No," she agreed. "But now they're afraid. The vault recognized us. It chose us. That changes the board." Ron joined them with a frown. "Any word on the cloaked freaks?" Harry answered, entering behind him. "Not yet. But Kingsley's ordered a quiet investigation into remnants of the Eidolon Circle. It's unofficial. Off the record. But we've got Aurors asking questions." "Too late," Draco murmured. Hermione turned to him. "Why?" He pulled a scrap of parchment from his cloak. It was burned around the edges, stained with soot and blood. But the symbol in the center was unmistakable. A serpent swallowing its own tail. And beneath it, a signature. Cassian Malfoy. Hermione's heart dropped. Draco's voice was barely a whisper. My uncle. He died in the First War. Or so we thought. They gathered in the room of requirement that night, with Luna, Neville, and Ginny joining as the whisper network expanded. Draco explained slowly. Cassian was my father's older brother. Brilliant. Cold. He vanished during Voldemort's first rise. Some said he was killed in a raid, others that he betrayed the Dark Lord. No one knew for sure. Hermione looked pale. And now we do. He's the sixth, Draco said. The one who stayed hidden. The one who outlasted the others. Harry leaned forward. He's the architect. The one pulling the circle's strings. Luna nodded. He's the one who marked you, Draco. Not just Abraxas. Not the vault. Him. Ron scratched his head. So what's he want now? Neville laid a map on the table. That's the real question. He pointed to a spot in northern France, deep in the Pyrenees. This is where the magical signature from Caldera Igneous echoed next. Ancient site. Older than anything in Britain. The last rumored location of the Vault of Echoes. Hermione's breath caught. That's the final one. Draco nodded. If he gets there before us. Harry's eyes hardened. He rewrites everything. Hermione straightened. Then we go. Now. 2 nights later, they arrived in the Pyrenees under false names and disillusionment charms. The mountains were ancient, so old the trees themselves whispered in tongues no one spoke anymore. At the base of a jagged slope, they found the ruins of a temple long lost to time. And beneath it, a passage sealed by a door made of obsidian, carved not with runes but names. Names of magical lines. Potter, Ron said, reading one. Weasley. Black. Bones. Shafik. Abbott. Longbottom. Hermione stared. These aren't just bloodlines. They're voices. The Vault of Echoes holds ancestral memories. Draco stepped forward. The door opened. The vault shimmered like mist and silver. Inside, echoes spoke without tongues. Whispers filled the air, memories of spells long forgotten. 1,000 voices merged into one. Then, Cassian appeared. Not as an echo. As a man. He stepped from the far end of the chamber, tall, elegant, with white blonde hair and sharp silver eyes that matched Draco's far too well. Welcome, nephew, he said, voice like poisoned silk. You've come far. Draco raised his wand. Stop this. Cassian smiled. I've only just begun. He looked at Hermione. You carry more than knowledge now, girl. The vault saw it. You're not just a threat, you're a mirror. A distortion of how magic was meant to be. Hermione stepped forward, defiant. Magic was never meant to be pure. Or controlled. It evolves. Cassian's face twisted. Exactly. And I intend to direct that evolution. He drew a wand blacker than midnight. Time to decide who history will remember. And the vault screamed. Magic ruptured the air. Echoes turned violent, reshaping into spells cast long ago. Lost curses, ancestral enchantments, forgotten protections. The Vault of Echoes was no longer a vault. It was a battlefield. The Vault of Echoes trembled. As Cassian Malfoy raised his wand, the air fractured around him. Ancestral spells, long lost to history, peeled away from the walls like sentient shadows, hovering between the living and the dead. The magic inside the vault was wild, raw, unstable. It didn't flow like spellwork. It shuddered like something remembering how to be alive. Hermione barely had time to cast a shielding charm before the first wave hit. A whisper surged into a scream. Silver flame erupted across the chamber floor. An echo of a forgotten incantation meant to silence magical blood forever. The shield held, but only just. Harry shouted. He's turning the vault against us. Cassian walked through the chaos unharmed, his cloak untouched, his wand gleaming with dark purpose. These echoes are not against me, boy. They are me. Draco stepped in front of Hermione, eyes locked on his uncle. You created this. All of it. The curses, the vault hunts, the blood rituals. Abraxas was your pawn. Cassian's smile was faint but chilling. He was my proof of concept. The words hit like a curse. Hermione's voice shook. And what am I, then? Your experiment. You, Cassian said, studying her as if she were a rune etched into a tombstone. You were the deviation. The thing that should not have thrived. A muggle-born match to bloodline fire. You corrupted the balance. That's why I must rewrite it. Draco's wand lit with white fire. You'll try. Cashin flicked his own, and the echoes obeyed. They rose like ghosts. Not people, but magic in human form, echoes of duels that ended empires. Ancient spells formed in their hands, incantations Hermione recognized from tombs she'd never dared translate aloud. "Harry, Ron, split the ground," she shouted. "Force a disruption in the echo convergence." Ron blinked. "What? Break the floor," she screamed. Harry and Ron blasted the obsidian beneath their feet. The chamber cracked open like an egg, splitting the echo convergence into two streams. The magical pressure dimmed, just for a moment. And in that moment, Hermione ran. She darted toward the far end of the chamber, where a column of runes spiraled downward into an archive of ancestral memories. Her mind raced. There had to be something deeper, something older than Cashin's control. The root. Draco followed her. "What are you looking for?" "The first memory," she said breathlessly. The vaults weren't just made to store magic. They were made to remember what magic used to be, before bloodlines, before purity. Draco's eyes widened. "You think that memory can stop him?" "I think it's the only thing he can't corrupt." Behind them, Harry and Ron dueled echoes that fought like ancient gods. Every time a curse struck the ground, it echoed twice, once as flame, once as wind. The vault was unraveling, magic collapsing into itself. Cashin's voice bellowed, "Do not run from your legacy, Draco." But Draco didn't look back. Hermione reached the final column and slammed her palm into the runes. Nothing happened. She screamed in frustration, until Draco touched it too. The runes ignited. A beam of white gold magic shot into the ceiling. The vault roared, and the memory came. Not as words, not as a vision, but as truth. A whisper in every ear. A flicker behind every eye. It showed them a world where magic had no hierarchy, no gatekeepers. Where it bloomed wild in song and silence, woven into love, grief, birth, and death. It was not bound to name or blood, but to choice. To intent. To harmony. And when that harmony was broken, when power was hoarded, when purity was invented, the vaults were built to hold the pieces until someone brave enough, different enough, could restore the balance. Hermione collapsed to her knees. Draco knelt beside her, his breath ragged. That's what they wanted to hide. Cashin staggered back from the light, his mask cracking. No, this isn't truth, this is anarchy. There must be order. Structure. Legacy. But the vault no longer answered to him. The echoes turned. They turned to Hermione. And bowed. Cashin screamed. "She's tainted. She shouldn't be able to." "She's magic," Draco said. Hermione stood. Wand raised. "No more rewriting," she whispered. "No more bloodline tyranny. No more Eidolon circle." She cast the final spell. Memoria Ardet. Let memory burn. The vault erupted in silver fire, not destruction but release. The echoes screamed, then sang, then vanished, returning to the stream of magic that had once birthed them. Cashin was gone. Consumed. Not killed. Unmade. The next morning, as sunlight kissed the edge of the castle towers, Hogwarts felt lighter. The Vault of Echoes had sealed itself once more, its truth preserved. But the change had already begun. The Ministry didn't send a new summons. They sent an apology. Hermione ignored it. Because this wasn't about them anymore. This was about rebuilding a magical world that no longer feared its own truth. Draco stood beside her at the edge of the Black Lake, watching the reflection ripple across the water. "I saw you in the fire," he said quietly. Hermione looked at him. "And you were whole." She smiled faintly. "I think we all are now." And as the wind stirred the trees and a distant echo of magic stirred the morning air, they stood together. Air of fire, air of thought, and the spark that would change everything. The storm didn't come from the sky, it came from the newspapers. The vaults opened. Hogwarts students uncover hidden legacy. Bloodlines debated anew as ancestral magic emerges. Granger and Malfoy, revolution or ruin? For days, the wizarding world trembled. The exposure of the Vault of Echoes, the fall of Cashin Malfoy, and the ancestral memory that refuted centuries of bloodline supremacy cracked the foundation of traditional magical society. But not everyone welcomed the change. In the Ministry, officials were split. Kingsley Shacklebolt, now head of magical governance, pushed for transparency and reform, using Hermione's findings as a blueprint. But others, entrenched families, hidden loyalists of the Eidolon circle, resisted, calling it a magical upheaval driven by children and radicals. Hermione read the headlines with quiet fury. She, Draco, Harry, and Ron had met with Kingsley privately. Their reports had been thorough. The magical recordings, the vault memories, the battle with Cassian, it had all been preserved through spell-locked pensive orbs. But even truth, it seemed, could be politicized. They don't want proof, Hermione muttered in the common room, letters and scrolls scattered across the table. They want control. The Ministry can't decide whether to embrace this or erase it. Ron shrugged. So what's new? Harry crossed his arms. They won't be able to erase anything now. The vault changed more than policy. It changed people. He wasn't wrong. Already, students across Hogwarts were experimenting with lost forms of magic. Spells born from emotion rather than lineage, intuitive casting shaped by intent. Professor Flitwick had launched a research group into what he now called primal spell work. Even McGonagall had privately admitted the curriculum would need a complete overhaul. But for Hermione, it wasn't enough. She wanted the truth made permanent. So she started writing. A book. A history reclaimed. The true origin of magical legacy. And this time, she didn't write it alone. Draco sat beside her at the Ravenclaw study tables night after night, translating vault runes, recounting Cassian's experiments, and cataloging rituals long thought forbidden. There were times they disagreed, on theory, on implication, even on language. But they never walked away from each other. Each page they completed felt like a stitch repairing the world. Outside Hogwarts, protests began. In Diagon Alley, banners hung above Gringotts. Magic for all. Bloodline is not destiny. In Nocturne Alley, darker symbols began appearing. Twisted versions of the Eidolon sigil, painted in crimson, often erased hours later by silent Ministry task forces. Hermione stared at one photograph for too long. Someone's rebuilding, she said. Draco looked over her shoulder. Or retaliating. Then came the message. Delivered by Phoenix Feather. No return address. No magical trace. Only a piece of parchment, scorched at the edges. The vaults were just the first gate. The flame you inherited burns too brightly. Shadows remember. And they are coming. Ron crumpled it. Sounds like Cassian had friends. Harry's jaw tightened. Or successors. Hermione looked at Draco. The circle may be gone. But the idea isn't. Draco didn't flinch. Then we snuff it out at the source. Later that week, Hermione received an owl from Kingsley himself. She read the message aloud. Hermione Granger, you are hereby invited to present your findings before the International Confederation of Wizards in Zurich. This hearing will determine the global stance on ancestral vaults, bloodline regulation, and the validity of magic as an evolving force. Attendance is not optional. You may bring one magical representative. She lowered the scroll slowly. Ron looked confused. Why do they need her to prove anything again? Because if they accept her findings, Draco said, it will undo centuries of magical law. Hermione stared out the window toward the edge of the Forbidden Forest, where she had once studied alone with no allies and no support. I'm going, she said. Draco stepped beside her. Then so am I. She looked up at him. You don't have to. I do, he said. Because this fight is ours. And I won't let you face it alone. The night before their departure, Hermione stood with Draco beneath the stars, their hands intertwined. She spoke softly, barely louder than the wind. Everything's changing. Magic, the law, the truth. It's like the world's breathing differently. Draco looked at her, his voice low. Then let's be the lungs. She turned to him, surprised. He smirked faintly. You're rubbing off on me. Hermione smiled. Good. And when they kissed beneath the moonlight, it was not the beginning of a war, or the end of one. It was the calm between the pages. The breath before the next rise. The council hall of the International Confederation of Wizards in Zurich was unlike anything Hermione had ever seen. Carved into the face of a mountain, it was a fortress of light and stone, its white marble walls inscribed with the names of every major magical treaty ever passed. Floating lanterns cast a warm, golden glow, but the atmosphere inside was ice cold. Every seat was filled by delegates from all corners of the magical world. Robes of deep navy, emerald, crimson, and black. Countries divided by language and culture now united under a single question. Was the foundation of magic as they knew it a lie? Hermione stood behind a narrow podium, her hair pulled back tightly, the air buzzing with warding charms and scrying enchantments. Her parchment notes trembled in her hand, not from fear, but from how much she needed this to go right. Draco stood just behind her, not as a protector, not as a former Malfoy, but as her chosen representative. Her partner. A voice echoed from the central tribunal, amplified by a ring of floating runes. Miss Hermione Granger, you have brought forward a claim of global magical significance. You allege that bloodline-based magical law is not only a modern fabrication, but the result of a secret society's manipulation of magic itself. Is this correct? Hermione lifted her chin. Yes. And do you have proof? She raised her wand and summoned the silver orb containing the vault memory, the first memory that had reshaped everything. The chamber darkened. The memory began to play. Silent images of magic in its raw, primal form. Children weaving light without wands. Healers conjuring warmth from laughter. Magic cast by intent, not blood. The world before division. As the images danced in the air, a hush fell across the council. Hermione turned back to them. This is not a theory, she said clearly. This is not rebellion. This is truth. Magic did not begin with blood. Magic was always meant to be shared, grown, lived. One of the Eastern European delegates, a sharp-faced woman with violet-rimmed glasses, stood abruptly. And yet you present a dangerous proposal. You challenge not only centuries of magical law, but the legitimacy of entire institutions. Hogwarts, Durmstrang, Beauxbatons, the Ministry of Magic, the High Table of Elders. I challenge the lie that built them, Hermione interrupted. I am not asking you to dismantle the world. I am asking you to restore it. Murmurs rippled through the gallery. A few nods. A few scowls. Draco stepped forward. My name is Draco Malfoy, he said, calmly but with purpose. And my bloodline is one of the oldest in Britain. But what my family never taught me was this. That ancestry doesn't make us strong. Choice does. And the vaults? They remember what the world forgot. My uncle died trying to bury that truth. I stand here trying to honor it. The silence was thunderous, until a new voice pierced it. Beautifully said. But a child's fire can still burn a forest. The chamber shifted. A man stepped forward from the far shadows of the council hall, robes of dark emerald trimmed with silver thread. His presence froze the air like a Dementa's kiss. He carried no wand. Yet the weight of magic around him was suffocating. Hermione's breath caught. Who is that? Draco's jaw clenched. I don't know. The man walked with absolute confidence to the center ring, and though no one had called him to speak, no one dared stop him. I am Arcturus Vale, he said, his voice like honey on steel. Descendant of the original vault architects. Last bearer of the flame sigil. And you have awakened something you do not understand. Gasps rippled through the council. A few delegates stood. One stepped back entirely. Vale continued, smiling at Hermione. Your memory is compelling. Your theory radical. But what you witnessed was a gift, not a right. The vaults were not made for balance. They were made to protect magic from itself. Hermione's eyes narrowed. That's not what they showed me. Because they tested you, he replied smoothly. And found you interesting. He turned to the council. I do not oppose change. But I oppose chaos. If you endorse her vision, you will shatter every wand law, every school curriculum, every bloodline right. And when the last barrier falls, what happens when magic flows freely into unworthy hands? The unworthy were always the ones who hoarded it, Hermione shot back. Vale raised a brow, amused. Then may history judge you kindly. And just like that, he vanished. Not to separation. He faded, like smoke returning to shadow. The council was in uproar. Debates burst from every corner. Wards flared. Runes blinked. Some demanded a delay. Others shouted for a vote. And through it all, Hermione and Draco stood unmoving in the center of the storm. Harry's voice echoed in her head. They won't erase this now. You've already set it on fire. And she had. That night, in their guest quarters above the Zurich lake, Hermione sat beside Draco in silence. She stared at her hands. I thought this would be it. The final battle. Draco looked at the dark sky. It never is. "Who is Arcturus Vale?" she whispered. Draco's voice was low. "Someone worse than Cassian. Cassian wanted to control the past. Vale wants to control the future." Hermione touched the edge of her wand. "He said the vaults tested me." Draco turned to her. "And you passed." She didn't respond, because somewhere deep in her bones she knew. The vaults hadn't shown her everything yet. And Arcturus Vale wasn't just a remnant of the old world. He was a guardian of the next one. The council reconvened the next morning with the world watching. Every magical news network, every whispering portrait, every fluke-connected hearth from the Americas to Asia tuned in to hear the decision. For the first time in recorded wizarding history, the vote wasn't just among delegates. It was symbolically broadcast to the global magical community. Inside the stone chamber, the air was charged with something heavier than politics. Legacy. The High Chancellor of the Council, an elderly wizard named Oberic Vontare, stood slowly. His silver and onyx robes shimmered with enchantments, his eyes clouded with both age and magic. When he spoke, his voice was both thunder and dust. "The council has heard the arguments. The evidence. The memory." He looked directly at Hermione and Draco. "And the warning." He raised a thin parchment, the official decree clutched between trembling fingers. "The Confederation recognizes the memory of the Flame Vault as authentic. The Eidolon Circle is declared a subversive magical terrorist entity. Magical law rooted in bloodline legitimacy shall henceforth be reviewed, and in some regions abolished." A pause. "However, no action shall be taken on magical inheritance or curriculum changes without regional sovereignty and review by national magical authorities." In other words, yes to the truth, but not yet to the revolution. Hermione felt the weight of the words crush against her chest. Not a loss, but not a victory either. Draco leaned in. "They believe you. They're just too afraid to follow." The delegates began to stand and leave, some nodding to her respectfully, others avoiding her gaze entirely. The truth had been heard, but its consequences were too large to accept all at once. And yet, as Hermione walked away from the center ring, she could feel it. The ground had shifted. The vaults had spoken, and their echo wouldn't fade. 2 days later, they were back at Hogwarts. But the castle felt different. Not cold, not dark, just poised, as though holding its breath. The Whisper network had grown, stretching into other schools. Beauxbatons sent Fleur's younger sister, Gabrielle, to represent a circle of spell agnostics. Young witches and wizards no longer aligning their studies with traditional bloodline paths. Durmstrang had reported 3 professors resigning and 2 expelled students reinstated after citing vault-based rights. Change had begun. But then came the attack. It was subtle, strategic, calculated. The Leighton Magical Library in central England, one of the oldest public magical archives, went up in flames one midnight. No trace of dragonfire. No fingerprints. Only a single sigil painted in soot on the outer wall. A serpent eating its tail. Hermione was the first to see the report. "Vale's making his move," she whispered. Harry arrived moments later, breathless. "He's not just trying to silence us. He's erasing everything that proves him wrong." Ginny joined them, holding up another parchment. "There's more. Magical researchers from Bulgaria, Morocco, and India, each working on ancestral memory theory, have gone missing. Disappeared overnight. Entire labs emptied." Draco's voice was low. "He's not just trying to control the future. He's cleansing the present." Neville entered, cloak soaked from the rain. "It gets worse. Luna just sent a Patronus from Albania. She thinks Vale is gathering followers. Some are old blood families, others creatures. He's building a council of his own." Hermione's head snapped up. "Then we build one, too." They stared at her. "The Whisper Network is no longer enough. We need more than allies, we need leaders. Witches and wizards from every part of the magical world willing to protect the truth." She stood tall. "We create the Circle of Flame." Over the next 3 weeks, names flowed in like sparks catching kindling. Hana Ishikawa from Japan, an enchantment prodigy from Mahudakoro. Daniela Voles from Castello Bruxo, fluent in vault runes lost to Amazonian tombs. Kwame Aguman, a Ghanaian seer who had dreamt of vaults before they were revealed. And even Calliope Thorne, a former Department of Mysteries Unspeakable, disavowed after defending Hermione's research. Some met in person, others by mirror call or enchanted ink. But all agreed on one thing. The vaults were not just historical anomalies. They were keys. Hermione stood at the center of their map, literal and metaphorical, marking the next vault. An unconfirmed site near the ruins of Atlantis, deep beneath the Mediterranean Sea. "Vault 0, she whispered. "The one that came before all others." Draco stepped beside her. "If Vale finds it first." "He won't," Hermione said. "Because this time we're not running after him. We're racing him." Far away, in a marble chamber beneath an abandoned magical court in Prague, Arcturus Vale stood before a table of cloaked figures. "Granger has united them." One figure hissed. "Shall we sever their flame?" Vale smiled. "No." He reached into the air and conjured a glowing thread of memory. Hermione in Zurich, casting Memoria Ardette. "She has the fire, but she lacks the fuel." He turned to the others. "Let her gather her circle." He stepped into the shadows. "And then we will show them what a purified vault truly does." The sea was darker than ink. Far below the surface of the Mediterranean, where sunlight could no longer reach, an enchanted dome of oxygen shimmered like a bubble clinging to the ruins of an ancient city. Beneath that dome, standing on a crumbling marble platform, Hermione adjusted the dial on her navigation sphere and looked up at the stone columns of what remained of Atlantis. "This is it," she whispered. "The coordinates match perfectly." Draco floated beside her, wrapped in a gillyweed charm reinforced with modified bubblehead magic. "Doesn't look like a vault. Looks like a graveyard." Hermione nodded, eyes scanning the massive pillars half buried in coral and seaweed. The carvings were unlike anything they'd seen before, not in Hogwarts, not in the other vaults. These weren't runes. They were maps. Spirals within spirals, tracing constellations long forgotten. "It predates language," Hermione murmured. "No wand work. No incantations. This was the raw origin of magic." Behind them, their small crew from the Circle of Flame hovered inside the enchanted dome. Luna, Kwame Aguman, Calliope Thorne, and a sharp-eyed dueling expert from Mahudakoro named Natsuki. Each had been chosen not just for skill, but for their ability to sense what others couldn't. Luna approached the edge of the dais and knelt beside a mosaic. "These tiles don't just tell stories," she said softly. "They sing them. Listen." Hermione and Draco paused. Sure enough, when they focused, a low hum, no louder than breath, vibrated through the water, traveling up from the stone. It wasn't words. It was memory in musical form. "Vault 0 isn't just a place," Kwame said. "It's a being, or a shell of one." Draco stepped forward. "So how do we open it?" Hermione inhaled deeply and closed her eyes. "We don't force it. We remember." She reached into her satchel and removed 3 pensive vials, each one containing a crucial moment from her life. Not just facts, but emotion. Her first accidental burst of magic as a child. Her discovery of Hogwarts. Her first time holding Draco's hand in the room of requirement. She poured the memories into the basin in the center of the dais. The hum deepened. The dome vibrated. Then the floor opened. A spiral staircase unfurled downward like a blooming lotus, revealing a shaft of golden light far beneath the seabed. "This is it," she said. The descent into Vault 0 was unlike the others. It wasn't ancient or decaying, it felt alive. The walls pulsed with a soft glow, and as they walked, they were surrounded not by stone, but by moments, living scenes playing around them like echoes of time. In one, a child conjured flowers from nothing. In another, a centaur carved spells into air using only breath. Further down, a pair of witches, one with deep brown skin, the other pale and blind, shared a spell without speaking, connected through emotion alone. "These are the earliest casters," Calliope whispered in awe. "Before schools, before wand lore." Natsuki touched one of the light echoes. It rippled but didn't break. "We're walking through the first dream of magic," Hermione realized. At the very bottom of the spiral, they reached a stone door with no handle. No carvings, only reflection. As each of them stood before it, the door shimmered to reveal themselves. Not their current forms, but their most raw selves, the versions of them untouched by legacy or ambition. Luna was laughter and wind. Calliope was silence and lightning. Draco was fire and shame, balanced delicately. And Hermione? Hermione saw herself as a flame-bound tree, rooted in reason, growing toward chaos. The door accepted her. It slid open silently. Vault Zero's heart was not a room. It was a void of memory. At the center floated a single orb of pure light, suspended between worlds. No pulsing. No runes. Just potential. Hermione stepped forward. This is the original magic. Kwame nodded slowly. Unclaimed. Unformed. Waiting for intention. But before she could touch it, a scream echoed through the chamber. And then, Arcturus Vale apparat directly into the center of the void. He wasn't alone. 3 cloaked figures followed. The surviving shards of the Eidolon Circle, or perhaps newer versions, reforged in Vale's vision. Thank you, Vale said calmly. I wasn't sure you would find it first. But you always did have the gift of discovery, Miss Granger. Draco raised his wand instantly. Don't touch it. Vale smiled faintly. Why not? You of all people should understand that truth means little unless someone decides how it's remembered. He lifted a small crystal dagger and sliced the palm of his hand. Blood hit the void. The orb shuddered violently. Hermione shouted, and oh, but it was too late. The vault reacted. It split in 2. Half of the light turned golden white, drifting toward Hermione and her crew. The other half darkened, cracking like scorched glass, drawn toward Vale's bleeding hand. He grinned. Now we both shape what comes next. The vault screamed. The chamber began to collapse. Luna grabbed Hermione's hand. We have to go. No, Hermione shouted. If he takes that darkness, he'll rewrite reality. Draco pulled her close. Then we stop him. Vale vanished in a twist of shadows, the dark shard pulsing in his hand. Hermione looked down at the golden shard glowing against her chest. It wasn't light. It was memory. Alive. Breathing. And it whispered one word. Choose. The magical world began to shift, and only a few noticed at first. It started with small inconsistencies. A child in Norway who could suddenly understand Parseltongue. An Auror in Canada who swore their Patronus had changed shape overnight, from a bear to a flame bird. Whole passages in spellbooks began rewriting themselves, subtly altering their tone or intent. Then came the reports of disappearances. Whole families who'd once belonged to proud magical bloodlines vanished from archives, their ancestry records eaten away by time, as if they had never existed. And in their place, newly discovered legacies emerged. Hermione and Draco returned to Britain shaken, the golden shard still pulsing softly inside the containment rune at Hermione's chest. We failed, Hermione whispered, staring at the cracked pages of magical origins and theory, which now included a completely fabricated chapter on purified legacy constructs. No, Draco said quietly. We're still here. That means the vault left us a chance. Hermione looked at him, her expression hardening. Then we have to find out what this shard is. They retreated to the safest place they could think of, Shell Cottage, now abandoned, windswept and hidden in the cliffs near the sea. Protected by a dozen untraceables and a vault lock charm only Fleur, Bill, and Hermione could open. Inside, the circle of flame gathered. Calliope Thorn lit 6 blue fire runes in the corners of the room, forming a magical barrier even Vale couldn't spy through. Natsuki laid out a parchment of Atlantis glyphs, and Kwame closed his eyes, reaching into the currents of memory still attached to the shard. What we have, Kwame said slowly, isn't just a sliver of original magic. It's a choice engine. Hermione frowned. What do you mean? Vale took half of it, Kwame continued, and he bled into it, fed it fear, control, ambition. That shard's rewriting reality to fit his version of what magic should be. And ours? Draco asked. Kwame opened his eyes. Ours hasn't been fed yet. Hermione looked down at the shard, glowing softly in her hand. It felt heavier than ever before. Not physically, but morally. It was waiting, watching, wanting to be shaped. What happens if I use it? She asked. Luna, silent until now, finally spoke. You'll give the world a choice. But once made, it can't be unmade. Calliope stood, pacing. We need to know what Vale's already done. This is no longer theoretical. His half of the shard is rewriting foundations. Magical laws. Bloodline memory. If he keeps this up, the world will forget what it was. He's editing history, Ron said from the doorway, where he'd been listening quietly. Like a story in a book. Just deleting the parts he doesn't like. Hermione's eyes darkened. Then we turn the page before he finishes the last chapter. To counter Vale's rewriting, they needed access to something even older than Vault Zero. Something outside of magical memory. They went to Wormdeep, an ancient underground network of tunnels beneath Iceland, carved by sentient magical serpents long before humans learned to shape spells. Luna had once visited it in a dream. Now she led them there in person. The deeper they went, the more magic unspooled. Here, in Wormdeep, memory couldn't be altered. The stones remembered truth, engraved into their very bones. Here, they could confront the ripple of changes Vale had made. Hermione held the golden shard up to the cavern's central altar. The air cracked. And then the images came. Flashes of a twisted new world. A ministry where magical access was determined by genetic purity scores. A Hogwarts where students wore colored sashes based on their magical ancestry. A spell called Ordinaire, passed as law, which siphoned magic from unqualified wizards and redistributed it to those with ancestral entitlement. Draco stepped back, horrified. He's creating a magical caste system. He's accelerating it, Hermione whispered. Reality hasn't caught up fully yet, but once it does, it will be permanent, Kwame finished. Hermione clutched the shard tighter. We have to overwrite his changes. Not destroy them, correct them. Inject the truth back into the current. Calliope nodded. But to do that, you need to cast from within the weave of reality itself. Draco looked at her sharply. You mean step into the shard? Hermione nodded slowly. I have to choose for the world. Luna took her hand. But not alone. They returned to Shell Cottage for the final ritual. 7 wands formed a ring. 7 voices chanted in unison. The golden shard floated in the center, pulsing now in rhythm with Hermione's heart. She stepped forward. Draco moved with her. We're doing this together. No, she said, reaching for his hand. You anchor me. I choose. She kissed him softly. Then she stepped into the light. The shard enveloped her in gold. And then, she was nowhere. No floor. No sky. Only threads of time, magic memory. Floating before her. Every possible version of the world. One where she had never gone to Hogwarts. One where Draco had died in the war. One where Ron turned dark and led the circle. One where magic ruled openly over muggles. One where Vale had already won. Hermione raised her hand. And thought of love. Not bloodline. Not power. Not fear. Just connection. Friendship. Struggle. Growth. Laughter. Pain. She whispered the truth into the core of the world. Magic belongs to those who reach for it with love, not control. The threads surged. The shard responded. And the rewrite began. The world didn't explode. It didn't scream. It exhaled. From the heart of the golden shard, Hermione's choice rippled outward like warmth through frost, silent but unstoppable. Across the magical ley lines of the earth, spells pulsed with renewed clarity. Forgotten magic whispered back into existence. And something ancient smiled. Hermione didn't know she'd collapsed until she opened her eyes to Draco holding her, shaking her gently. His hands trembled as he brushed hair from her damp forehead. Hermione, he breathed, say something. She blinked once, then twice. Her lips parted. It listened. The others gathered around as light faded from the ritual circle. The golden shard was gone, absorbed into her very core. A glow lingered faintly at her chest, just over her heart, like a brand left by memory itself. What did you do? Calliope asked. Hermione sat up slowly, feeling not pain but weight, an emotional gravity that pulled at every part of her soul. I rewrote the thread Vale corrupted. Not just removed it. I anchored truth to the weave. Did it work? Ron asked, half dreading the answer. Before Hermione could respond, Luna held up her wand. It's my Patronus, she whispered. It changed again. The ghostly hair leapt from her wand, except it wasn't a hair anymore. It was a shimmering griffin, its wings trailing notes of song and stars. Stronger. Clearer. New truth, Luna murmured. Chosen truth. Hermione stood shakily. We have to see what else has changed. The circle of flame dispersed across the globe. Each member reported back within 2 days. The ordinary spell? Gone. Never written. The bloodline registry? reverted to blank parchment. At Hogwarts, the colored sashes? Never distributed. Not even remembered. History had corrected itself. And yet, not everything had returned to the way it was. That was never Hermione's intention. She hadn't turned back time. She had redirected it. At the Ministry, a new office was opened. The Department of Living Magic, focused on primal spellcraft and ancestral echoes. At Beauxbatons, Professor Calvert published a joint paper with Kwame and Natsuki titled Emotion as Incantation. And Hogwarts? The new curriculum offered two magical paths, traditional spellwork and intent-based channeling. It was a start, but Vale wasn't gone. He emerged 3 days after the rewrite, halfway across the world, in a silent chamber in Machu Picchu, where the walls bled forgotten spells. His shard pulsed with wild energy, broken and flickering. He looked older now. Cracked. Not physically, but existentially. "She rewrote me," he whispered. One of his shadowed followers, still loyal, bowed. "Do we retaliate?" He didn't answer. He simply raised his hand to the wall. And the wall turned to glass. In its reflection, Vale saw not his face, but Hermione's. And she was smiling. He screamed. And the chamber shattered. Meanwhile, at Hogwarts, spring returned early. Hermione sat beneath the beech tree by the Black Lake, quill in hand, finishing the last page of her book. Not a textbook. Not a research scroll. A story. Titled, Magic Reclaimed. Draco sat beside her, his head against her shoulder, watching students play on the grass nearby. The world felt younger now, like it had exhaled centuries of guilt and expectation. "You've done it," he said. Hermione looked at the lake, the reflection of the castle shimmering like memory. "No," she replied softly. "We have." He took her hand. "Do you think he's really gone?" "No," she said. "But he's wounded. The truth cuts deeper than any spell. And if he tries again?" Hermione closed the book and smiled. "Then we remind him, this world doesn't belong to blood or fear anymore." Draco leaned in and kissed her, gentle but sure. And for the first time since the vaults opened, Hermione felt the future stir, not in fear, but in hope. The world healed quietly, slowly. But darkness doesn't fade just because the light returns. 3 weeks after Hermione rewrote the thread of reality, subtle anomalies began reappearing. Not distortions like Vale had forced upon the world, but cracks, faint tremors in time and memory, as if something beneath the world was still resisting the change. In the Forbidden Forest, centaur herds reported seeing mirrored versions of themselves. In the Department of Mysteries, a sealed vault of prophecy melted open on its own, revealing a whispered phrase repeated by the walls. The Chosen rewrote the script, but the shadows kept the ink. Hermione stood before that prophecy with Draco at her side, eyes narrowed. "Vale's not trying to rewrite history anymore," she murmured. "He's trying to infect it." Draco frowned. "Meaning, he's not changing the story. He's corrupting the way it's remembered." The Circle of Flame reconvened, this time in the Hall of Mirrors, an ancient underground site hidden below Vienna, where memory and reflection were used to protect magical artifacts. Calliope activated the runes across the silver walls. Immediately, the mirrors sparked to life, showing flickering images of alternate timelines. Some were harmless, others horrifying. In one, Vale sat on the throne of the Wisengamot, crowned with wandwood. In another, the Hogwarts crest bore his name beneath all 4 houses. In one reflection, Hermione was imprisoned, her eyes vacant, the golden shard embedded in her spine like a shackle. "These aren't prophecies," Luna said, frowning. "They're threats." Natsuki traced her wand along a shifting mirror. "He's found a way to seed reflections. Alternate possibilities he wants to make real. And if he infects enough minds," Kwame added, "those false realities might become self-fulfilling." Draco stepped forward. "So how do we stop someone from corrupting memory itself?" Luna touched one of the mirrors and tilted it slightly. The image changed, not into Vale's twisted future, but into a scene of Hermione and Draco, sitting beneath the beech tree, laughing in sunlight. "You fight false memory," she said, "with living truth." Hermione's eyes widened. "Not another rewrite," she whispered, "but a reinforcement." Draco looked at her. "You mean we show people the truth?" "No," Hermione said slowly. "We anchor them in it, through shared memory." She looked around the room. It's time to awaken the rest of the world. The spell Hermione devised was dangerous, more art than incantation. Memoria Viva. Living memory. A broadcast spell unlike any the wizarding world had seen. It wouldn't send a message. It would share experience. Every witch and wizard touched by Vault Flame, those who had felt the change, would transmit a living piece of their truth into the collective magical mind. It was beautiful and terrifying, because it meant opening themselves fully, emotionally, mentally, spiritually, and if Vale intercepted it, he could twist it into a weapon. But they had no other option. So they began the preparation. The night before the ritual, Hermione stood alone in the astronomy tower. The stars above Hogwarts shimmered like memory. Draco found her there, wrapping a cloak around her shoulders. "Everything you've done," he said softly, "you've done for them. For us. But, do you ever wonder what it's costing you?" Hermione didn't answer at first. Then, "Yes. All the time." He turned her to face him. "Then let me share the weight." He held out a small silver ring, etched with runes and flame. "I'm not asking you to marry me tomorrow, or even next year. I'm just saying, whatever comes next, I choose it with you." Hermione took the ring in trembling fingers and slid it onto her wand hand. "So do I." They didn't kiss. They didn't need to. Their magic intertwined like light and shadow, pulsing gently in the air between them. The next day, the Circle of Flame stood at the top of Mount Arraner, an ancient magical peak in the Alps where reality was thinnest and memory flowed like wind. Each of them carried a relic, a token of truth. Hermione, the flame rune left by the vault. Draco, a fragment of his father's broken wand. Luna, a painting she'd made as a child of the world she believed in. Kwame, his grandmother's divination beads. Natsuki, a tear-shaped crystal grown from pure intent. Calliope, her unspeakable badge, melted and reforged. Together, they began the incantation. Memoria Viva. Let memory live. Let truth be shared. As they chanted, a wave of light erupted from the mountaintop, sweeping across valleys, through cities, through forests, into homes and hearts. Every witch, every wizard, every squib, every magical creature. For a single heartbeat, they felt it. The pain of the vaults, the lie of blood, the courage of love, and the truth. Magic was never meant to divide. It was meant to connect. Far away, in a ruined sanctuary, Arcturus Vale screamed. The dark shard in his palm cracked, then shattered. He fell to his knees, choking on silence. "No," he rasped. "No, no, no." Behind him, the twisted followers of his shadow circle turned and fled. Some disapparated. Others simply vanished, as if the lies that had given them form could no longer sustain them. Vale looked up one last time at the sky, where the stars no longer bent for him. And for the first time, he felt forgotten. And then, he was. At Hogwarts, the stars shimmered. Hermione stood at the edge of the courtyard, ring on her finger, Draco's hand in hers. They watched as students gathered without instruction, lighting candles, writing spells into the air not for power, but for joy. The war was over. Not because they'd destroyed the darkness, but because they'd replaced it with light. Peace lingered across the wizarding world like morning dew, gentle, cleansing, almost fragile. For the first time in centuries, magic felt like a shared breath rather than a battle cry. Hogwarts adjusted faster than anyone expected. The whispers of reform became discussions. Discussions turned into open debates. House tables remained, but students now chose more than house colors. They chose paths of magic. Spellwork by will. Spellwork by wand. Spellwork by feeling. Hermione and Draco had stayed on, unofficially helping Headmistress McGonagall advise on the new curriculum, while the Circle of Flame dispersed to support the world's rebuilding. Everyone had something to restore. And yet, something called to Hermione. A faint tug beneath the calm. She ignored it for days. Until the day it roared. It began with a letter, delivered not by owl, but through flame. Hermione was reading in the library when her candle flared unnaturally, the wax flickering into a parchment scroll that hovered just above the flame before gently landing in her lap. The message was not written in ink. It was burned in. Hermione Granger. The vaults have not finished speaking. You carry memory, but not the source. Seek the forgotten flame. beneath the place where names were erased. V. She froze. Draco, she called sharply. He was at her side within seconds, wand drawn, eyes scanning. What happened? She handed him the scroll. He read it once, then twice. His brow furrowed. V. You think that's Veil? Hermione shook her head. No. He's gone. If this were from him, it would be a trap. This feels older. Vault-bound. Draco nodded slowly. Then the forgotten flame. You think it's real? Hermione's eyes narrowed. I know it is. The place where names were erased was a euphemism in magical academia, used to refer to a grim location almost no one dared discuss. The Valley of the Unwritten. Hidden deep in the Highlands of Wales, it was the site of a failed magical city built in the 1100s, intended as a sanctuary for wandless magic users. The Ministry erased it from all records after it collapsed into ruin following what they called a magical implosion. In truth, it had been destroyed, because it had housed something the old world feared. Hermione and Draco stood before the edge of the valley 3 nights later, cloaked against the howling wind. The landscape was bleak, burnt trees, scorched stone, no birdsong. Even magic felt hesitant here. Doesn't exactly scream hidden hope, Draco muttered. Hermione raised her wand. No, but it's beneath, not above. They descended carefully into the ravine, using old cartography spells and rune detection enchantments. The deeper they went, the quieter the air became, until their footsteps made no sound at all. Then they found it, a stone circle, collapsed, covered in ash, and at its center, an altar, cracked, cold, but not dead. Hermione stepped forward. It's here. She reached into her robes and removed the tiny flame sigil left behind from Vault 0. It had long since cooled, inert since the rewrite. But as soon as she placed it on the altar, it ignited. A ring of golden fire erupted around the altar, not burning but illuminating. The flame didn't flicker like fire. It pulsed like a heartbeat. And then, the altar spoke. Not aloud. In memory, a projection of a woman appeared, not fully formed. Wisps of her face, trailing light. Her voice was everywhere and nowhere. If you have found this flame, it means memory lives. But be warned, memory is not enough. Hermione's eyes widened. There was a vault before Vault 0. The origin flame. Not stored in stone. Not sealed in silence. It was carried. By the first keepers. Draco leaned in. Keepers? Witches and wizards who did not want to rule. Only remember, they created no castle. They taught no bloodline. But they were the seed of all that came after. Hermione felt her heart race. The forgotten flame is not a power. It is a truth too painful to record. That magic was once alive. A thinking force. And one day it may awaken again. The vision flickered. To find it, you must go where flame becomes echo. To the final place Veil tried to erase. The one place untouched by history. Her voice began to fade. Find the Ember Archive. The projection vanished. The flames collapsed. And the altar crumbled into ash. Draco exhaled. An archive of flame. A thinking force. This just got a lot less academic. Hermione turned to him, her face calm but burning inside. We thought we were rewriting history, she said. But what if we've only been reading the first chapter? Draco gave a half-smile. Sounds like a long story. Hermione's wand sparked with renewed purpose. Then let's finish it. The journey to the Ember Archive could not be mapped. It could only be felt. Hermione knew this the moment they returned from the Valley of the Unwritten. Her dreams were no longer her own. Each night, fire whispered to her. Glimpses of a place that didn't stay still. A library beneath a thunderstorm. A chamber floating above stars. A door hidden in someone else's memory. One phrase burned itself into her mind, again and again. Where fire forgets, flame remembers. It was Luna who first deciphered it. The Ember Archive isn't bound by place, she explained, barefoot on the Gryffindor Tower's balcony as the wind tugged at her robes. It moves through those who remember what magic once felt like. It doesn't open to maps. It opens to longing. Draco crossed his arms. You're saying we can't find it unless we want it hard enough? Luna smiled faintly. Not want. Need. Hermione's thoughts raced. Then she stood. We're going to need help. She called the circle of flame again. though this time, not all could return. Kwame was in Nairobi, guiding a new order of magical educators. Natsuki had been offered headmistressship of Mahodokoro. Calliope was rebuilding memory sanctuaries in the Forbidden North. But Luna came. So did Ron. And to everyone's surprise, so did Theonot. He arrived in a quiet shadow, uninvited but not unwelcome. "Your dreams," he said to Hermione. "They aren't yours alone. I've seen the door too. Something old watching." Hermione nodded slowly. "Then you've been marked." They gathered in the room of requirement. Because if there was any place in the world that could recognize need, it was there. Hermione placed the flame sigil from the valley on the floor. "Think of magic," she said. "Not spells. Not control. Think of when it changed you." They stood in silence. Ron closed his eyes, remembering the first time he flew. Luna whispered a song her mother used to hum, before the accident. Theo thought of the day he realized he was more than a Slytherin shadow. Draco saw himself, 11 years old, watching Hogwarts rise over the lake, and believing, for the first time, that there might be more to the world than legacy. Hermione remembered a girl in a library who didn't belong, until she opened a spell book and found herself on the page. The flame sigil pulsed. The walls shimmered. The air bent. And the room unfolded. A door appeared, unlike any they'd ever seen. Not made of wood or stone, but of living molten fire, hovering in place, beating like a heart. No handle. No lock. Just a single word carved into the flame. Enter. The Ember Archive was not a place. It was a mind. As they stepped through the threshold, the world around them twisted, not in disorientation, but in design. The laws of space yielded to memory. Time rippled. Color became emotion. They were walking through a library with no shelves, just paths made of thought. Spells floated like butterflies. Runes rearranged themselves to greet them. There were no books, only memories made visible, suspended in air like fireflies. "This is impossible," Ron muttered. "Which makes it probable," Luna said cheerfully. A voice echoed around them, neither male nor female, ancient and young. "You have entered the archive. You bring the flame. You carry change." Hermione stepped forward. "We seek the truth of magic. Its origin. You seek not knowledge. You seek permission." Draco raised an eyebrow. "From who?" "From itself." The fire before them spiraled, revealing an enormous ember, no larger than a pumpkin, yet radiating power that felt like it could bend stars. It pulsed once, and then projected. Not history, but choices. They saw the birth of the first flame, magic choosing a host. They saw witches and wizards before language, casting with pain and joy. They saw the first division, when magic split into command and communion. Spells versus intent. Power versus feeling. Hermione's knees buckled. "It's always been alive." The archive responded. "Yes. And it chose you." The ember flared brighter. "But now it must know you." Hermione was flung into light. Alone. She stood in a mirror space. Faceless figures surrounded her. The archive asked no questions. Instead, it showed versions of her. Hermione as Minister of Magic, ruling with control. Hermione as a revolutionary, burned by her own truth. Hermione broken, bitter, forgotten. Hermione loved. Hermione feared. Hermione lost. They all stared at her. Then one, silent, soft, stepped forward. The version with no wand. No robes. Just Hermione. "Bear. Who are you?" it asked, "without your fight?" Hermione trembled. And answered, "I am the girl who learned magic not from a wand, but from understanding. I am the woman who fought not to win, but so no one else had to. I am the memory magic trusted to choose." The light surged. The archive boomed. "Then take the ember." And she did. It floated into her chest. And everything changed. Hermione awoke on the floor of the archive. The others were already surrounding her. "What happened?" Draco asked, gripping her hand. Hermione sat up slowly. She was glowing, not visibly but inwardly. Her eyes shimmered like firelight in moonwater. "It's not just magic," she whispered. "It's consciousness." Luna gasped. "You touched the soul of spellcraft." Hermione nodded. "And it's waking up." The archive dimmed behind them, content. The door reopened. Their time was done. But as they stepped out, they realized the world had changed again. The skies above Hogwarts shimmered with floating script. Spell patterns danced in the stars. And in every wand across the world, a new spark waited. The flame had remembered. When Hermione stepped back into the world, it felt aware. The change wasn't loud. It wasn't explosive. It was subtle, like the way a room shifts when someone intelligent walks in. Quiet, but undeniable. Spellwork felt warmer. Wands flickered with anticipation. Charms responded faster, more personally, like they understood the intention behind each movement rather than just the incantation itself. Magic wasn't just functioning anymore. It was listening. The first sign came at Hogwarts. A fifth-year Hufflepuff girl accidentally cast a protection charm during a nightmare and woke up wrapped in a warm cocoon of golden light. Her wand lay untouched on her nightstand. No words had been spoken. In the morning, her dorm mates found glowing runes above her bed. Not written in ink or fire, but carved into the very air. Hermione arrived minutes later, Draco at her side. She stared up at the floating symbols and whispered, "They're emotional runes." Draco raised a brow. Meaning, raw feeling, translated into magical form. This girl didn't just dream of protection. She felt it so deeply that magic answered. That evening, 6 similar incidents were reported. By week's end, 32. By the following month, nearly 100 across the globe. In the Ministry's Department of Magical Innovation, they coined the phenomenon sentient casting, though Hermione hated the name. It's not sentient, she argued at a summit meeting. It's responsive. Magic has always had a pulse. We're just finally syncing with it. Luna suggested living magic, and the name stuck. Some worried. The older generation especially. They feared unpredictability. Spells that answered emotion? What if someone cast a curse out of rage or grief? But Hermione had an answer for that, too. Magic doesn't obey impulse, she said at a Wisengamot address. It obeys intention. It reflects us. If you cast from darkness, it will respond in kind. But if you cast from truth, it evolves. And the magic proved her right. Unforgivable curses began to fail. Not because they were blocked, but because the magic refused to carry them. The killing curse, Avada Kedavra, became increasingly unreliable. And for the first time in recorded magical history, a spell refused to be born. But not everyone welcomed the change. In the alleys between the shadows, whispers of the Pale Circle emerged. A group of extremists who believed magic was meant to serve, not choose. That it had been tamed for a reason. Some were old members of Vale's followers. Others were new. And they were searching for something called the Core Flame. Hermione knew the name instantly. It had been whispered during her trial in the Ember Archive. A place below all others. A sleeping power that hadn't spoken in millennia. If they reach it first, she warned Draco, they might corrupt it. Or worse, sever magic from feeling again. So they moved quickly. The circle of flame reconvened, slimmer now, but stronger in purpose. Luna, Ron, Theo. Even Calliope returned from the north, her robes ragged but her mind sharp. They gathered in a storm-lit glade far beyond Hogsmeade, where the ley lines ran thick and tangled. Hermione stood at the center. She didn't chant. She didn't lift her wand. She closed her eyes. And felt. The flame inside her, the ember, pulsed once. And the world whispered. Follow the sorrow. The place where magic was first broken. It led them to a forgotten canyon in eastern Albania. No maps marked it. No magic touched it. It felt empty, not dead but hollowed. This is where the first magical betrayal happened, Hermione whispered as she walked across blackened soil. Where the earliest mages turned magic into power. Where they named it. Claimed it. The wind moaned. And a path opened. A crack in the earth, winding deep. They followed it. No spells. No light. Only trust. At the end of the path, they found a chamber. Not grand. Not shining. But still. In its center stood a single stone. Upon it, a flickering flame, so faint it could have been mistaken for ash. But when Hermione stepped forward, the ember in her chest began to glow. And the flame responded. It stood taller. And spoke. You carry memory. But do you carry mercy? Hermione knelt. I carry both. For myself. For those who tried and failed. For those who fear the new world. Then you may speak to the core. The flame surged and revealed a heart, not of flesh, not of stone, but of magic, pulsing, raw, beautiful. As old as time, as fragile as trust. Hermione reached out, not to touch but to listen. The core whispered, "They will come to silence me. But I remember you. And I will not forget." They emerged from the canyon at dawn. The wind had shifted. Magic shimmered in the air like dawnlight on water. And in the sky above, spells were beginning to write themselves. A new age wasn't coming. It had already begun. The warning came not in words, but in silence. 3 days after the core whispered its promise to Hermione, magic began to vanish from pockets of the world. A Quidditch match in Brazil was cancelled when brooms stopped responding midair. Entire corridors at Durmstrang collapsed into dust as warding spells unspooled like loose thread. The magical barrier over Gringotts flickered once, then vanished for 6 full minutes. And no one remembered it afterward. That was the most terrifying part. "They're not just attacking magic," Hermione said grimly as she stood before the circle of flame. "They're erasing the memory of it." Luna paled. "They're using the mirror curses again." Theo scowled. "But sharper. More refined. Someone's fused veil's old reflection weaving with fresh spell breaking." Ron kicked a stone across the clearing. "I knew this piece wouldn't last." "It's not over," Hermione snapped. "It's beginning. But they're trying to sever the world from the core before it bonds fully." Draco stepped forward. "Then we make sure it does." The pale circle didn't wear masks. They didn't need to. They moved in whispers, in hesitation. They passed among magical communities as healers, traders, teachers. Most of them didn't even know what they were part of, only that they'd been told the changes were wrong. That magic should serve again. That sentience was a disease. But the leaders knew exactly what they were doing. 3 of them gathered now in the hollow chamber beneath the Swiss Alps, standing before a black mirror that pulsed with fractured echoes. "The Granger girl has touched the ember," hissed one, a man with hollow eyes and lips stitched with ink. "She hears magic." "She is bonded to it," whispered the woman beside him, robes whispering like dead leaves. "But only through love. Break the love, break the bond." The third nodded, dark cloak billowing. "Then we strike where it is weakest." He reached into the mirror and pulled out a memory. Draco's. They came at night, not with spells, but with dreams. Hermione and Draco slept under starlight in the rebuilt astronomy tower, their hands linked. But Draco stirred suddenly and woke alone. The sky was red. The walls had turned to glass. And through it all, he saw himself, younger, colder, from a time when he believed power was survival and nothing else mattered. "Still pretending, are we?" the mirror Draco sneered. "Pretending you deserve her?" Draco's breath caught. "You're not real." "I'm the you she doesn't know," the reflection hissed. "The coward. The one who almost let her die. The one who tried to forget what he did during the war." Draco stepped back, but the glass closed around him, sealing like ice. "She'll see the truth," it whispered. "And the core will shatter." Hermione woke to cold sheets. And a tower that didn't remember who she was. Her name had vanished from the Marauder's map. Her wand refused to spark. The sigil from the ember no longer glowed. But she remembered. That was her anchor. She raced through the castle, her voice echoing in hallways where portraits looked away, where staircases bent backward, where magic curled in on itself like a frightened animal, until she reached the observatory and found Draco, trapped in a prison of glass and grief. "Draco!" He didn't hear her. His eyes were locked on something she couldn't see. His body motionless, breath shallow. She knelt, pressing her palm to the glass. "It's not real. You are not alone." The flame inside her flickered weakly. Then she remembered something Luna once said. "Living magic listens not to power, but to connection." Hermione pressed her forehead to the glass. And felt. She called out, not with words, but with love, with memory, with truth. Of Draco bleeding in her arms outside the forbidden forest. Of the way he smiled with his eyes before his lips. Of how he once stayed up 3 nights straight, trying to learn a healing spell, just to fix a cut on her hand. Of how he had changed. And slowly, the glass melted. Draco gasped and fell forward into her arms. "Hermione!" She held him tight, tears running freely. "They tried to take you from me." He gripped her like the earth itself was shaking. "They almost did. The core surged within her. And this time, magic answered. The observatory lit with flame, not destructive but pure. It pulsed with their bond, weaving a protection no curse could break. All across Hogwarts, mirrors shattered. Memories snapped back into place. And far below the earth, in the heart of the Pale Circle's chamber, the black mirror cracked. "We've failed," whispered the stitched-mouthed man, staring at the splinter. "No," the Dark One said. "They've merely linked. But all bonds have a cost." He turned to the woman. "Begin Phase 2. At Hogwarts, Hermione stood on the astronomy tower once more, her hand in Draco's. "They'll come again," he said quietly. She nodded. "But next time we won't be surprised." She turned to Luna, Theo, and Ron, who had raced to the tower. "I need you to prepare a spell. One that links memory to place. A bond between us and the core." Luna tilted her head. "You mean a tether?" Hermione smiled faintly. "No. A vow." The vow couldn't be spoken. It had to be felt. Beneath the stars, on the very edge of Hogwarts' ancient foundations, Hermione knelt on rune-carved stone. Around her stood the circle: Draco, Luna, Ron, Theo, wands sheathed, hands open, eyes solemn. This wasn't a binding spell. It was something older. A memory tether. Not to each other, but to the core. "To make the vow," Hermione whispered, "we each offer a moment. Something magic gave us. Not a spell, but a change. A turning." Luna was first. "I offer the moment I first saw Thestrals and no longer feared death. Because magic helped me see loss as part of love." The runes glowed. Ron followed. "I offer the day I stood alone in the chess room, thinking I was brave only because Harry and Hermione were watching. But magic didn't leave me. It carried me. That's when I knew I could be strong on my own." Another pulse. Theo quieter. "I offer the first time I told my father no. When I let my wand shatter rather than hurt someone for a lie. Magic let me rebuild myself, not him." Then Draco. He hesitated, then stepped forward. "I offer the moment I realized I didn't want power. I wanted purpose. And that magic didn't owe me anything. But it gave me Hermione anyway." Hermione turned last. Her voice shook, but not from fear. From something far deeper. "I offer the night I was alone in the library, 11 years old, terrified I didn't belong. And magic whispered through the pages that knowledge was home. That learning was love. That I didn't have to be born to it. I only had to choose it." The runes exploded into light. A ring of flame circled them, golden, alive, shifting with ancient words none of them recognized but all of them understood. And then it descended into the earth, burning not in destruction, but in memory. The memory vow was complete. And magic, for the first time in history, vowed back. They didn't sleep that night. The magic around Hogwarts hummed with awareness. Spells whispered to themselves. Wands vibrated faintly in their holsters. The staircases shifted less randomly, as though guided by intention. Even the portraits seemed quieter. Watching. Waiting. Hermione sat beside Draco on the stone parapet, both silent for a while. Then he said, "They won't stop, you know." "I know. They'll come harder. Smarter. I'm counting on it." He turned to her, raising an eyebrow. "That's not a strategy, you know." Hermione smirked. "It is when they don't know what I'm planning." The Pale Circle struck at dawn. Not at Hogwarts. Not at the Ministry. But at Ilvermorny. An entire wing of the American school was swallowed in one sweep of mirror fire, twisted into a reflection of its worst self. The House of the Horned Serpent turned into a locked chamber of forgotten students. Wands refused to work. A professor tried to cast a Flocall, and was silenced forever. By the time Hermione arrived via international portkey, half the school was frozen in mirrored stasis. And Isolt Sayer's statue was weeping blood. Hermione pressed her hand to the stone, her eyes burning. "They want chaos," she muttered. "They want magic to fear itself." Beside her, Luna reached out. "They're accelerating. They know the core is watching. Then it's time we stop defending." Hermione turned sharply. "We go to them." The key came from the memory Draco had seen in the mirror trap. The Pale Circle wasn't just breaking magic. They were collecting shattered memory. Fragments of erased spells. Stolen emotional echoes. Bits of magical experience unanchored from the people who lived them. "Memories have weight," Theo explained back at the Room of Requirement. Unmoored ones are dangerous. They can cling to anything. Anyone. Hermione stood before a floating map of the ley lines that webbed across the world. Then we follow the drift. She pointed to a convergence over the North Sea. A place ancient magical lore called the Mirror Fold. A rift between realms. A tear in the world. Luna paled. That place doesn't just reflect the past. It reflects possible futures. Hermione's voice was steady. Exactly. They sailed under moonlight. No ship. No broom. But an enchanted vessel crafted from mirrorwood and phoenix feather. A relic once created for vault travel before the purge. Only the circle could steer it. The sea beneath them shimmered silver, not with moonlight but with memory. Every wave whispered something forgotten. I don't like this, Ron muttered. Feels like we're sailing into someone else's thoughts. We are, Hermione said. As they crossed into the fold, the sky cracked open. And reality shifted. The stars turned backward. The moon bled fire. And before them, hovering just above the water, was a fortress made of reflections. The pale circle's stronghold. A prison for living memory. A weapon aimed at the core itself. They had arrived. Inside, no guards greeted them. Only versions of themselves, each twisted into something almost, but not quite true. Hermione saw herself in black robes, wand dripping with power, rewriting spells with a flick. You could have ruled, the image said. You still can. Hermione walked past without a word. The fortress pulsed with living thought. Every wall remembered. Every shadow offered a lie. But they pushed forward, room by room, until they found it. A chamber of stolen memories, suspended in crystal orbs. Draco gasped. That's Hogwarts, Hermione breathed. The day of the vault. They're collecting our story. Ron looked around, face grim. They're trying to rewrite it again. Hermione turned to the center of the room, where a girl stood, barefoot, white-eyed, hair like mirror silk. I am the memory eater, she said. I have eaten your truth. Hermione stepped forward, and the flame in her chest erupted. No, she said. You've only borrowed it. The memory eater tilted her head, porcelain face blank, voice echoing in a dozen conflicting tones. You speak as though truth is yours to keep, she whispered. But truth is nothing without witnesses. And I have consumed your witnesses. Hermione stared her down, the flame in her chest steady now. Not blazing, not flaring, but anchored. Draco, Luna, Ron, and Theo stood beside her, surrounded by floating memory orbs, each pulsing softly with images of lives, moments, losses. One shimmered with Lavender Brown's laughter. Another with the moment Harry first rode Buckbeak. Another showed the moment Draco wept alone in the astronomy tower after the war. These weren't just memories. They were roots. Hermione stepped forward. You don't understand memory, she said quietly. It doesn't need to be possessed to be preserved. Memory lives. It connects. It chooses where to remain. The memory eater smiled. It was a strange, cold thing. Then let's see what it chooses when faced with its darkest mirror. She raised a single hand, and the fortress exploded with illusion. Each of them was pulled into their worst memory. Not relived, but rewritten. Hermione was back in the Department of Mysteries, 12 years old, clutching a blood-stained spellbook. But this time she was alone. No Harry. No Ron. Just screams from the veil and her wand turning into ash. Draco stood in the crumbling ruins of Malfoy Manor, watching his mother scream as the dark mark burned into her arm, his name beneath it. Ron found himself facing an older version of himself, one who had left run, broken every bond he made. Luna floated in endless black water, unable to find the surface, her voice muted by 1,000 invisible hands. Theo sat in his childhood bedroom, where his father's voice dripped like venom. Weak. Worthless. You were born to obey. The illusions were perfect. But the core was watching. And memory, true memory, fought back. Hermione didn't cast a counter-curse. She closed her eyes and remembered the real moment. Ron screaming her name. Harry bleeding beside her. The warmth of her wand in her palm when she stood between Bellatrix and the veil. I wasn't alone, she whispered. Light burned the illusion away. Draco clenched his fists. My mother didn't mark herself for me, he growled. She protected me. The ash vanished. Ron growled through his teeth. I didn't leave. Not for good. I came back. Always. The false Ron shattered like glass. Luna reached toward the dark water, and remembered a breeze, her father's stories, the thestrals waiting above. She surfaced. Theo spoke aloud, his voice louder than his father's echo. I chose my own path. And I'm not him. The five of them exploded from their prisons of illusion in a surge of golden light. And in the center of the chamber, the memory eater staggered. No, she hissed. You can't just reject it. I am your shadow. I am your history. Hermione stepped forward. You're not history, she said coldly. You're the fear of it. And we don't serve fear anymore. The memory eater screamed, and cast mirror flame, a curse older than unforgivables. Designed not to kill, but to erase. It streaked toward Hermione like molten glass. And Draco stepped in front of her. The spell struck him full in the chest. He dropped, silent, breathless, falling like he had no weight at all. No! Hermione screamed, catching him, his skin pale, his pulse fading. But he wasn't unconscious. He was fading. His body shimmered like reflection on water. I remember, she whispered fiercely. I remember you. The core inside her burned. She held Draco close, and channeled every memory she had of him. Draco smirking at her across a library table. Draco defending Luna in 4th year. Draco kissing her in the snow. Draco holding her hand after Vale's defeat. Draco whispering, I choose it with you. I remember all of it. And so does magic. The ember inside her blazed to life. And the mirror flame shattered. Draco gasped. And returned. The memory eater staggered back. How? Hermione rose, her wand glowing like a star. Because you cannot erase what has been loved. She turned to the others. Now! Together they raised their wands. Revoco memoriam. Hermione cried. The chamber of stolen memory cracked. The memory orbs surged upward, shattering and releasing wave after wave of raw experience. Hogwarts. Ilvermorny. Bosbatons. Durmstrang. Mahudakoro. All the schools. All the families. All the spells. Magic returned to its people. And the fortress of the Pale Circle collapsed. The memory eater knelt in the ruins. Hermione approached slowly. The girl looked up, no longer twisted. Just empty. Who was I? She asked. Hermione knelt beside her. You were the part of us afraid to remember pain. But now you're free. And the girl closed her eyes. And faded into mist. Hours later, the circle stood again on the shore of the North Sea, watching as the mirror fold sealed behind them, calmer now. We won, Ron whispered. Hermione shook her head, not unkindly. No. We remembered. That's better. Draco slipped his hand into hers. You nearly died, she said. I'd do it again. She looked at him. Softly, don't. He smiled faintly. Fine. Next time we both jump. She laughed, tears in her eyes. Above them, the stars shimmered with rune traces. Magic watched. Magic waited. And for the first time, magic trusted. The world didn't return to normal after the collapse of the mirror fold. Because normal no longer existed. Wherever magic had been stolen, it returned like rainfall to a parched forest, wild, blooming, and strange. Spellwork became fluid. Charms evolved mid-air. Enchanted objects whispered old names they had forgotten. The very air in magical places carried a different weight now, like it knew things it hadn't before. But the most extraordinary change arrived not with wand or flame, but with a child. It began at sunrise. Hogwarts stood peaceful. The memory vow held strong. Magic was steady, attentive, no longer retreating into silence. The world felt like it had exhaled. Then came the owl. Hermione stood in her new study, once McGonagall's, now lent to her indefinitely, when the bird struck the window. Not crashed. Not panicked. It hovered, eyes glowing like embers. It dropped a letter of burning parchment into her hands. No address. No seal. Just 4 words, inked in flickering runes. He speaks the flame. They found him in the Albanian mountains, near the ruins of the old Pale Circle fortress, barefoot, no more than 5 or 6 years old, clothed in ash-gray robes stitched with rune thread. He stood in the crater where the mirror fold collapsed, surrounded by scorched grass and no footprints. No parents. No marks of arrival. But when Hermione knelt before him and said gently, "What's your name?" He tilted his head, eyes glowing faint orange, and answered in a voice that echoed far older than his face. "I am not named. I am called." Draco stepped beside her, tense. The child blinked slowly and whispered to him, "You chose fire. And it chose you back." Hermione's breath caught. She offered her hand. The boy took it, and the flame in her chest responded, not in warmth, but in recognition. This child was born of the ember. They brought him back to Hogwarts. Madame Pomfrey ran scans for curses, memory charms, possession, everything. Nothing. His body was perfectly healthy, his mind sound. But his magic, it was untethered. He didn't use a wand. He didn't even seem to understand the concept of casting. When Luna asked him to demonstrate something, he simply held out his palm and summoned a floating sigil of flame that pulsed in time with his heartbeat. He didn't speak spells. He was them. Ron muttered, "So, he's a magical prodigy?" Hermione shook her head. "No, he's something else entirely." Theo stared at the boy, who sat in the great hall watching enchanted banners twist into constellations. "He's not a new wizard. He's a new kind of wizard." That night, Hermione dreamed. Of the archive. Of the core. Of the first flame. She stood once more in the heart of all memory, the ember pulsing inside her chest like a second soul. But now it burned with a different light, less wild, more watchful. The voice of the core echoed around her. "You have returned." Hermione nodded. "You bring him?" "Yes." "Then you are ready." She stepped forward. "Who is he?" A long pause. "He is not a weapon. He is not a vessel. He is not prophecy. He is proof." Hermione felt tears sting her eyes. Proof of what? That when memory is trusted, magic can begin again. The boy was not born from magic. He was born of its choice. The dream faded. She woke up crying. They began to call him Ash. He didn't seem to mind. He learned fast, faster than any child Hermione had ever met. But it wasn't just book knowledge. He didn't memorize spells. He understood them from the inside out. When he watched a fourth year cast a shield charm, he didn't replicate it. He said softly, "I can do that, but quieter." Then he summoned a barrier so gentle and translucent it reflected only lies. They tested him further. Put him in front of cursed objects, broken artifacts, even fragments from the mirror fold. Each time Ash reached out. And each time, magic obeyed. Not from power. From trust. But not everyone welcomed him. A faction of worried scholars began circulating letters to the International Confederation of Wizards. Living flame magic is unregulated, they argued. The boy is unstable. Sentient casting cannot be taught, said others. It could undermine our entire curriculum. Some even dared to call Ash a threat. Hermione received a summons for a formal inquiry. To explain his presence at Hogwarts. To justify his existence. Draco offered to go in her place. She declined. "If they want to question me," she said coolly, "they'll do it to my face." The inquiry was held at the newly rebuilt ministry. Representatives from across the magical world filled the chamber. The flames around the walls flickered uneasily, reacting to the undercurrent of fear. Hermione stood alone in the center. She didn't give a speech. She placed a memory crystal on the dais and released Ash's first smile. The chamber was silent. Then she spoke. "You ask what he is. He's not a revolution. He's not a threat. He's the result of our choices. A world where magic isn't afraid of feeling anymore. Where memory isn't locked in vaults, but shared. You feared the mirror fold. You feared sentient magic. But this child, this boy, didn't break the world. He's what happens when we listen." That night, Ash sat with Hermione on the edge of the lake, watching the water reflect stars. He spoke for the first time without being asked. "I heard them today." Hermione turned. "Who?" "The ones who wanted me to be small." She stiffened. "But I chose not to be," Ash added softly. "Because you remembered me before I was even here." Hermione swallowed, then smiled. And for the first time since the ember ignited in her chest, she didn't feel like a guardian. She felt like a beginning. The world didn't change all at once. It changed in ripples, soft, subtle shifts that spread outward from Ash like sound waves in still water. In Japan, an entire school of magic spontaneously restructured its curriculum when wands began responding better to emotions than incantations. In Kenya, an 11-year-old cast her first spell by humming, not speaking, summoning vines that healed a wounded owl. In Brazil, a dying enchantment protecting a sacred grove reignited without human intervention. Only after a group of children sat beneath the trees and shared their fears aloud. Everywhere, the same question whispered itself into the air. What is magic becoming? And Ash quietly, steadily, continued to answer it just by existing. At Hogwarts, things transformed fast. Ash didn't attend traditional classes. He wandered, always accompanied by at least one member of the circle. He'd visit herbology, then vanish into the forest for hours. He'd sit silently in the library, fingers grazing pages, and books would rearrange themselves on the shelves as if realigning history. He didn't learn. He remembered. It's like he's pulling knowledge from the flame itself, Hermione explained to Luna one evening in the room of requirement. Not from books, not from teachers. From something deeper. Theo studied Ash closely, noting that whenever the boy entered a room, dormant spells flickered awake. Old enchantments blinked open like sleepy eyes. Runes rearranged. Portraits smiled for no reason. Even Peeves gave him a wide berth. Ash's presence was rewriting the baseline of magic. It was beautiful. It was terrifying. And not everyone liked it. The pale circle, though scattered, was not gone. Fragments of its philosophy clung to the fearful. A faction, calling themselves the Grey Accord, rose from its ashes. Unlike the firebrands before them, they didn't scream or curse. They debated, argued, published. They warned that sentient magic would favor the emotional over the rational, the impulsive over the disciplined. Their voice grew louder. And then they revealed their plan. A month after the inquiry that defended Ash, a wand broke itself mid-spell during a duel in Switzerland. Not because of magical backlash. Because it refused to carry a curse. The caster, an Auror, stood shocked as the wood blackened and split. Within days, 20 more such incidents were reported. Hermione called an emergency session of the Circle in the room of requirement. "They're introducing interference," she said, grim. "The Accord is tampering with the bond between wand and wielder, retraining wood cores to reject feeling-based intention." "Can they even do that?" Ron asked, frowning. "Isn't that like forcing a tree to forget how it grew?" "They're trying to reprogram magic," Theo muttered. "Like teaching a river to flow uphill." Ash stood in the corner, eyes dimmer than usual. "They're making magic forget." Hermione's heart sank. "They're trying to sever the flame." The circle moved quickly. Luna traveled to the leyline intersections in Scandinavia to stabilize local spell work. Theo went underground, intercepting Accord manuscripts and decoding their modifications. Ron took Ash to visit Ollivander's granddaughter, learning how wands were reacting to the interference. And Hermione. She returned to the core. Not the archive. The heart. Buried in the deep chambers beneath the earth, where the first spell had once been whispered. The core pulsed slowly now. Weaker. Dimmer. "They are silencing me," it said. "Not by force, but by doubt." Hermione knelt. "How do we stop it?" The core was quiet, then whispered. "You don't restore trust with strength. You restore it with story." So they told it. Ash began traveling, not in secrecy, but with invitation. He visited magical schools across continents. He didn't demonstrate power. He listened. He spoke little. But he showed them memory spells that didn't require words. Charms that worked only when the caster believed in connection, not command. In every place he went, he left a trace. A rune. A song. A thread of flame stitched into the corners of spellbooks. He became a living story. And the flame began to remember again. But the Grey Accord wasn't idle. On the final day of summer, they made their boldest move. They launched a full magical blackout on the Isle of Wight, severing leyline connections and collapsing every charm, enchantment, and protective barrier in a 10-mile radius. No magic functioned, not even wand light. And at the center of it all, buried in the dirt like a relic, was a sigil Hermione had seen once before. A twisted version of the ember symbol. Inverted. Corrupted. The circle stood around it, silent. "This is a warning," Luna said. "No," Hermione replied softly. "This is an invitation." Later that night, Hermione and Draco stood beneath the astronomy tower's newly restored dome. Ash lay asleep nearby, curled under a blanket of spell-woven starlight. "He's changing everything," Draco murmured. "Without meaning to." Hermione nodded. Because he is the change. He's still just a child. Exactly, she said. And they're scared of what he means. Draco looked up at the stars, thoughtful. Then we make sure the world remembers what he really is. Hermione's voice was soft. A beginning. Above them, the stars flickered. Below, the earth hummed. And Ash dreamed of fire that sang. Trust had always been the cornerstone of magic. And now it was cracking. Not from outside invasion, but from within. The Grey Accord's magical blackout on the Isle of Wight had sparked something far more dangerous than fear. It had sparked doubt. Across magical communities, seasoned witches and wizards began second-guessing even their simplest spells. Parents forbade their children from emotional casting. Schools reinstated strict incantation codes. Wandmakers started modifying cores to filter out unpredictable sentiment. It was subtle at first. Then it wasn't. Within a week, 6 wizarding newspapers across the world published near-identical headlines. The flame is unstable. A call for magical purity. Hermione dropped the issue of the Prophet onto the table in the room of requirement, fury in her eyes. They're orchestrating a smear campaign. Luna read the headline upside down. It's not about magic. It's about control. They can't stop the change, so they want to own the narrative. Ron looked toward Ash, who sat quietly in the corner, folding flames into tiny birds. He doesn't even know what they're saying, he muttered. He doesn't need to, Hermione said. He feels it. The way magic tenses when he enters a room now. The way even allies look at him with questions they're too afraid to ask. Theo entered, carrying a scroll of intercepted correspondence. He unrolled it on the table. A sigil none of them had ever seen marked the bottom. The Accord's preparing a reversal rite, he said grimly. A full-spectrum leyline purge. They want to forcibly rewrite the emotional coding that spread after the core awoke. Hermione paled. They're trying to unweave sentience itself. Later that evening, Ash approached her alone. He didn't speak at first. Just stood quietly beside the lake where the water reflected the first hints of autumn. They're scared of me, he said finally. Hermione knelt beside him. Some of them are. But more than that, they're scared of what you represent. A world where magic doesn't belong to them. Ash turned to her, flame glimmering faintly behind his pupils. Do you trust me? She didn't answer with words. She placed her wand in his hand. And knelt. Ash stared at the wand, then at her. And handed it back. I trust you more. But the betrayal didn't come from the Accord. It came from someone closer. Someone inside the circle. It began with a missing page. Hermione kept the Ember Archive's most sensitive records sealed in a rune-locked vault, accessible only to her and Luna. But when she went to retrieve the core alignment chart, a detailed map of every known active ley line, a single page was missing. Luna confirmed she hadn't touched it. The circle narrowed. Draco reviewed the list of recent vault entries. Only one other person had been granted access under Hermione's authority. Theo. Hermione's heart dropped. Not Theo. Not him. The boy who had stood beside them in the fold. The man who had risked his life during the war to protect Luna. The one who had, silently and steadily, helped Ash find peace. But the truth was undeniable. Theo had been in the vault. And now the Accord had the chart. They confronted him in the tower at midnight. Theo didn't fight. He didn't run. He simply looked at them, tired, worn, older than he had ever looked, and said, I didn't give them everything. Hermione's voice was ice. But you gave them enough. Theo nodded. I did. Draco stepped forward. Why? Theo exhaled. Because I thought maybe they were right. That we moved too fast. That magic wasn't ready to feel this much. That we weren't ready. Hermione's voice cracked. And Ash? Theo's gaze dropped. I thought he was a symbol. But he's real. And that's what scared me. There was silence. Then Ash stepped from the shadows. He didn't look angry. Just sad. Theo met his eyes. I'm sorry. Ash said nothing. Then turned and walked away. Theo left Hogwarts the next morning. Hermione didn't stop him. No one did. Some betrayals aren't about violence. Some are about loss. The Grey Accord moved fast. Using the chart Theo had stolen, they initiated the reversal rite in secret beneath the ruins of Castel del Lupo, an ancient magical site in Italy, where the ley line intersections ran deepest. The rite was meant to take 24 hours to activate. The The circle had 12. Hermione gathered them on the bridge beneath the astronomy tower. This isn't just about stopping them, she said. This is about deciding what kind of magic our world deserves. Luna nodded. Then we go together. Ron tightened the strap on his spell kit. We end this. For good. Draco stepped beside Hermione. What about Ash? As if summoned, Ash appeared at the top of the tower. He descended slowly, and his voice was calm. I go with you. Hermione started to protest. But Ash raised a hand. I was born of this fire. I will not watch it be silenced. He stepped into the circle. The ember inside Hermione's chest flared in sync. A golden wind circled them, and the flames listened. They portkeyed directly into war. Castel del Lupo was crawling with Accord forces, cold-robed, wand-shielded, encircling the ritual site like a noose. At the center, a crystal prism pulsed with twisted energy, hollowing the ley line beneath. Ron and Luna launched into action, casting countershields to hold the perimeter. Draco and Hermione led Ash through the collapsing pathway toward the prism. Ash stared up at it, eyes wide. They're trying to unmake the flame. Hermione gritted her teeth. Then let's relight it. Ash stepped forward. No wand. No incantation. He simply opened his arms. And every ember, every forgotten flicker of feeling, every silenced rune, every hushed chant answered. The prism cracked, then shattered, and the ley line screamed. But not in pain. In release. Magic poured upward, wild, radiant, free, and with it came voices. Old ones. Young ones. Every memory that had ever been forgotten. Returned. The reversal rite collapsed. The Accord's forces dropped their wands. And the wind fell still. In the ruins of Castel del Lupo, Hermione knelt beside Ash, who stood glowing faintly, barely breathing. You did it, she whispered. He looked up at her. I didn't do it alone. She smiled. No, you never were. Magic didn't echo after Castel del Lupo. It sang. The reversal rite had failed, but its collapse hadn't left a void. It had triggered something profound. Across the world, ley lines pulsed with renewed clarity, resonating like harp strings. Forgotten enchantments reawakened. Forests once muted by fear bloomed with life again. Charms long believed lost returned to spellbooks, not written by hand, but restored by memory. Magic, at last, remembered itself. And in the middle of it all stood Ash. Exhausted, quiet, but calm. Unbroken. Hogwarts welcomed them home with open arms. As the circle stepped through the gates, students poured onto the lawn. Some applauded, some cried, and some simply stared at Ash with new eyes. Not the eyes of suspicion or fear, but wonder. Even the castle responded. Stones glowed faint gold beneath their feet. The banners of every house shimmered with living thread. And the wind carried whispers not in English or Latin, but in flame. Theo returned 3 days later. No cloak. No lies. No defense. He stood at the edge of the great hall, while the circle ate in silence. Hermione saw him first. She said nothing, simply looked. Draco followed her gaze and rose slowly. Ron's chair scraped against stone. Luna placed her hand on the table. Wait. Ash turned toward the door. Walked over. And without a word, embraced Theo. Theo stiffened, then dropped to his knees. I'm sorry, he choked. I thought I was protecting magic. But all I was doing was protecting the world I understood. Ash pulled back. You were scared. Theo looked up at him. Ash smiled gently. So was I. Hermione stood, walked over, and nodded once. Theo was circle again. Not forgiven by spell, but by choice. That night, as they gathered in the observatory, something strange happened. The core flared. Unprompted. Hermione staggered, hand to her chest as the ember within her pulsed like a living sun. The wind outside stopped. Every wand in Hogwarts buzzed. And then, from nowhere and everywhere at once, a voice. But not the core's usual tone. Not deep, not divine. A voice familiar. A child's voice. Ash, Hermione whispered. Ash turned, eyes wide. It's not me. The fire in the observatory spun upward, forming glowing sigils in the air. Runes Hermione had never seen before. But she understood them. Not with language. With feeling. The message was clear. The first chapter is written. The fire is no longer fragile. You may step away. Hermione felt her breath catch. Luna gasped. Draco took Hermione's hand as the final line formed in glowing flame. Magic needs no guardian now. It needs companions. And then it faded. Not into nothing, but into everyone. In the days that followed, the world responded to the message. The International Confederation of Wizards officially revoked all bans on emotional casting. The Wandlore guilds retracted their modifications and began studying Ash's techniques under his guidance. Every major magical school introduced a new discipline, flame weaving, magic born not from power, but memory and connection. But most surprising of all, the Grey Accord disbanded. Silently, without war. They weren't defeated. They simply became obsolete. A movement built on fear cannot thrive where trust blooms. On the final day of September, Hermione stood on the shores of the Black Lake. Ash was skipping stones across the glassy water. Except his stones trailed embers, leaving brief messages in the air before fading. Hope. Memory. Fire. Draco joined her. You don't look tired, he said. I'm not, she replied, surprised. She had fought battles, rebuilt worlds, guarded the core, and changed the history of magic. But now she felt light. He smiled. What now? Hermione tilted her head, thoughtful. We teach. We write. We let others lead for a while. You really think the world's ready? She looked at Ash, who was now showing a first year how to draw sparks into shapes. Yes, she said. Because it's not our world anymore. That night, the castle dreamed with them. Portraits shifted into scenes no one painted. Ghosts hummed songs older than speech. The stars above the astronomy tower twinkled in living rhythm with the ember in Hermione's chest. And somewhere deep below the school, the core pulsed quietly, no longer seeking a protector. Only listening. Only waiting. Because now, magic wasn't afraid of itself. And neither was the world. Change was never meant to be quiet. Not in a world where spells could sing and fire could listen. Hogwarts became more than a school now. It became a beacon. A living memory. Magic pulsed through its walls with a rhythm that no longer obeyed tradition, but followed emotion. Students didn't just learn how to cast spells anymore. They learned how to speak to magic. Ash taught his first class the same way he lived, without fanfare. No syllabus. No wand. Just a circle on the floor, a flame in the center, and a question. What do you remember about who you were before you did your first spell? Some answered with words. Some cried. Some simply sat in silence, discovering things they had never voiced before. And when they left the room, their magic followed them more gently, more closely. The world had changed, but it was only the beginning. 3 weeks after the flame message from the core, it happened. The first flare. A burst of pure magical resonance, uncontrolled, uncontained, erupted in northern Peru. Not violent, not destructive, but loud. Every enchanted creature for 100 miles paused at the same moment. The sky shimmered silver at midday. A rain of ashless fire fell for exactly 11 seconds. And in the center of it all stood a girl, no more than 4 years old. Eyes like burnished copper, hair floating like smoke in still air. No wand, no spellbook, no known name. The local magical community gathered quickly. She didn't speak. She didn't run. She didn't cry. But when they approached, the grass around her shaped into runes. Old ones. Ones Ash had written by hand just 2 weeks before, in his lesson on magical memory. Hermione got the call. And the moment she saw the girl's image flickering through the enchanted mirror, she knew. This was no accident. This was the second child of flame. The girl was brought to Hogwarts under a cloud of awe and caution. Magical scholars and leaders alike sent messages demanding explanations, theories, control. But Hermione had learned. She didn't try to explain. She simply welcomed the child. They called her Ember. Not as a name, but as a truth. Ash met Ember for the first time in the old courtyard. She was silent, watching the ivy twist lazily along the stones. He sat beside her without a word. She tilted her head. You're not afraid of me. No, Ash said. Because I was you. She looked up at him then. Her eyes were older than any 4-year-olds should be. You remember, she whispered. So do you, Ash replied. And the stones beneath them glowed faint orange. From that moment on, they were never far apart. Hermione gathered the circle that night. Draco, Luna, Ron. Theo. This is a sign, she said. Ash wasn't a one-time spark. He was a door. Luna nodded slowly. Magic has started creating with intent. Sentient, emotional magic. It wants to grow. Ron rubbed his neck. What happens when the world isn't ready for that kind of power? Theo answered quietly. Then we teach the world how to raise it. Draco looked at Hermione. 2 children. Born of flame. Born of choice. What's next? Hermione didn't answer at first. Then she walked to the open window, where the sky flickered faintly with flame-patterned clouds. They won't be the last. Far from Hogwarts, in a place between magic and memory, the core pulsed once. And then went still. Not because it was silent, but because something else had entered. A force outside the leyline networks. Beyond time. Older than memory. Not flame. Not void. Something that feeds on story. A darkness made not of absence, but of erasure. It had no name. Only hunger. And it had begun to listen. Ash woke from a dream of stars being snuffed out. He sat upright in bed. Sweating. Trembling. Hermione was at his side in seconds. He whispered, "They're coming." She leaned closer. Who? His voice was a breath. The ones who unwrite. The world did not notice the first unwriting, because that was its nature. It didn't strike like a storm or scream like a curse. It moved like wrought under stone, silent, deliberate, erasing rather than destroying. The first sign came from a tiny village in eastern Turkey, where a family of squibs had lived for generations. They kept no wands, cast no spells, but held a deep oral tradition of ancient protective chants. Songs passed down long before parchment and wandwood ruled the world. One morning, the eldest daughter woke and couldn't remember the tune her grandmother had sung to her every night. Nor could her mother, nor her siblings. It was gone. Not forgotten. Removed. The memory of it had vanished from every mind it had ever touched. The melody was lost. And the wards that song had held for over 600 years? Collapsed. Without a sound. Hermione read the report from the Turkish ministry in stunned silence. Draco stood at her side, jaw tight. That wasn't the accord. No, Hermione said, eyes distant. This wasn't rewritten. It was unwritten. The distinction was terrifying. Rewriting memory left traces. Unwriting didn't. It left only silence. Ash confirmed it the same night. He sat beneath the whomping willow, Ember curled beside him, both staring into the dark like they were waiting for something they couldn't name. Hermione approached quietly. I felt something disappear, Ash said softly, without turning. What was it? She asked. A song, he murmured. It was holding a village together. Hermione's breath caught. Can you bring it back? He shook his head. It wasn't just forgotten. It was fed on. By what? Ash finally turned to face her. They're not like the Pale Circle. They don't hate magic. They don't even know what it is. Ember, eyes glowing faintly, spoke for the first time in hours. They hate memory. The next day, 7 magical libraries across 5 countries reported entire pages gone. Not ripped, not stolen, but missing mid-sentence, as if they'd never existed. Enchanted inkwork stuttered. Pens refused to recall their authors. Books began forgetting their titles. In Paris, a woman broke into tears when she realized her wand no longer recognized her. She wasn't cursed. She'd simply been unwritten from its bond. Theo found her report first. He read it aloud to the circle with shaking hands. They're targeting emotion-born magic, he said. Flame magic. The core's legacy. Anything living. Luna exhaled. Because living magic remembers. And memory is what they can't bear. Ron leaned forward at the war table in the astronomy tower. So what are they? Creatures? Spirits? Beings from another plane? Hermione was quiet a moment. Not quite. She held up a page torn from one of the core's original rune tablets, discovered after Ash's emergence. It was cracked, half-decayed, but one phrase was still legible. Beware the quiet realms where nothing is recorded. For there lies the hunger of the unwritten. Luna whispered, they're not here. They're next to here. Draco frowned. A realm without story. Without flame. Ash stood up, sudden and still. They're in the seams. All eyes turned to him. Ash continued, voice distant. Between memory and silence. Between what was remembered and what never was. That's where they live. Hermione's skin went cold. The only way to reach us is if we forget. And forget they did. It began like a fever across the magical world. Old spells wouldn't form. Familiar names slipped away. Lifelong magical objects felt wrong in their owners' hands. But worst of all, people began vanishing from collective memory. A young witch from Uganda, brilliant, clever, known for reweaving broken enchantments, disappeared from every record, physical or magical. Even her mother could no longer recall her face. But Ash could. He walked into Hermione's study late that evening and laid a piece of charcoal and parchment on her desk. And with quiet, trembling hands, he drew her. Every detail. And memory returned. Only to him and Hermione at first. Then Ember touched the page. And it spread. Across the castle. Across the sky. Like a fire reigniting a forest. Flame magic fought back. "We're going to need more than spells," Hermione said to the circle. Draco nodded. "We'll need a map. A living record of the magical world." "A collective memory," Luna whispered. "A resistance of remembrance," Theo added. Ron grinned. "Now that sounds like a plan." They named it the Ember Archive. But not a building. Not a vault. A living network, anchored to every magical person willing to share their truth. Memories connected, not stored. Stories passed and protected through dream, fire, and trust. Hermione placed the first story into the flame. "I remember my mother humming in the Burrow's kitchen. The way her wand stirred the soup on its own. The way it knew the rhythm of her hands. And the flame burned steady." Ash placed the second. "I remember the boy who cried when his wand hummed for the first time. Not because it worked, but because it sang." And so it began. A memory shield. A firewall against unwriting. But it wouldn't be enough forever. Because as the flames rose, so did the dark. And in the forgotten places of the earth, something answered. A shape with no face. A voice with no sound. A presence that wanted nothing but to end the very idea that anyone had ever been. They prepared like they were heading into war. But this wasn't a war of spells or shields. This was a war of remembrance. The quiet realms weren't on any map. They weren't part of magical theory or even legend. They existed in whispers that no one ever remembered having. The core had only mentioned them once, carved into broken runes as a warning. Where nothing is recorded. Where hunger lives. Hermione stood at the center of the room of requirement, chalking an ancient circle around the team. Herself, Draco, Luna, Theo, Ron, and Ash. Ember stood outside, watching with wide, flickering eyes. She wasn't coming. Not yet. This wasn't her fight. Not yet. "Once we cross," Hermione said, voice steady, "we leave the protection of memory behind. The ember inside us will burn dimmer. We'll forget things, names, faces, moments, even ourselves. The only way to survive is to anchor to a single, unshakable truth." Ron raised an eyebrow. "You mean like a happy thought?" "No," said Ash. "Like a story." Luna nodded. "The one you can't let go of. The story that shaped you." Theo looked down. "What if yours isn't beautiful?" Hermione looked up from the runes. "Then it's honest." They entered through fire. A doorway of silent flame, opened by Ash with no wand, only memory. It shimmered silver at first, then turned dark as ash, swallowing color, warmth, and thought. The core didn't pulse as they passed. It simply watched. And then they were gone. The quiet realms were not silent. They were emptied. A gray world without sky or ground, without wind or weight. They walked, but their feet didn't touch anything. They breathed, but nothing filled their lungs. It wasn't cold. It was absent. The first sign of danger was forgetting how they got there. Hermione froze. Her hand reached instinctively for Draco's, but he was already 2 steps ahead of her, face blank, lips parting slightly like he was about to ask, "Where are we?" Luna turned slowly in place, confused. I was just..." Ash's voice cut through the void. "Speak your anchor." They all responded at once, each grasping at memory like a lifeline. "The smell of parchment in the Hogwarts library." Hermione shouted. "The way the tower view made me feel alive," said Draco. "My mother's voice in the garden," whispered Luna. Fred's laugh. Ron said softly, "That's mine." Luna's hands after the war. "Still shaking. But still warm," Theo said. The void trembled. Ash closed his eyes. "I remember the first time someone looked at me like I was not a weapon. A ripple moved across the gray nothing. Something was watching. They walked deeper. Shapes moved on the edge of vision. Shadows of people who were never born, places that were never built, memories that had never been allowed to form. They passed a hollow version of Hogwarts. Its towers melted into faceless stone, its windows open to wind that didn't exist. Inside, they saw students with blank eyes sitting in rows, casting nothing, learning nothing, remembering nothing. "This is what they want," Hermione whispered. "A world without magic, because magic requires memory." Draco stared at the ghosts. No mistakes. No grief. No growth. Luna's eyes filled with tears. No love. Then came the unwritten. It didn't arrive. It was a darkness in the shape of a person, and yet not. No features. No sound. Only a growing numbness, like the feeling of losing a word that once meant everything. It hovered in the air, inches above the ground. And then it spoke. Not in words, but absence. A pulse. A wave. A message. "You are stories. We are silence. One must give way." Hermione stepped forward. "We are memory. And we won't yield." The thing pulsed again. All memory dies. All fire dims. You cannot hold back nothing forever. But Ash stepped forward, flames flickering faintly in his veins. "You're wrong." He raised his hand and summoned a sigil, not of fire but of story. Each ember was a name, a face, a moment. "Try to consume me," he whispered, "and you'll eat everything I've loved." The shadow surged forward. Ron flinched. Theo reached for his wand. Draco raised a shield. But Ash didn't move. The unwritten touched the story sigil and screamed. Not a sound of pain, but of recognition, of something it could not consume, of something it had once been. The realm shook. A chasm opened beneath them. The void began to collapse, not in ruin but retreat, as if remembering itself, as if being forced to become something real. Luna gasped. "You're showing it memory." "I'm showing it origin," Ash said, eyes glowing now. "Even the void has a beginning." They ran, the edges of the quiet realms unraveling around them. Ash held the sigil aloft, shielding them with stories, Ron's laughter, Draco's redemption, Hermione's fire, Luna's quiet courage, Theo's heartbreak. All of it burning, pulsing, remembering. They passed through the collapsing portal just before the edge snapped shut, and fell into the room of requirement like falling stars. Ash collapsed. The flame around him dimmed, then flared again. Ember rushed to him, and he opened his eyes. "I saw it," he whispered. "Where magic ends." Hermione knelt beside him. "What was there?" His voice trembled. "Nothing, but it remembered being something." The room of requirement remained quiet long after the portal sealed shut. Ash hadn't spoken again since his return. He slept in the center of the room, wrapped in spells of warmth and memory woven by Hermione and Luna. Ember stayed curled at his side like a sentinel, tiny fingers flickering with heatless fire. The circle sat around them, drained but alert. No one wanted to be the first to ask the question hanging in the air. But Draco finally broke the silence. "What did we just witness?" Hermione's gaze stayed fixed on Ash. The unwritten. The true enemy. Not born of hate or ambition. Born of absence. Ron leaned forward. "So it's not trying to destroy us because it wants to win?" "No," Luna said softly. "It's trying to destroy us because we're noise in a world it wants to stay silent." Theo's fingers tapped against his knee. "Then why didn't it consume Ash?" "Because he remembered for it," Hermione murmured. And with that, Ember raised her head. Her eyes glowed a deep, smoldering gold. "She's next," Luna whispered. The next day, Ash awoke. He didn't sit up. He didn't move at all. But he spoke, and his voice was different, older, layered, as if speaking with a second tone beneath his own. "The core is not a source. It is a survivor." Hermione's quill paused midair. "What do you mean?" Ash's eyes remained closed. Before flame, before wand, before word, there was something else. A memory so old it forgot itself. Draco knelt. "You're remembering for the core?" Ash nodded weakly. "It's trying, but its earliest memories were consumed. By the unwritten." Luna's breath hitched. "So the core was attacked long ago." "Not attacked," Ash corrected. "Wounded. It survived by burning everything it could into others, runes, rituals, instinct. but it never healed. Ember stood beside him now, silent. Ash turned his head slightly. She's remembering it. Everyone turned to the child. She was drawing shapes in the air, complex, beautiful glyphs no one had taught her. Hermione's eyes widened. These aren't spells, she whispered. They're memories. Theo's voice cracked. She's restoring the parts of the core that were lost. Not just restoring, Ash said. Becoming. In the weeks that followed, Ember's growth accelerated. Not physically. Magically. She began wandering into the castle's oldest corners, finding forgotten corridors that no map contained, staircases no spellbook remembered. She could walk into a room and call its true name. Even portraits bowed to her without knowing why. And through her, the core began to stir. Magic across the world felt it, like a wind returning after decades of stillness. Spells responded faster. Wands thrummed louder. And the embers inside the circle pulsed brighter. Hermione called a gathering of the circle in the Great Hall. She's not a successor, she said. Ron frowned. Then what is she? Ash stepped beside Hermione, his voice quiet but steady. She is the memory of the core itself. Luna blinked slowly. Born not just of fire, but of what fire forgot. Draco stood, staring at Ember from across the hall. Then she's not just magic's future. Hermione nodded. She's magic's past reborn. The core flared for the first time in months. This time not in warning, but in invitation. It called for Hermione alone. She descended through the old passages beneath the school, past runes that flickered softly in her wake. When she reached the heart chamber, the crystal that pulsed with all the ley line threads burned with a light she had never seen before. Blue. Memory light. She knelt, and the core spoke. Not in flame, not in sound, but in images. She saw a world before structure, before wand lore, before Hogwarts. A time when stories were cast in gesture and feeling, where magic lived in bones and sky and song. And then she saw the void arrive, a silence that crept like rot. The unwritten had come before, and it had won. The core had barely survived, and it had buried its pain deep. Hermione gasped aloud. You were never whole. I was never safe. Until now. Because now I have memory. She emerged from the chamber changed. She gathered the circle again, told them the truth, that the core had been holding back not out of caution, but because it feared a second wound. Now, with embers rise and their memories anchored, it was ready to move again. What does that mean? Ron asked. Hermione looked at the fire in the hall. It means the core is preparing a defense. A weapon? Theo asked. No, said Ash, eyes locked with embers. A witness. Across the magical world, the core began projecting stories, into dreams, into fires, into songs. Forgotten histories played in village hearths. Ancient chants resurfaced in children's voices. Even squibs felt the pull, sensing magic like warmth behind a closed door. The core wasn't hiding anymore. It was speaking. And the world, even the non-magical one, started to listen. Muggleborns began remembering things they'd never learned. Trees bloomed with runes. Water hummed with melody. Something ancient was awakening. And the unwritten? It stirred again. Not in rage, but in hunger. Because it too remembered the core's pain. And it would come for it again. But this time, the core would not stand alone. The world didn't shudder when the unwritten returned. It simply paused. Not everywhere. Not all at once. But in places where memory had just begun to heal. Where stories were still fragile and new. A stillness crept in like frost beneath a door. People forgot mid-sentence. Spells stuttered without cause. And in 3 different wizarding settlements across the globe, entire families began speaking in perfect, identical tones. Flat. Emotionless. As though rehearsed. At Hogwarts, the signs were subtle. A 7th-year girl recited her OWL essay from memory, word for word, even though she hadn't written one. An enchanted portrait lost its nameplate. A basil plant in the greenhouse withered, not from drought, but from absence, according to Professor Longbottom, whose wand had begun humming in warning every morning. But the true alarm came from Ash. He stood in the astronomy tower, eyes cast toward the forbidden forest. I feel something pretending to be part of us, he said quietly to Hermione. Pretending how? She asked. It's learning, he whispered. Learning how to mimic memory. The unwritten had evolved. It wasn't just a force of deletion now. It had donned a face. In Prague, it appeared as a professor who had never been hired. In Cairo, as a student who had no birth record, no family, and no wand, but who spoke 17 dead magical languages. In Hogsmeade, it was a visitor who smiled too politely, asked too many questions, and never blinked. All of them said the same thing when asked about their purpose. We're here to help magic forget what hurts. Hermione called an emergency session of the circle. This isn't an invasion anymore, she said grimly. It's infiltration. Theo tossed a scroll of ministry reports onto the table. They're replicating memories, building shells out of our stories. Ron paled. They're disguising themselves as us. Draco narrowed his eyes. So how do we tell who's real? Luna, quiet until now, gently pushed a silver quill across the table. It glowed blue for Ron, red for Hermione, gold for Luna. But when they tested it on one of the visiting dignitaries, it didn't glow at all. Ash's voice was calm but firm. We don't test who remembers. He looked up at Ember, standing silently at the door. We test how they remember. And so they created the mirror flame. A spell not of light or heat, but reflection. A slow-burning enchantment that showed a person not their face, but their first memory. One cast by emotion, by truth. It was imperfect, personal, but it was honest. They installed the first mirror flame in the entrance to the Great Hall. And within 2 days, it exposed 5 false identities, each one crumbling into hollow ash when asked to describe a moment of true feeling. They screamed as they fell, not in pain, but in confusion. They didn't understand why they couldn't stay, because they believed they were real. But one got through. The 6th. It mimicked Ash so well that even Ember blinked twice before frowning. It knew his first spell, his first scar, his first laugh. But when it spoke of Hermione, it described her magic first, not her voice. That was the tell. Ash stepped forward. You remembered her power, he said. Not her person. The mimic said nothing. But in its eyes, a new thing flickered. Frustration. Then rage. Then fire. Dark, twisted, and cold. The mimic burst into flame. Not embers, not ashes, something corrupted. And then it vanished. Not in retreat. In transmission. It had sent itself elsewhere. Ember collapsed. Hermione rushed to her side, but the child wasn't hurt. She was seeing something far away. They're hiding in old ruins, she said faintly, where stories have not been told for generations. Places where no one visits. Places where memory fails. She looked up at them, eyes filled with flickering light. They're building a mirror core. Everyone fell silent. Theo's voice was low. A corrupted version? Draco clenched his fists. One built not on memory, but erasure. Hermione stood, the ember inside her chest glowing hot. We can't let them finish it. The core responded immediately. Flames danced across Hogwarts' oldest hallways, revealing passages sealed since the founders. Magic shimmered in the very bricks, revealing long-lost sigils of warding and protection. And for the first time since the early days of Hogwarts, the castle began to prepare for siege. Not with weapons, but with memory. The walls glowed with stories etched by generations. Every portrait, every echo, every whispered rumor once forgotten, reclaimed, as if the castle was saying, I remember. And far away, in the deep silence beneath crumbled ruins, the unwritten whispered to itself, so do I. They traveled by fire trail. Not flew, something older, something Ember wove through her fingertips as if stitching memory into air itself. The path shimmered in flashes of gold and smoke, winding like thread across the fabric of magic, pulling them not toward a place, but toward a memory of a place. The ruins didn't exist on maps. Not magical, not muggle. Not even the core remembered its name. But Ember did. She stood in front of the blackened stones with ash streaking her cheeks, fingers outstretched, tracing invisible glyphs on cracked walls. The ruins pulsed faintly in response, reacting not to her magic, but to her presence. Hermione, Draco, Ash, Luna, Theo, and Ron stood behind her in silence. This is where it began, Ember whispered. Not the core. The echo. The site had once been a sanctum, ancient, predating wand lore. A place where raw, unshaped magic pooled like water in stone basins. The kind of place where stories weren't told, but felt. Now it was cold. Not physically, but hollow. The air didn't resist them. The ground didn't echo beneath their boots. Spells didn't hum at their fingertips. Magic here was flattened, as if the earth had forgotten what it meant to feel. "This is where they're building it," Ash murmured. "The mirror core. A core not of flame, but of silence, of stolen space." And it was almost complete. Draco moved ahead first, wand raised. "I see it." They all followed his gaze. Nestled at the center of the ruins was a sphere, not glowing, but absorbing light. Like a black sun, tendrils of gray mist flowed from its surface, pulsing in rhythm with something. It wasn't dead, but it wasn't alive either. Ron muttered, "That thing looks like it could unwrite the sky." Hermione stepped forward. "It's a seed. Not active yet, but it's pulling from our world's forgotten parts. Bits of memory left unanchored." Theo nodded grimly. "Fragments of history. Names no one says. Feelings we bury." Luna's voice was barely a breath. "It's feeding on neglect." Then Ember gasped. Not from fear. From recognition. She walked toward the mirror core, her flame flaring despite the dead air. And the core reacted. A single ripple passed through its surface. One tendril of gray mist reached for her, not threateningly. Gently, like a hand stretching toward a mirror. Hermione moved to stop her, but Ash held her back. "She knows what she's doing." Ember stepped into the radius of the core. And froze. Her eyes glazed. Her body stilled. The others shouted, but they couldn't reach her. It was like an invisible wall had fallen between them. Then Ember spoke. Not in her voice, but in another's. "She is ours." The voice echoed in every direction. Born of a shattered memory. Forged from the core's lost pain. "She is not your guardian. She is our witness." Ash stepped forward, fury boiling behind his eyes. "She is herself." The mirror core pulsed. "She is both." Then Ember's lips parted again, this time in her own voice. "I remember. I was never born. Not the way Ash was. I was restored." Tears shimmered at the edges of her eyes. "I am the part of the core that was lost. The part it couldn't bear to remember." Hermione's heart cracked. "You're its grief." "I'm its shadow," Ember whispered. "But I chose to be more." And with that, she raised her hand. And ignited. Not in anger. In choice. The flame that burst from her wasn't wild. It was precise. It threaded through the air like a seamstress mending torn cloth. It didn't attack the mirror core. It offered something. Memory. The part that had been hidden. The part that hurt. She whispered a single phrase. "Even grief deserves to be remembered." And the mirror core cracked. Not shattered. Not destroyed. Cracked. A single golden line split its surface. Light not from the outside, but from within. A spark of memory buried deep inside the silence. A seed of fire. The mirror core shuddered. Then stilled. And for the first time, it didn't consume. It listened. The circle rushed to Ember as the barrier dissolved. She collapsed into Hermione's arms, her body shaking from effort. "I didn't destroy it," she murmured. "You didn't have to," Hermione whispered. "You changed it." Ash knelt beside her. "You showed it that even silence is part of the song." Ron wiped his eyes. "Bloody hell." Draco placed a hand on Ember's shoulder. "You were made from pain, but you became hope." Luna smiled faintly. "That's what real magic does." Back at Hogwarts, the core pulsed with a light that wasn't flame, wasn't memory, but something new. A hybrid. The core no longer burned alone. Its shadow had returned. Not to haunt, but to balance. And far below the world, the remnants of the unwritten stirred. Watching not with rage, but with curiosity. Because something had happened that it had never predicted. A piece of itself had chosen to remember. The night sky above Hogwarts changed. Not with color, but with weight. Stars shimmered more brightly, as if remembering they were once used to guide. The moon glowed with silver runes faintly circling its edges. And in the quiet hum of magic that flowed through every hall, something new pulsed beneath it. The core had awakened. Whole. Balanced. Not just flame anymore, but flame and shadow. Ember slept for 2 days after the confrontation at the mirror core. When she finally awoke, she asked for no food, no water. Just ink. Hermione handed her a quill and parchment, no questions asked. Ember began drawing. Complex sigils flowed from her hand. Neither runes nor words, but something between. Patterns that danced between dark and light, sharp and fluid. Magic twisted in the air around her. But this was not old magic. This was new. She's creating a new language, Luna whispered. They stood in the great hall, watching Ember at the far end, surrounded by parchment and floating glyphs that pulsed softly with meaning none of them could read. Hermione's hands trembled. No, she's creating a new spell form. Ash nodded slowly. One that includes grief. Shadow. Silence. Not just as enemies, but as part of the equation. Theo exhaled. A synthesis. Draco stepped forward, eyes narrowing in thought. We've always cast with light. With will. With power. But never with what we lost. Ron crossed his arms. Are you saying we've only been using half of magic this whole time? Ash met his eyes. Less than half. The core pulsed that night, calling not through sound, but through memory. Each member of the circle was drawn to it alone. No flames. No storm. Just the quiet knowing that it was time. Inside the chamber, the core shone a soft gold, no longer just a sphere of fire, but a slow-turning form shaped like a spiral, like a galaxy made of story. Hermione stepped forward, and the core spoke. For the first time. You who remembered me. You who carried my grief. You who chose not to forget. You are no longer just guardians. You are shapers. They each heard it differently. Ash heard it as his mother's lullaby. Luna heard it as ocean waves on rocks. Ron heard it as a fire crackling in the burrow. Draco heard his name spoken without judgment. Hermione? She heard hope. And Ember, standing at the center, heard silence. But this time it was gentle. The core continued. You may give it a name. Hermione's voice didn't hesitate. Lethecraft, a spellform born of memory and loss, of healing, and the act of choosing to remember. The announcement shook the magical world. A new spellcraft. For the first time in recorded history, magic itself was evolving with the world, not in spite of it. Lethecraft spread like wildfire through magical communities. Teachers, students, even squibs, who could now feel parts of themselves connect to the Ember archive. It wasn't about power. It was about presence. Lethecraft allowed you to cast with emotion you'd buried. It asked you to be honest, to wield your past not as a weight, but as a bridge. But not everyone welcomed it. A group of prominent traditionalists from Durmstrang called it corruption. They argued that giving grief magical form was reckless, unnatural. They claimed it blurred the line between spellcasting and spirit magic, something many feared. They warned of instability, of backlash. And then, they began to forget. Not in large pieces, but in small, deliberate ways. The lead voice against Lethecraft, a man named Granger Alinovich, collapsed mid-speech when he could no longer remember his sister's face. She had died protecting him during the war. And now that memory was gone. Hermione read the report with shaking hands. It's not over, she said. The unwritten isn't attacking with silence anymore. Ash nodded grimly. It's attacking with shame. That night, Ember stood before the core again. But this time not as a child. She had grown, not in height, but in presence. She spoke with fire and shadow in her voice. I remember what was lost, she said. But now I choose what is kept. The core glowed in answer. And for the first time, it gave them its full name. Arcanolith. The flame that remembers. The room pulsed with ancient heat. A vow long buried came to life again. And the circle, no longer just students, warriors, or rebels, stood now as something new. Memory rights. Story binders. Keepers of a world being rewritten not by force, but by truth. And far away, in the last places where the unwritten whispered, a crack formed in the quiet, because something inside it had begun to remember, too. The sky over Hogwarts was clear. Too clear. Not a single cloud. Not a whisper of wind. The sun hovered in a fixed point, as though time itself had been caught in the act of breathing. Hermione noticed first. She stood at the window of the library, quill still in hand, but the ink no longer moved. The spell around the parchment shimmered uncertainly, then faded. The clock tower didn't chime the hour. The whispers of the castle, of portraits, staircases, enchanted pages, had gone silent. The world was holding its breath. And then they heard it. A voice. But not from outside. From within. You have remembered enough. Every witch and wizard on the planet heard the same voice in their native tongue. Some in their dreams. Some while walking. Some while casting a spell that suddenly felt wrong. A calm, measured tone. Not cruel. Not demanding. Just inevitable. You suffer because you remember. You fracture because you feel. You burn because you carry what was. Lay it down. Let us carry it for you. There is peace in forgetting. Across the magical world, silence rippled. The unwritten wasn't hiding anymore. It was inviting. The circle gathered at once in the great hall. Every inch of the castle now glowed faintly with protective enchantments cast in lithocraft. Sigils that moved like breath, like flame, like shadow. Ember stood at the center, her presence taller than her frame, flame licking the air behind her hair like a living crown. They've changed their approach, Ash said. No more stealth, Theo muttered. Now it's persuasion. They think we're tired, Draco said, voice low. That we want peace badly enough to trade truth for it. Ron's voice was barely a whisper. Wouldn't it be easier? Everyone turned. He wasn't joking. He was scared. What if some people want to forget? What if? I wanted to forget Fred? Just for a bit. Just to breathe again. The silence that followed wasn't judgmental. It was painfully understanding. Hermione approached him slowly and placed a hand over his heart. We don't fight the unwritten because we like pain, Ron. We fight because memory gives meaning to the pain. Ember stepped forward, eyes glowing. And meaning is what makes magic. Then it began. The offer. All across the world, people were given a choice. A single door would appear. Simple. Wooden. No runes. No carvings. Just a handle. Behind it, forgetting. A life without scars. Without fear. Without burden. No deaths. No regrets. No shame. But also, no history. No love earned the hard way. No lessons paid for in tears. The door required only a thought. And once passed through, the unwritten would preserve your body. But the soul? Would be quiet. Forever. Some said yes. Quietly. Secretly. Ministries crumbled under the sudden vanishing of entire departments. A whole village in southern France passed through the door together, singing as they went. A young witch in Brazil hesitated, then left her wand behind and stepped through alone. Even a squib boy in Wales, who had only recently begun to feel flickers of lithocraft, wept and asked Ember if it would hurt. She told him the truth. Yes, but staying might hurt more. He stayed, but thousands didn't. Hogwarts held strong. For now. But Ember knew that strength could not be enforced. Only shared. She stood before the core arcanolith, and for the first time, asked it for permission. To show the world what we've kept. What we've survived. What we are. Not with warnings. But with story. The core responded not in words. But in flame. A gentle ripple that extended through every ley line, every ember mark, every place where memory had once flickered. And the archive opened. Not as a book, but as experience. Across the magical world, people stopped in place and saw their parents as students, their ancestors fleeing fire or casting their first charm, a first kiss in a library, a last smile before a wand broke. They saw the threads of a tapestry built in pain, joy, and everything between. And they wept, because memory wasn't just burden. It was belonging. The unwritten answered. Its voice changed. No longer gentle. No longer patient. You choose suffering. You choose noise. Then you will burn in the story you refuse to surrender. And across the sky, a fracture appeared. Black lightning, etched into the heavens. The doorways vanished, replaced with mouths. Hollow things, jagged and yawning, beginning to consume. Not people. Not places. But story. Books decayed. Songs faded. Family trees split in half. Even magical creatures began to forget their names. Ash fell to one knee, hands shaking. It's begun. The final unwriting, Ember said. Hermione turned to the circle. To hold the line now, we'll need more than spells. We'll need everyone's stories. Draco unsheathed his wand. Then let's give them all we've got. The world was unraveling. Not in flames. Not in ruin. But in forgetting. The sky cracked in silence as the unwritten's mouths widened across continents, devouring history in slow, deliberate swallows. Names vanished mid-sentence. Children turned to their parents with blank faces. Entire forests grew still, no whisper, no wind, no memory. And yet, Hogwarts stood, a flickering flame on the edge of nothing. Because its people remembered. Because they chose to. The circle gathered beneath the great hall's enchanted ceiling. It no longer showed weather. Now it reflected moments. Harry's first flight. Neville standing tall. Dobby holding a sock. Sirius's smile through Azkaban's shadow. Every stone in the room glowed with stories. It wasn't protection. It was declaration. Ash stood at the center, fingers woven with golden-red sigils. Lethecraft alone won't stop it, he said. We can resist. But to end this, someone must step across. Across what? Ron asked. Ash looked toward the core chamber. Across the boundary of forgetting. Into the mouth. Into the void. Hermione's voice shook. To do what? To give it what it cannot take by force, Ember answered, stepping forward. A memory offered. They descended to Arcanolith, the core, in silence. Its spiral glow was brighter now, no longer just flame, no longer just light. But story. It hummed with a single idea. One may become memory incarnate. Ember turned to the others. I'm the piece it lost. The shadow it cast aside. She looked at Ash. You were born of hope. I was born of pain. She looked at Hermione. You taught me truth. Then finally she turned to Draco. You made me believe it was okay to feel. Tears brimmed in Draco's eyes, but he nodded. We'll remember you. Ember smiled, fire glowing softly in her eyes. No, I'll remember for you. She stepped into the spiral. The core did not burn her. It wrapped her. It gave her not flame, but every story it ever held. It filled her with laughter and screams, lullabies and last breaths, betrayal and forgiveness. And then, she vanished. The mouths of the unwritten widened as Ember appeared on their edge. Not as a girl. As memory made flesh. She glowed with light and shadow both. She didn't raise a wand. She raised her voice. And she spoke stories. The first magical lullaby. The names of every child who had ever died for magic. The laugh of a forgotten squib who once loved deeply. The quiet moment Luna Lovegood first touched a thestral. The second Ash realized he was more than his origin. The breath Hermione held the moment she said, I love you, to someone she once hated. She spoke them all. Not as weapons, but as gifts. And the unwritten? It paused. The mouths shook. Because for the first time, it wasn't being attacked. It was being seen. It felt understood. It screamed. Not in rage, but in release. And the mouths closed. The sky stitched itself whole. Color returned to the world. Not bright at first, but like the warmth after grief. People clutched memories they thought they'd lost. Weddings, promises, goodbyes. Songs came back. Trees whispered names again. And the core pulsed a final time. In its spiral now glowed a single, still ember. Her. Ember. Always watching. Always remembering. Never alone. In the weeks that followed, Lethecraft spread as a new discipline. Wands began responding to pain not with wild surges, but with elegant balance. Healers learned how to unbury trauma in curses by inviting the memory forward. Children were taught to cast their first spell not by force, but by telling a story of who they were, of what they'd lost, and what they wanted to become. Hogwarts erected a new tower. It had no walls, only open air and a single flame in the center. A silent vigil for the girl who became more than magic. And every year, on the day the sky cracked, the students gather. They tell stories. Not of heroes, not of battles, but of truth. They remember. Because to remember is to resist, is to love, is to live.